Good morning. I wish to welcome all of you to the opening session of Plymouth's Fall Annual Town Meeting. It's being held today, Saturday, October 20th at 8 a.m. We are at Plymouth North High School, located on Aubrey Street in Plymouth. Town Clerk Lawrence Pizer has advised me that we now have a quorum of at least 90 elected town meeting members, and I therefore declare that a quorum being present, this Plymouth Fall Town Meeting will come to order at 8 a.m. At this time, you are all invited to stand to join in a salute to the flag led by Major Robert Yeager of the Pilgrim Squadron Civil Air Patrol Color Guard, followed by our national anthem performed by the Golden Melodies Chorus Group under the direction of Dottie Belanger. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our invocation will now be offered by Father Jack Graham of St. Mary's Parish Church of North Plymouth.
There's a powerful story that's taken from the first book of Kings in the Old Testament. And it tells the story of a young King Solomon who has just come to power, kind of overwhelmed with his responsibilities. One night falls into deep sleep, and God comes to him and asks him, "Ask for anything and I'll give it to you." So Solomon thinks, and here's his request. He says, "Lord, I ask you to please give me an understanding heart so I can know right from wrong and know how to judge your people." And God comes to him and says, "Because you didn't ask for a long life or riches or for the lives of your enemies, I will now give you the gift of wisdom. I'll make you wiser than anyone who ever lived." So as we gather here today at the beginning of this town meeting, we ask for God's blessing upon all who gather here, that God will give all of you understanding hearts to know what is right and true and good, so that with God's blessing, you may be able to do what is right and good for the people that he puts under your responsibility. So we ask for God's blessing now, and may the Almighty God be with all of you this day and give you the gift of humility and strength and love that you need to be the servants that God calls each and every one of us to be. We make this name of our loving God. Amen.
Please be seated. This morning, Nicole Manfredi will be appointed as Assistant Town Moderator. And at this time, Town Clerk Lawrence Pizer will now swear in Assistant Town Moderator Nicole Manfredi and newly elected town meeting members.
When I call these names, would you please make yourself known? Helen Zanaboni. Cookie. Richard Serkey. Jane Goodwin. Jane. Frank Collins. Peter B. Geller Jr. Edward Geller. J. Randolph Parker Jr. Not here. Virginia Johnson. Jeff LaChance. Jeff? No. Patrick Larrivee. Patrick? Nope. Stephen Roberts. Joseph Truscelli. Joe? Not here. Anne Marie Ross. Anne Marie. Ron Riley. Ron? No. Ron, yes. Ed Russell. Simon Thomas? Simon? No? Okay. To all of you, and to Assistant Moderator Nicole Manfredi, do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform the duties incumbent upon you as an elected town meeting representative, as Assistant Moderator, in accordance with the bylaws and charter of the town of Plymouth and the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? Thank you.
We welcome Mark Rich of Coltman and Page, who will be serving as town council throughout today's session of town meeting. And at this time, throughout the meeting, Kenneth Tavares will be here as chair of the Board of Selectmen on behalf of the Board of Selectmen. And we now welcome Harry Salerno, chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, who will deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Salerno.
Good morning, everyone. Well, here we are at Fall Town Meeting, and it's just starting to begin to feel like fall out there. Well, we have a full and daunting agenda ahead of us with some 80-odd motions. Nonetheless, here I am, and once again, this time with the expert help of Jeanette White, I shall proceed. First, let me introduce the members of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Please stand up and be acknowledged as I introduce you in alphabetical order. Andrew Burgess. Our first Vice Chair, Kevin Canty. Beth Davis. Brian Dunn. Our second Vice Chair, Harry Helm. Roz Jones. Stephen Karam. Ethan Cusman. John Moody. Ashley Shaw. Sheila Sheridan. Mark Sirico. Scott Stevenson. And Evelyn Strong. Thank you all for the work you have done. Our committee, like all those involved in this process, is made up of volunteers pouring their time into the finances and other matters that come before town meeting. It involves a great deal of effort and a great deal of time, all this being done in full view of yourselves and all the residents of our town. We have a great deal to cover at this meeting. You've all seen the report, supplement, and motions. Please rest assured, we have taken a lot of time and effort to try to form a step-by-step process that will break things down, piece by piece, in order to aid in your decision-making. It will take some time, but hopefully it will be straightforward. Also, a quick note about how FinCom vote works. I've been asked this question in the past. I will be telling you the vote for each motion. The vote will be something like 10-1-2. This means 10 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstain. Also, the chair doesn't vote unless there is a tie. Thus, 10, 1, 2 means 13 votes. So when the chair is added in, the attendance for that meeting was 14. There are 15 members of the committee. Sometimes, in the interest of brevity, I will refer to the page of the report or the supplement where some details may be found. You've all got the report. You know the report. This is the supplement to which I refer. In addition, sometimes I may refer to the spreadsheet. This is the large spreadsheet skillfully put together by the Charter Review Committee. Finally, you may hear mention of bond premiums or even discounts in certain motions. This is merely the difference between the face of the bond and the amount it is actually sold for on the open market. It is simply, in effect, an adjustment of the interest. Mr. Moderator?
Thank you, Mr. Salerno. You're reminded that Mass General laws prohibit the use of any tobacco products within the school buildings, the school facilities, school grounds. Keith Larson is the police officer on duty for this session at town meeting. As Mr. Salerno indicated, there are written materials for today's town meeting. When you signed in today, there is a copy of a written motions packet, and I would just like to again remind town meeting members that if you intend to make a substantive or procedural motion and you know in advance, we would need to receive that prior to the day before town meeting, since this was finalized and printed yesterday morning. So for those of you that were contacting me yesterday, you may see that your requests are not in here because we ask that you contact us at least one day prior to town meeting. In addition, there is the corrections to the roll call voting and an Article 20 reference sheet. And so these materials are in addition to the supplement, the book from the Community Preservation Committee, as well as the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. According to our town charter, which is found on the website for the town under the town clerk, Chapter 2, Section 5, Subsection 2, the town clerk keeps a record of the attendance, and pursuant to the next subsection, a representative town meeting member who cannot attend the section shall provide written notice to the town clerk. Anyone wishing to inquire as to reasons given for town meeting absence should check with the town clerk. I would note that there were a number of town meeting members who have been elected who have not been sworn in when Mr. Clerk read the roll, and I would ask that if you have arrived since the swearing in, please see the clerk in order to be sworn in before you take any votes. Pursuant to Chapter 2, Section 10, Subsection 2 of the Charter, representative town meeting members shall notify the town clerk in writing prior to the town meeting session as to any articles giving rise to a financial conflict of interest. I would remind you that any Plymouth resident and taxpayer may speak on any matter. I did receive a request this morning from a taxpayer to speak on a matter. Non-residents may also participate with the consent of town meeting. We are reminded that in addition to those present in the room, we do have a live cable audience. We are being cablecast live from PAC TV. It's requested that if you do wish to speak, that you raise your hand, and once you've been recognized, please use one of the microphones that have been provided. Identify yourself. Town meeting members are encouraged to identify yourself by precinct. Officials are also encouraged to identify yourself. And because each time you get up, there may be different people tuning in from the cable audience, we ask that you identify yourself each time. The members of the Board of Selectmen are seated in the front center row, and the Advisory and Finance Committee members who have been introduced earlier are seated to my right. Those who wish to present on an article are invited to come down to the front prior to the reading of the article, to sit in front of the rows to my left. And if you anticipate you'll be answering questions on articles, we also ask that you move close to a microphone at the start of the article. And if you're called as a speaker on deck, please move to a microphone once your name has been announced. Once again, we'll be using the electronic voting system, and at this time, Nicole Manfredi, Assistant Town Moderator, will now make a few comments about the electronic voting protocol. Nicole Manfredi.
Good morning. Just a few points of housekeeping. We have moved the technicians' table to the other side of the auditorium so that they're better able to concentrate on the flow of town meeting. Secondly, our assistant town clerk, Pearl Sears, is here, and she will serve as the go-between for town meeting and the OTI technicians. They will be charged with assigning new clickers in the event that it's necessary to do so. And finally, we ask that after each electronic vote, please check the screen immediately and verify that your vote is correct. And if it's not correct, for whatever reason, stand immediately so that we can either get you a new clicker or resolve whatever the problem may be. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole Manfredi. And please make sure your clickers are on if you leave the room and when you return to the room, since we've had the experience when people have left, particularly for lunch, when you come back, that your clicker may not be on. Again, we've increased the amount of time that you'll have to watch the display. Reminder, you press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 to abstain. And you're also reminded that a vote may be questioned if 7 town meeting members rise to question the vote, and you do not need to be formally recognized in order to rise to question the vote. Just stand up and you'll be counted. Now, if we do any standing votes, town meeting members should remain standing until seated by your teller, and tellers are available throughout the meeting. If you have special needs for which you do not wish to interrupt the meeting, you could speak to a teller who could then communicate to us through the clerk. We ask that all cell phone sounds be turned off, and we also ask that people consider keeping texting to a minimum to avoid distraction to others. Today, our tellers are Pearl Sears, who is the chief teller, also Roxanne Whitbeck, Jennifer Harris, and Thomas Marr. Now, town meeting debate is directed through the moderator, and all main motions and amendments to main motions are to be in writing, and procedural motions, whenever practicable, are to be submitted in writing in advance. And I want to thank all of you who have been submitting your motions prior to town meeting, since we're able to reduce it to writing and distribute it today for your consideration. I would tell you that before every town meeting, there are meetings posted for the Board of Selectmen and the Advisory and Finance Committee, sometimes for School Committee and Planning Board. This morning, the Finance Committee met on a posted meeting. They did change one of the votes that are in the motions packet, so when we come to that, I will let you know. If you wish to accomplish something procedurally during the course of the meeting, we ask that you get up and inquire, and we'll attempt to help you frame a motion that's consistent with past practice or our parliamentary handbook. And our parliamentary handbook is town meeting time. There are copies available at the library, and we've particularly been looking at this as we prepare for some of the motions in connection with the charter changes that have been proposed. Now, if an amendment is presented from the floor and it contains a legal question or has legal ramifications, I may confer with town council, and such a motion therefore may be delayed until it's written, possibly researched. And generally speaking, we do not rewrite bylaw language on town meeting floor. There's been a lot of time, and also really with the charter proposals. These are things that require considerable study and review, so keep in mind for future meetings also that if you have proposed changes, again, thank you for those members who are contacting me well in advance to make rulings on some proposed changes to some of the bylaws that have been proposed for our meeting. The tellers have pencils and cards available for you to reduce your motions to writing. Debate is encouraged. If I'm notified in advance you wish to speak on an article, your name will be added to a list of scheduled speakers. Again, try not to wait till the day before as we try to put together the list for speakers. I will attempt to give everyone a chance to speak before calling on people a second time. So you'll often note that people come down to the microphone, and if I skip the person who's right in front of the microphone, it's because that person already spoke, and there's possibly a person behind that in the line who has not yet spoken. Formal petitioner presentations will be up to 15 minutes in length. We do have several petitioner presentations. and all of the speakers will be limited to 5 minutes, and that includes question and answer exchanges. And you are reminded that while the moderator limits the scope of the debate, you limit the length of the debate. And if town meeting wishes to close debate, a member may move the previous question, move to close debate, and that is not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote, and in keeping with past practice, we do ask when such a motion is made that people who still wish to speak rise to be identified as wishing to continue the debate. As assistant moderator and moderator, Ms. Manfredi and I will be presiding throughout this town meeting, and we don't generally intend to become involved in a substantive discussion, although I would tell you there is one exception in town meeting time, and that exception has to do with the moderator speaking in the debate if it appears that the moderator alone is in possession of relevant and significant information which ought to be imparted to the meeting. And so I would tell you that if I'm asked questions in connection with some of the charter review proposals, I will be speaking and answering the questions pursuant to town meeting time. We'll be acting as procedural facilitators to this legislative body. We'll attempt to be consistent and follow common sense. On some substantive motions, we've received procedural motions. There is the motion to fix the method of voting by roll call. Many of our motions require roll call, but not all of them. Standing votes will not be required for motions requiring a 2/3 vote unless we're in doubt. Now, a motion to change the order of articles requires a 2/3 vote. You'll see that we have multiple motions to change the order of articles. A town meeting member who votes on the prevailing side of a motion may later move to reconsider the motion. So for those of you that are here for the first time, keep in mind that once town meeting votes a motion, it may come up later today, it may come up another day until we've dissolved the town meeting. We'll recess within 2 hours from the start of this meeting as provided in our charter. The Plymouth Schools Music Association will be providing refreshments during our morning recess. And a reminder that the quorum is presumed. We'll reconvene immediately following 15 minutes after the recess. Lunch will be served in the cafeteria at approximately noon, and we'll return promptly and begin after the lunch recess. There are gluten-free items that are available upon request. The return of the warrant of the fall town meeting shows that it's properly been served. If there are no objections, we will waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the fall town meeting, and further, if there are no objections, we will waive the reading of the warrant. We'll now begin with a series of procedural motions. First, Mr. Salerno moves that the adjourned sessions of the fall town meeting be held on the following dates and times at Plymouth North High School. Monday, October 22nd, 7 p.m. Tuesday, October 23rd, 7 p.m. Wednesday, October 24th at 7 p.m. Usually, I would ask for a voice vote for such a motion. However, since it is the first vote this morning as a test to make sure that all of our clickers are working properly, I'm going to ask for an electronic vote. So, at this time, we have the motion read, and when the light goes on, you will have time in which to vote, and you can now vote. And the voting is completed. We're checking to determine the reason for the lack of display of the time showing on the screen behind me. Nevertheless, you'll see the voting from the various precincts. And some town meeting members have asked about the length of time for the display. The purpose of the display behind us is for you to only check your vote. If you want to check the vote of other town meeting members or get a record, that is available during the recess, and you can get that from the vendor. So you'll see here again that the votes are being shown through the various precincts, 3 precincts being shown at a time. We have a few people who have abstained, which is shown in the yellow. We have the green. So at this time, 113 voting in favor, 1 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. And this would now be the appropriate time for you to get up and rise to a point of order to say that your vote was not shown properly. Yes? Okay. So if you would go up to check to see if your clicker is working properly, and did we get her vote? What is your vote? Yes. Yes, for Pauline. It did not show. It's an additional vote. Okay, so this is how we're going to be doing it at town meeting. So she's going to go up and see if her equipment is not working properly. And Mark Feet from the vendor is here as well to assist. It is now 114 in favor, 1 opposition, and 2 abstentions. Any questions on the voting protocol for electronic voting? If not, we're going to continue. And yes, please come forward to a microphone. This is Plymouth Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Richard Caproni, town meeting member.
The results of the vote.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Excuse me. The results of the vote, pass, fail, yeses, nos, cannot be seen by the members of the town. It's behind the podium and behind the people.
Thank you. Mr. O'Day will help to assist us in displaying that. Thank you. Joel O'Day is the housemaster for the Center for Performing Arts, and he's also available in the back of the room if you do have audiovisual needs. At this time, we're going to continue with the next procedural vote, which is David Peck, Precinct 4, on behalf of the Charter Review Committee, moves to change the order of articles to hear Article 20 before Article 4. Discussion on the motion to change the order. Hearing none, I will call for a vote. We will also do this vote electronically. We will clear the screen from the last vote that was taken on the additional sessions in order now to move to this procedural vote to change the order of the articles. This requires a 2/3 vote, and when the light goes on, you'll begin voting. And please vote, and the light is on. I'm actually going to say that once you see the display showing the time, we're down to 6 seconds, as you can see on the screen. And at the bottom, we also show how many members, in this case, 120 of 135, have voted. And we'll now begin to see the display of the change. And here we go, beginning with Precinct 1, 2, and 3. You'll see the greens are yes, and the reds are no. And we'll go right through all the precincts. Again, concentrate on your own vote in order to determine whether it was shown correctly. We have an abstention as well. And we now have 84 voting in favor, 35 in opposition, and 1 abstention. And therefore, the motion carries by 2/3. Now, I did have an additional motion shown in the back. First of all, are we all set with the voting for the town meeting member? Thank you. I did show a motion for Mr. Parker. I don't see Mr. Parker in the room, so I'm going to move on from that motion to Mr. Costello's motion. Alan Costello, Precinct 10, moves to change the order of the articles to hear Article 35 before Article 5. Mr. Costello, on your motion to change the order.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Moderator. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I come before you this morning in hopes of changing the order of articles to move Article 35, the Bartlett Pond watershed, to right after Article 4 and prior to Article 5. Feel it's a capital budget type article, and it deserves to be in that position. Thank you very much. Can I also ask that we do this by roll call vote? And that's a given? Fix the method of voting?
We can certainly do that.
Thank you.
I won't ask for a vote for that. Any further debate on the motion to change the order of articles? Yes.
Bill Cohan, Precinct 3. This request is moving Article 5 before Article 35 before Article 5. Now, later on, we have Jeanette Kelly's requesting to move Article 9B, which is a community preservation article, before Article 35. I'm in support of that motion to adjust the presentation of articles, but this one I'm opposed to because it would push it earlier. Presenter for that article is not here right now, so I'd be opposed to this article, moving this article to this position.
Mr. Cohan is a town meeting member. He's also chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5.
Pat McCarthy. It's logical to me to hear this article since there's been lots of discussion about 9B in relation to the Bartlett Pond water issue, which is, both of those articles are very important to me, and I would like to make sure that we hear all the information necessary to make informed decisions on both of the articles. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing, yes, please come forward. Again, this is the fall annual town meeting. We're going to hear from Thomas Kelly, town meeting member. This is coming to you live on October 20th from Plymouth North High School. Mr. Kelly.
Good morning. My name is Tom Kelly, Precinct 6. I'm also on the Watershed Committee from Manamet, that appointed by the selectmen. A lot of my neighbors, a lot of people in the neighborhood want to see this today. It does have a relationship to 9B, but common sense says find out what you have first, and then you make a decision on what you're going to do later. We need to find out what we have in the ground first in the entire watershed, and that would be the best to hear it today when we're all fresh. People are watching. My neighbors are all, some of them are watching on TV or here. There's an awful lot riding on this. To put it the other way around is pretty stupid, to be honest with you, because what we're saying is let's build something, and we don't know what the heck we're building it on. That's really not the way we should be doing business. We should find out what we have in the ground first, and then decide what we're going to do. That's why I support this being number one on the option.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we will call for a vote, which will begin when you see it on the screen. And this is to change the order, and vote now. We're changing the order to hear Article 35 before Article 5. Okay. A few more seconds to vote, and again, 120 members of the 135 voting, and we have the following vote showing by precincts in groups. Please look to see that your vote was properly recorded. Yes, green, red, no, and yellow to abstain. And we're waiting for the total number as we go through. 86 in favor, 34 no, 1 abstention. That completes this vote. I would like to just comment on one of the remarks from an earlier speaker requesting that town meeting delay action because someone who wanted to speak on an article was not here. And I would like to just notify everyone that whenever I receive a procedural motion to either change the order of an article or to reconsider, that will take precedence at town meeting. So all town meeting members and the public are warned that any matter in any order may come up at any time at town meeting. And town meeting was noticed to begin at 8 o'clock this morning. We now have another procedural vote Jeanette Kelly, Precinct 7, moves to change the order of the articles to hear Article 9B after Article 5. Does anyone care to be heard on the motion to change the order of this article? It does require a 2/3 vote. Yes, please come forward if you wish to be heard on this motion to change the article. Jeanette Kelly, Precinct 7, moves to change the order of the articles to hear 9B after Article 35. 9B after Article 35. Any further discussion on 9B being heard after Article 35? And you will note that Article 35 was just voted to be before Article 5. So, further discussion on changing the order of 9B. If not, we will also do another electronic vote. We will, when the screen shows we are voting, we will start to vote. The light is on. Please vote. You'll see you have 20 seconds in which to vote. And at the bottom of the screen, we see how many people are voting. $121 have now voted. I would ask that that one person who has joined us in voting be sure that you have been sworn in, otherwise your vote is not valid. We have, in this case, 71 voting in favor, 49 in opposition, 1 abstention. It does not carry. And therefore, we will hear 9B in its chronological location in the warrant article unless there are any further motions that I receive. And we're going through again for you all to see on the display that your vote was recorded properly. And we've seen all the precincts. Again, a reminder, if you've joined us late and were re-elected at the last annual election, please be sworn in. At this time, I received another motion this morning. Michael Babini, Precinct 15, moves that the lunch recess be 45 minutes. In the past, it's been an hour, except he's had a motion last couple of town meetings. Any discussion? This will be an example of when at times we do voice votes, and if I'm not in doubt, we will not need to take a roll call vote. So on the motion to reduce the lunch recess to 45 minutes, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. It's a majority vote. Are there any other procedural matters to come before the fall town meeting at this time? If not, we will move to Article 1. And in our materials, you'll see for this particular article, as well as a few others, we have no motion. Hearing no motion, I declare no action. Under Article 2A, we have multiple motions. Under 2A1, Mr. Salerno moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7A of the April 2018 Spring Annual Town Meeting in accordance with an attached spreadsheet as follows: increase by $118,226 the amount appropriated for Department of Police Personal Services, line 31. It's a majority vote, a roll call if it's not unanimous. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this appropriation. The committee overall felt strongly in agreement with the chief that the staffing levels of the department needs to be raised to the thresholds required by public safety industry standards. For the police department, the 9 uniformed officers, 3 new officers per shift, will get the department to their goal, and in following years, will be able to start decreasing the overtime budget. The staffing of the police and fire departments are not new issues. They have been coming up for years in the budget subcommittee meetings during our spring deliberations. The chief successfully made the case for hiring these officers now rather than waiting for the spring budget deliberations. The timing was necessary in order to have the hiring and training process completed in time for the expected crowds for the 2020 celebration. He indicated that the officers are not hired specifically for this event, but it made sense to do this now rather than wait 6 months until the spring. Thank you.
Board of Selectmen are support, and they are support on many of the motions of the Advisory and Finance Committee, and if they are not, you will see that indicated. Richard Caproni, Town Meeting Member. This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Mr. Caproni.
I guess the first thing I want to say is that the town of Plymouth is blessed with a professional and responsive group of first responders. And we thank you all for what you have done for us over many years. Many of us have specific examples, all right, of successful execution of the duties of all of these first responders. The last thing I wanted to do this morning was speak against hiring these additional officers, both in the police and in the fire department. We are being asked not to approve $60,000 or $400,000, but you're being asked to approve millions and millions of dollars that will be spent over the career span of these additional employees. Do we have the money? The town manager has suggested we need to be frugal. Is energy pilot money going away? Should we be adding this expense right, when the town has serious fiscal challenges? My opinion, as a member of the town meeting, Plymouth is a very safe place to live. 9 additional officers will not make us safer. 2, response time of the fire department is more than satisfactory. Additional personnel are not needed to improve response time by what? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? I'm voting no against the additional personnel for the police and fire department.
Patricia McCarthy.
Pat McCarthy, Precinct 5. I strongly support both the police department and the fire department personnel. Our needs are not going to go away. They're only increasing. And if most of us have watched or been to the FinCom meetings or the Selectmen meetings and seen these issues fully vetted over many years, not just for this fall town meeting. And we're going to be eventually probably a town of 100,000 people, like it or not, with all of our development, and our size is not going to go away. And our safety and public needs do not go away. And I am a taxpayer. We all have the same tax rate that we pay. And I feel that we deserve the best for our citizens and that we should vote yes on both of these increases. There are 2 different line items, and if you, in your book, the police begins on page 57, and the information that follows with the rationale, which to me is very logical. Thank you.
Melissa Arrighi, Town Manager, followed by Nathan Siegel, Precinct 7.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention that the town manager has suggested that we need to be careful and look at future expenses, and that's something that the finance director and I will both do every single year. But the positions that are before you today are important. You are a growing community. You have a demand for services. We need to improve the numbers in our police and fire department and provide that staffing, as well as some of the other areas that you'll see today. I ask for your support.
Nathan Siegel, followed by Wrestling Brewster.
Thank you, Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. So I also want to thank the first responders in town for their professional service. I know how difficult it can be in my office job when things are understaffed, so I can only imagine how stressful and difficult it might be for people on the front lines when they're working in an environment that's understaffed. I said in the spring that I think our most basic responsibility as elected officials is to provide for public safety. I don't quite follow the logic of more officers not making us more safe. I think more officers does make us more safe. I actually reached out to the finance director last week or the week before to see if she might be able to pull some numbers that show how the growing population might affect the cost of these new hires. It's, I think, important to remember that part of the rationale is that we're growing. Therefore, the sticker shock of the big number is obviously important and should be considered, but it's not the same number of citizens paying for that large number. It's a growing, we have been growing and we will continue to grow. So therefore, I was just curious. Also, I was curious to the finance director. There were some comments in regards to the fire officers, firefighters, that insurance premiums could go down if the town is able to get a better rating from the insurance companies, and it's possible that those savings might even be greater than the extra costs. So I was just curious if the finance director had any chance to look into that.
And we're doing just 2A1 right now
Okay.
on the Department of Police.
Thank you.
Anyone care to answer and make any further comments to questions raised by Town Meeting Member Nathan Siegel? Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you. I'd like to apologize to Nate Siegel and also Paul Cunningham, two town meeting members who did reach out to me and ask some questions about these numbers. So in general, I'll answer these questions now because it has to do with information coming before you. And it was also asked of me at the preview, the COPC preview meeting, to really look at the cost of the officers for the police department, the cost of the officers for the fire department. So what I did was I looked over the next 5-year period, started in fiscal 20 out to fiscal 24. And these figures that I'm going to be quoting you are based on current contracts that are in existence right now. The contract for police and fire both expired on June 30th, 2018. So they are negotiating successor contracts, but I do not know what any of those salary increases would be for cost of living. But I did include step increases in these numbers because each position would be getting a step increase on an annual basis. Also, these numbers are based on the value of the town as it exists from 2018's tax rate. The overall valuation for the town, for the which we base our tax rate on, is a value of 10.1 billion. So we have seen significant growth in this number in the past number of years. And I do believe, based on the information that was given from the planning department to public safety on the number of housing units that are going to grow in this town, that we will continue to see growth and growth in that value. So these numbers I'm going to give you are really based on all of that information. Also, these numbers are based on the current average household. So an average household in Plymouth is valued at $341,000, but I'll also give you the tax rate effect of each of these numbers in each year so that each person's home, if your home is valued at $500,000, you would just do 500 times the number that I'm going to give. So if you're not the average home, you can still equate out what the cost of these offices are going to be. So these numbers include both the 9 positions in the police department and the 12 positions that are being asked for in the fire department. These numbers also include the police chief, when asking for the 9 positions, had referred to a potential 10% cut in his overtime in fiscal 20, and then an additional 20% cut in that overtime for fiscal 21. So these numbers also include that. So for the first year for police and fire combined, that would be a cost of approximately $1 million, which equates to 10-cent increase on the tax rate. So a 10-cent increase for that average home is $34.18 based on that average home. Now, the fire chief had given some insurance information regarding the National Fire Protection Safety Standards rate cities and towns on the response time for insurance purposes. So there's some database where insurance companies get this information from. So the more response time, if that can increase in Plymouth, then their rating will be a better rating for the insurance companies. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what dollar effect that would have on each individual home, because obviously your homeowner's insurance really depends on many factors. But this one factor would definitely be a positive, so that insurance companies would most likely maybe reduce. And I think even the fire chief and I talked this week that years ago when this happened, businesses saved at least $100 a year on their insurance. So $34 to that average homeowner, I don't know if you would see a savings of $34 in your homeowner's insurance, but potentially that factor would be considered in your homeowner's insurance. So the second year, fiscal '21, the combined total would be $1.1 million, which is almost 11 cents per thousand of value. So for that average home, it's $37.44. Fiscal '22, it's a combined value of $1.8 million. Now, the jump there is because the grant for the firefighters is now being, the reimbursement is now being reduced. So the average home would see a cost of $60.89, and that would be almost 18 cents per value on that year. Fiscal '23, the combined total is $2.1 million, which would be a 21-cent increase or effect on the tax rate. And for that average home, it's $72.49. And in fiscal '24, the combined total is again almost $2.2 million, which would be 22 cents on the tax rate. And then for purposes of overall picture of the public safety budget overall in Plymouth and the general fund, public safety budget is about 12% of our budget. So it's a very small part of the budget. I don't think that these increases are going to be a significant increase that is going to be, that it would grow any farther. In the last 18 years, our overall budget on an annual basis has increased 4%. So these increases to the budget, it may be, 4.2%, 4.5%. And so overall, the public safety would continue to be about between 12 and 15% of the overall budget. So I just wanted to give that information to you, and obviously if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Wrestling Brewster, followed by Alan Costello. Mr.
Wrestling Brewster, Precinct 5. First and foremost, I think that we all can agree that we want to be safe and we want to provide to our constituents every safety available. And I in no way would put down the fire department or the police department. I've been talking to the FinCom, and they're talking to me and saying, we're going to have to make some tough decisions coming up. And when we have to make tough decisions, it's economical, and we have to make these decisions. It's not personal. It's not, okay, what we need and what we want. And my first question is, why wasn't the 9 new policemen put in the budget instead of this meeting? And secondly, that 4th year, if the fire department came and asked for 12 new firemen, we have to look at that 4th year, not the 1st year. And it's just a lot of expense. And I'm just very concerned that we really need to make these tough decisions. Thank you.
Alan Costello, followed by Kevin Joyce. Mr. Costello.
Yes, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. It's very difficult to come up here and speak against public safety. love to approve everything on the public safety sector. However, at this particular time, with the full load of articles we have in front of us today, it's going to be a very expensive day. I think, it's not quite the right word, but I think 9 offices in the police department at this time, 12 offices in the fire department, is a public safety luxury that we cannot afford today. There's articles that are going to come before you that are more important, more at a crisis level, and have to be addressed. There was a presentation by the finance director as well as the town manager late September that assured us that in the next 2 or 3 town meeting cycles, we're going to be in for some trouble trying to sustain what we have. And to put these additional 21 families of these people that we may hire on the chopping block will put us in a very difficult spot 2 or 3 meetings from now. One that I don't want to be in. I'd like to keep the status quo what we have, try to ride it out. I think the numbers, and I asked at the COPC for 20-year numbers, which I think are, to Mr. Caproni's point, going to be staggering, as you saw on that 5-year markup. They went from 1 million to 2.4 very quickly. This is a huge dollar article, and it has to be addressed as such. It's very attractive at 118 to hire 9 officers, but that's for 3 months, 3 months' time. You have to really protract this out and see what it's going to cost us and our residents, our taxpayers, our neighbors in the future. And it's a difficult decision, but I would urge you to vote no on the public safety personnel at this time. Thank you.
Kevin Joyce, followed by Denise McFarland. Kevin Joyce.
Kevin Joyce, Precinct 15. Most people who know me probably realize that I'm a very fiscal responsible person, and no one wants to cut the budget more than I do. But in this town, we have 2 very experienced and long in their ranks, so to speak, the fire chief and the chief of police. I have to believe that our ranks are low, and in a time of situation where the federal government's going to give us 3 years of some break here, and then after that, yes, we're going to have to step up. But public safety is something I think we need in this town. Town is growing. I am strongly in favor of approving these 12 firemen and the 9 police officers.
Denise McFarland.
Thank you. In the article addressing the fire personnel, I'm just curious if that includes,
I think we're talking right now
Medical.
about the police.
oh, sorry, I'm new. I don't really.
Did you have any comments on the 2A1 police?
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
I'll call you in a minute. Any further discussion on 2A1 involving the Department of Police? If not, I'll call for a vote. I'll first do a voice vote. No, I'm going to do an electronic vote. I know it's not going to be unanimous. So we'll get ready to take the vote on Article 2A1 when the light goes on and the screen starts to show. Point of order. Hold on. We'll hold off on the vote. Mr. Brewster, please come forward with your point of order. Okay. Again, you have the motion in your packet. So if you look at the motion book, we have a motion to amend under Article 2A1, a motion to amend the votes taken under 7A, and it's to increase by 118,226 the amount appropriated for the Department of Police. Thank you. All right, and now we'll take the vote when the light goes on and the screen shows 20 seconds. Town meeting members are voting. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are in our morning session on October 20th. Town meeting members are voting on Article 2A1. We are showing the number of seconds left to vote and the number of town meeting members who are voting. 121 of the 135 elected have voted. We're now showing a display as to the votes. 96 having voted in favor, 24 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. We are now continuing with the display, and we have now shown all 15 precincts on the display. Again, if your vote is either not shown or is incorrect, please rise to a point of order. Otherwise, we're going to move on to Article 2A2. Mr. Salerno moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7A of the April 2018 Spring Annual Town Meeting in accordance with the attached spreadsheet as follows. Increase by $470,000 the amount appropriated for Department of Fire. Personal Services, line 34. It's a majority, a roll call if it is not unanimous. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this appropriation. The chief made a compelling case that there is not enough money in the overtime in the budget to provide enough overtime to keep all 7 fire stations open 24/7. The committee overall felt strongly in agreement with the fire chief that the staffing levels of the fire department needs to be raised to the thresholds required by public safety industry standards. Until that is done, the annual budget for overtime must be maintained at a realistic level. The addition of firefighters in the next article will not reduce the need for this overtime, but will prevent the closure of fire stations.
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen support. Please come forward.
Paul Cunningham from Precinct 8. As I stated at our caucus, the police and fire budgets are the proverbial third rail in local politics, but I'll start with the fact that we're talking about a very professional fire department, many stories of great responses and a record of professionalism in saving lives, including my own family as they responded to my sister-in-law's stroke on the kitchen floor 5 years ago in 8 minutes, 20 minutes to the hospital, the magic injection for stroke victims within an hour, and a helicopter ride to Mass General, and she visited last week. So hopefully this will save a lot of other people who've had their heart attacks coming to the microphone. The SAFER grant for the 12 firemen, they say, is needed due to the 3,400 potential new housing units, which may or may not happen. And the overtime costs are due to increased contractual days off, which requires someone else to get a handle on. We're talking about this because it's multiple millions in costs that extend far into the future and the retirement with the surviving spouses. The total 3 years cost on this SAFER grant for 12 firefighters is $3.322 million, of which Plymouth pays $1,310,000. So when fully staffed, we carry an escalating cost of $1,087,000 annually, rising each year. We'll say for 30 years until you reach 60, so close to $33 million or more. We'll never be able to meet the guidelines of the NFPA people due to the fact we're 130 square miles with a lot of slow winding roads to a town, but we have no building over 35 feet, no triple-decker tenement-type housing like Cambridge or Chelsea, nuclear plants closing. I think we have a wonderful department now with adequate response times, of which we're never going to reduce the overtime, according to the chief, even with these 12 people. This will make not one dent in the overtime $1.6 million budget. And so I would, having 4 new firemen last year, I would recommend against this, quote, deal.
Paul Neville, followed by Karen Bukes. We're debating Article 2A2.
My name is Peter Neville. My twin brother's name is Paul. I'm in Precinct 10.
Welcome, Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I rise this morning because I feel like I'm listening to a Descartesian argument about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, and I'm not smart enough really to follow it. It's kind of meat and potatoes. Can we afford to spend more money for things like overtime, which is a management issue as far as I'm concerned? But I'm not the brightest light bulb. It's an affordability, and I know that in the 36 articles ahead of us, we have some maintenance costs that just have to be taken care of. And having attended some other forums, I understand that there's a lot of maintenance issues that haven't come before this group today because there's a desire to spend more money for new positions and to take care of some things that were missed in the spring budget. So I'm categorically against spending more money for new positions and overtime until we take care of the expenses that we've committed to, maintaining buildings and being accountable for the failures in some of those buildings or those services and paying for them. So I guess it comes down to affordability. And the 135 people here are going to vote to spend money for the 55,000, 60,000 people in this town that pay taxes. And I, for one, can't justify a vote that is for more money for police and fire. I'm perfectly happy with the public safety in this town, and I would suggest that perhaps there's a risk we can manage without putting dollars into more people. And someone smarter than me suggested perhaps a strategy for spending on public safety might be more appropriately addressed at a spring town meeting. And I would concur with that. I think we need a 5-year or a 10-year plan on public safety. Is the threat the B&E or is the threat the internet? Is my house going to burn down because it only, they had a 74-minute or 73% response? My house is going to burn down. Forget about it. So what is the issue? What is the public safety issue? What are we paying for? More of the same? $400,000 for overtime that I didn't include in the spring budget? Doesn't work for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Karen Bukes, Precinct 7, followed by Denise McFarland. Karen Bukes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Bukes, Precinct 7. I think there's one thing lost in this equation, and I would like to ask the fire chief and the police chief. There are many fire and police personnel falling off the rolls, retiring. Could you speak to that, please?
This is about the fire, so we'll have the fire chief speak.
Yes.
Thank you. Chief Bradley, this is Plymouth's Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on October 20th from Plymouth North High School. Chief Bradley on Article 2A2.
Good morning, Chief Bradley. I had two of my firefighters come in this week and tender their resignations for retirement. One of them, he wasn't at the age, he wasn't ready to go yet, but physically he wasn't able to continue on, and other ones pursuing other avenues. On top of that, there are 6 that will hit their 80% this year coming up, and then another 7 or 8 will hit it in the next couple of years coming up. Myself, I will hit mandatory April of 2020 by law.
Denise McFarland, resident, welcome.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. There was discussion on both of the articles, so I got confused. Anyways, Ms. Bukes asked my question, so thank you. I pass.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 2A2. It's a majority and a roll call if it is not unanimous. We'll also do an electronic vote for this. And if there are no further question or discussion, we'll now begin with the voting on 2A2. When the light goes on and the display shows, you have 20 seconds. We're voting, and you'll see that we have 135 elected town meeting members. The screen shows the number of members voting. Currently 120 of the 135, now 121 and 122, 123. A reminder to be sworn in if you've arrived late and were elected in the last election. We're now going to have a display of the vote. You'll see it on the screen. Please check your vote to see that it's recorded properly. 92 voting in favor, 30 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion under Article 2A2 does pass, and it is carried. It is more than a majority vote, and we've shown all of the precincts, and now, therefore, we move to Article 2A3. Mr. Salerno moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7A of the April 2018 Spring Annual Town Meeting in accordance with the attached spreadsheet, increased by an additional $69,986, the amount appropriated for Department of Fire, Personal Services, line 34, increased by $60,000, the amount appropriated Department of Fire, Department Equipment, line 36. Again, a majority to roll call. Mr. Salerno.
The Advisory Finance Committee, in a unanimous vote of 13-0-0, recommends town meeting approve these appropriations. The committee overall felt strongly in agreement with the fire chief that the staffing levels of the fire department needs to be raised to the thresholds required by public safety industry standards. Those standards presently recommend 20 additional firefighters. For the fire department, the 12 firefighters, funded partly by the federal SAFER grant, will get the department closer to acceptable levels. The chief was successful in showing the need presently and into the future by demonstrating a potential increase of over 3,400 housing units that have been approved by the town for building. The committee was aware that benefits will increase the total costs for these personnel. As a mitigating factor, growth of the town tax base by the addition of the aforementioned property coming online will help offset costs in the future. The fire chief made the case that the SAFER grant makes doing this now, rather than waiting for the spring budget, a sensible thing to do.
Discussion on Article 2A3. Mr. Brewster, please come forward if you have a point of order. Please stand. We're on 2A3, that is correct.
No.
Mr. Brewster, if you have more questions, you can come forward to the microphone. Otherwise, Alan Costello on 2A3.
Okay, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Just for clarification, the article we just voted on was just overtime, solely overtime on the present budget. Is that correct?
Mr. Salerno?
That is correct.
Okay, so the article before us at this time is the SAFER grant, which is the 12 firemen and the additional equipment for a 3-year period?
Mr. Salerno?
That is correct.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Moderator, and I beg your forgiveness, am I able at this time to add an amendment to this that requires that town meeting visits this, the 3-year sunset clause, the length of the grant? Or would I have to put that in the form of writing?
At this time, I'm not going to accept that without, and again, I can't accept that.
So when the 3-year grant expires, what will happen with the 12 personnel?
Anyone care to respond to the question regarding Mr. Costello's comments? Melissa Origi, Town Manager.
There is no limit on this grant. This grant isn't like grants in the past where the town must commit to keeping firefighters on. However, we would build it into the budget. So our intention would be to keep that staffing level, and it's a budget that town meeting would approve, as they do always.
So there's no limit in the grant monetarily or time? So
It's for
they
3
stop
years.
paying after 3 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in the 4th year, the whole nut comes on to the town.
The whole amount for
Okay.
all the firefighting staff would be
And
in
at
our
that
budget.
time, we can address the budget, but we would not be able to carve out the SAFER grant personnel at that time. They roll into the
Town
full-time
meeting
personnel.
cannot carve out personnel. That's correct. You can just cut the budget amount.
Okay, thank you very much.
And again, I think Town Manager explained it. The reason I can't accept the motion is it can implicate collective bargaining agreements, which we don't handle, and it can also affect future appropriations, which would come back to town meeting. at
Well,
a
what drove
future
my
town
question
meeting.
was during the caucus season, it was mentioned that it had a lifespan of 3 years and it could be revisited. But now I'm being told it cannot be revisited by town meeting solely. It has to be done in a budgetary
Yes.
fashion. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote on Article 2A3. I will first do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll now have an electronic vote. And we're voting on 2A3. When the light goes on, please start voting. And you'll see that town meeting members are voting using their electronic devices in order to record the vote. Following the completion of the 20-second voting period, we will then proceed to have a display of the votes. And voting has now concluded on Article 2A3. We're showing the first 3 precincts, the green showing yes, the red showing no. We're showing groups of precincts 3 at a time. 89 having voted in favor, 31 in opposition, and 1 abstention. The motion carries. And that is on Article 2A3. And we will now be moving forward. We're completing the display of all the precincts. Article 2A4 Mr. Salerno moves to amend the votes taken. Okay. Kevin Lynch, precinct, what is your precinct, Mr. Lynch? 13. And Mr. Lynch, what is your vote? No. Your vote is no. I see it's recorded as a yes. That will then change the final vote to 88, having voted in favor, 32 in opposition, 1 abstentions. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Any further questions? We'll move on to Article 2A4. Mr. Salerno moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7A of the April 2018 Spring Annual Town Meeting in accordance with the attached spreadsheet as follows. And I'm not going to read the entire spreadsheet. You have it printed in your book. I also have a motion to amend. We'll first hear from Mr. Salerno on the main motion. Mr. Salerno.
In a series of votes listed in the spreadsheet on page 6 of the report and recommendations, the committee recommends approval of these appropriations. The committee had considerable trepidation about all these spending items being added outside the budget process. However, after listening and discussing these items, the votes were in the affirmative. The votes are listed by line item on page 6 of the report. Mr. Moderator?
Thank you. And for the record, I will enter the motion to amend lines 42 and 43. Mr. Tavares moves to amend the motion made under Article 2A4 as follows. Increase by an additional $132,270 the amount appropriated for Department of Public Works. Personal Services line 42 for a total of $159,886, and you have the rest of the text. Also increased by an additional $75,500 the amount appropriated for Department of Public Works. Other expenses line 43. It's a majority and a roll call. Would anyone care to speak on behalf of the motion to amend by the Board of Selectmen? Melissa Arrighi, Town Manager, on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you. This town meeting will recall that over a couple years, we tried to create a facilities manager position. That passed, and we hired our first facilities manager to maintain and oversee over 30 public buildings that you own. Wayne Walkden is that facilities manager, and he is here with us today. Wayne has an extensive background in maintaining municipal buildings. And one of the first things that we asked him to do was to take a look at what our needs are. In addition, this town meeting approved that we review all our public buildings in a very similar way to what the schools have done. What became apparent was no surprise, but very quickly Wayne started to see a real lack of maintenance and long-term planning due to staffing. There just isn't staffing in our facilities management area. So he came before us and myself, the finance director, and the DPW director with a request for an organization of his division, including a number of positions. Now, we knew that we could not come here and fund all of those, but we did know that we could try and phase in an increase to that division so that we were in a position, like the schools, to have adequate staffing in that area to care for all those buildings. And that's what you see before you this evening is the selectmen and my commitment to putting in the resources that are necessary to maintain all the finances and all the structures and all the HVAC and all the equipment at each one of those municipally owned buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we move forward in the discussion, we can debate both the motion to amend as well as the main motion. However, when there is a motion to close debate, we will first take up the motion to amend. Betsy Hall, followed by Michael Hanlon. We're debating Article 2A4.
Good morning, Betsy Hall, Precinct 12, through you, Mr. Moderator. It's hard for me to use the word horrified, but I have to use that word. When Mr. Watkins came to the Committee of Precinct Chairs last meeting and began to describe in what desperate need we are for maintenance facilities in this town. We need to maintain our buildings. Now, I know we'll be discussing Article 5 later, But I remember hearing at a Committee of Precinct Chairs meeting that much of the expense, or a good deal of the expense for the new library roof is due to the fact that the walls and ceilings are damaged by the roof leaking. And so we're not just repairing a roof. We're not just repairing an HVAC system, which our book says. We're also repairing walls and ceilings and mold and all kinds of damage. And this increase in the cost of maintaining our buildings will be true for every single building that we address in the future. Instead of paying $1 million, we'll be paying $3 million or $4 million to make a repair. Now, at my house, we don't go on vacation. We don't go out to eat. If the roof needs to be repaired, we repair the roof. And I'm a fiscally very conservative person. I think as a town, we need to address safety. We need to address our schools. We need to address building maintenance. And I would like to have a commitment from I'm going to vote for this amendment, but I'd like to have a firm commitment from our executive branch that they are going to cut in the spring budget every program, sell every building, and make every possible budget cut that we can make in order to repair our buildings. So we do have programs in this town that are very worthwhile, but they are not emergencies. Now, I'm hearing from Mr. Watkins. I spoke to him this morning. I said, Mr. Watkins, can you bring to the Committee of Precinct Chairs 20 emergency repairs that you can say to me, if we don't do these immediately, we're in trouble? He said, I cannot, but I can bring you hundreds of emergency repairs. He said, in order to prioritize, and I asked him this morning, if you were to give me the 10 most important emergency repairs, what would they be? He was like, well, we've got so many. So yes, these expenses we're looking at right now are absolutely necessary, but there are many, many more. And I think to be responsible, we need to take all the actions that we can take in spring budget to reduce the budget in ways that allow us to make these repairs without increasing people's taxes dramatically. But however we do it, these repairs need to be made, and they need to be made immediately. And we need to support our facilities manager in every way that we can. Otherwise, we're going to be spending an enormous amount more money than we need to be spending if we make these repairs immediately. Thank you very much.
Michael Hanlon, followed by Harry Salerno. Mr. Hanlon.
Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. Someone showed me a video from social media a couple of days ago showing this massive leak in the main fire station during a rainstorm. I was just absolutely aghast and amazed that this could be allowed to occur in one of our major buildings. A major leak, water pouring through the roof onto the floor. That's just a symbol of the state of our building infrastructure in Plymouth. We need to support the Public Works Department and appropriate this money to do these things, make these repairs. And this is not a one-time deal. This is going to be multiple expenditures over many years going forward. So I hope you will support this amendment and add this money back into this original request.
Harry Salerno, followed by Stephen Leiden. Mr. Salerno.
Speaking to the amendment, in a unanimous vote of 0-13-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve these items. These new positions were presented to the committee without any significant backup. While the committee recognizes the pressing need for improving the maintenance of the town's property, it seems this needs to be done as part of a coherent plan. No such plan has been presented to our committee nor to this body. In addition, this expenditure is more properly made as part of the entire budget process in the spring, when expenditures are viewed as part of a whole. Then the difficult trade-offs and decisions can be made. The budget subcommittees can look at possible ways to help pay for it through other areas of the budget, as well as to inquire as to such matters as contract maintenance versus employees. These are not one-time spending decisions. These are long-term commitments. Making the decision now merely adds this expenditure to the budget baseline without any consideration of how it fits into overall town spending decisions. Thank you.
Stephen Lyden, followed by Donald Williams. Mr. Lyden.
Steve Lyden, Precinct 12. I have a question for the Utilities Director. Wasn't there a study done approximately 4 years ago and noting all the deficiencies in our buildings?
Wayne Watkton is the Facilities Manager. Question from Stephen Lyden. Mr. Watkton.
Wayne Watkton. Yeah, yes, there was an EMG study done in 2014 of the facilities. It listed all kinds of issues in the public buildings, but that study has sat on the shelf for the last several years. And just to give you a quick example, yesterday I brought in an electrical company just to look at those issues that I've isolated within that report that have not been addressed yet. And it's calculating that you have $200,000 worth of electrical issues in the public buildings. And some of these involve upgrades to fire stations, which, fire alarm panels, for instance. But it did not include prevailing wages, did not include specifications on the work. When I looked at this with the electrician yesterday, just on one item alone in one fire station, he says, a $2,000 or $3,000 panel, he says, that information's not correct. He says, you're looking at rewiring the entire building. All of the devices in the building need to be changed out. He says, you're talking, many more thousands of dollars per item on those items that were identified within the EMG study. So I don't want to lay too much on you right now, but I can easily calculate $400,000 in repairs and well beyond that just in electrical.
So we've gone from 1.2 to over $3 million on a roof because we had no one that would be to oversee our facilities. And I think your job right now, since you've been here such a short time, all you're doing is fighting fires. And I think we need to give you the support. And unfortunately, the amount of money it's going to be, to fix our facility, or it's going to cost us 3 times as much later on. And I can get a leak in my roof tonight that I thought my roof was fine. So, leaks in roofs can happen anytime. But I support this. Thank you.
Donald Williams, followed by Kenneth Tavares. Mr. Williams.
I think the library roof situation is a wake-up call. That didn't happen overnight with 1 leak, 2 leaks, all the leaks at the same time. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I don't think that we can afford to wait because the costs go up for these repairs. I think preventative maintenance is a good way to go. The town owns a lot of buildings. There's a lot of money at stake here, not just the money that's being asked for here. Thank you.
Everett Malagudi, after Kenneth Tavares. Mr. Tavares.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Watkton, as soon as he got here, has made a very convincing case that we need to get started, and to wait until the spring is too late. He has done a great deal of analysis. He has been very convincing in the repairs that have to be made. Also, as a community, we've talked about this for a long time. We're not maintaining our buildings. We're letting things go too far. You and the Board of Selectmen and the town management and its wisdom hired him to come on board. He's here. He's ready to work. I'd rather have him out there getting a team in place than to wait around and start this in the spring. He's ready to go. Let's get him out of his office and directing the crews that need to do the work and make the analysis that the repairs will come from. Thank you.
Everett Malagudi, followed by David Peck.
Everett Malagudi, Precinct 1. Well, I appreciate the Finance Committee's objective at trying to curtail spending, which is sometimes hard to do. I have to say that I disagree with them on this issue. While the expenditures are in the hundreds of thousands for the entire request for that, I think these are direly needed in the town. As one instance that we heard during the presentations, that Mr. Watkton actually looked at the HVAC for our new $35+ million town hall and found that the actual need was replacement of filters. And no one did that, and that was a huge energy saving that actually took just by replacing the filters, which no one thought to actually do. There's multiple issues in this town that need to be looked at through the buildings, through either efficiencies that this department will help with cutting the contracted services for HVAC, electricians, and everything else, but it will also make the buildings more sustainable into the future so that we don't have to pay an arm and a leg for repairs like we're doing with the library roof. I appreciate any measure for cost saving, and I think with the expenditure today, it'll provide long-term benefits for cost saving into the future. Thank you.
Dave, I have a procedural motion. Mr. Peck, if we could hold off. Please come forward with your procedural motion. Please come forward to the microphone. This is Plymouth's Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are currently debating motion to amend and a main motion on Article 2A4. Yes,
Brendan
identify
Brady,
yourself.
Precinct 10. Move to question.
It's a motion to close debate. There is no further discussion on the motion to close debate. However, I'd like people to rise if you still wish to be heard in connection with this debate on the motion to amend. Thank you. I will now take first a voice vote on whether to close debate on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no.
No.
I think it did not pass, but I'm going to do an electronic vote. So this is an electronic vote on whether to close debate on the motion to amend under 2A4. You'll be voting on whether to close debate. Now voting on whether to close debate. It requires a 2/3 vote on whether to close debate on the motion to amend under 2A4. We have town meeting members voting. We have 135 elected. We have 121 who have voted. And now you'll be seeing on the screen the results of the vote to close debate, which requires a 2/3 vote. We're showing the precincts as they voted. 66 in favor, 56 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. Once we complete the display of the screens, we'll move to David Peck, followed by Dale Weber, debating Article 2A4, and we've completed. Mr. Peck, please continue.
David Peck, Precinct 4, but also Chairman of the Building Committee. I certainly endorse the corrective maintenance that Mr. Watkins recommending, but I want to speak to the personnel that he's also recommending. And that is especially the HVAC technician. Our new building codes, so therefore our town hall, our 2 new schools, have very sophisticated control system which are required by building code. So every new building that the building committee delivers to the town includes training on the computerized controls that are required now by code. We own the training, we own the systems, we own the training, but we do not have the people to train to run things. So if anybody's spent a lot of time in town hall with the lights flickering on and off or the temperatures and so on, there's nothing wrong with the systems. It's a matter of controlling on the computer. The schools have such personnel who get trained. Wayne is recommending having personnel who are trained and therefore can make those adjustments where we don't have to bring in outside people to even change things within an hour or within a few hours because the controls are there, but we need the personnel to do it. So I'm speaking not only to support the recommended facility things. Actually, I'm going to add a second point. My career was at Children's Hospital in Boston. There are recommendations for minimum numbers of maintenance of buildings that you need, any institution, any town needs to invest 2.5% to 4% of the replacement value of your buildings to maintain them. So 2.5% to 4%. We have our 32 buildings. I have not done the exact calculation, but what it means is you have a certain minimum amount of investment which you need to make every year to maintain your roofs and windows and systems. So again, I'm in support. My guess is my building committee would be as well. I'm speaking as on my own, but it's important to support this article and this amendment.
Dale Weber, followed by Peter Neville. Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes going back 2 years ago when I appealed before you to not fund the position of facilities manager, which was successful at that time, and we turned it down. Last year, we reconsidered that, and I changed my position on that, and it did pass, but it passed because the prior assistant DPW director, who's no longer with us, Dennis Westgate, approached a lot of people and worked with people to say that we're going to build this department to put the boots on the ground that I had spoke against initially when town meeting agreed with me and turned down the position that Mr. Walkden is now in. Well, Mr. Walkden's been here about 8 months, and he's done his assessments, and he brings up very valid points. But the proposal before you today, I actually support what the Finance Committee has done on this and Mr. Salerno's comments. This is an extra $200,000 that's being amended here on town meeting floor. Mr. Tavares' motion is the first time we've heard of this. So to me, we're putting the cart before the horse again, and this proposal of Mr. Walkden's does little to put boots on the ground, to address the leaking roof that Mr. Hanlon spoke about. What it does do is it creates a second layer of management. Mr. Walkden is the top level of management, brand new to the position, a position we never had. Been here 7 months. Mr. Walkden's appropriation recommendation is for an operations manager, not someone that's going to go out and turn wrenches or patch holes in roofs. What I'm saying is we are still going to be left with the 3 maintenance craftsmen that we currently have and a building maintenance craftsman apprentice. And if you fund this, there will be a request and a solicitation for an HVAC technician. Keep in mind that HVAC technician will be paid the current scale of the building maintenance craftsman, which is between $26 and $30 an hour, depending upon the wage scale. Prevailing wage has been brought up here today. Prevailing wage salary for an HVAC tech is double what the DPW pays. It's $65 to $67 an hour in prevailing wage rates. It will be difficult for the DPW to attract an HVAC technician in today's economy and in today's building market. So I'm voting against this because, number one, it's a $200,000 appropriation made through an amendment additionally. Number two, it does little to approve more boots on the ground and more personnel. And it further highlights the fact that the town does not pay its employees to comparable communities' standards. It really magnifies that. And I think we'll find that out when we go to advertise for an HVAC technician, if you approve this article, paying $25 an hour when the industry and the prevailing wage rates pay triple that amount of money. So bottom line, I'll leave it with you again as I did 2 years ago. The DPW staffing level today is at 13 people less than we had on staff as frontline workers 20 years ago. We have not kept up with the infrastructure of the DPW in all its functions: road repair, water service, building maintenance. We have not done that because we budget for the fiscal conservative approach that this body takes. And we're behind the 8 ball.
30
So the bottom
seconds.
line- Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the bottom line is we are so far behind that I don't know how we're going to catch up without a change in our conservatism at this meeting process. We are so far behind, and this motion today does little to address that. Thank you very much.
Peter Neville, followed by Alan Costello. Mr. Neville. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Precinct 10 town meeting member, and I'm concur with the chairperson of the FinCom committee that this is too late for this body to make an informed decision on, and I'd like to see more money spent just on the repairs. And the operations, new operations director maybe should take it the next step and make recommendations for how things can get fixed going forward with third-party contracts, or maybe there's some redundancy in the $200 million that we decided the March town meeting. If there are people on the school department side that have the skills to take care of what we need on the, shall I say, town side, is there a town and gown separation? You know, why aren't we reaching across that aisle and using those resources? The comment about the roof at the library, it's 27 years old. Anybody that's got a house and has a 27-year-old roof knows there's a bill that has to be paid. That seems like a no-brainer. Why we are paying for a repair to an air conditioning system in the Council on Aging seems to me that there's some culpability there that I would like the selectman or the town manager to speak to, how we're recovering some of that from the breach of contract with the contractor or with the insurance company. So I'm going to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Alan Costello, followed by Richard Caproni.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. And I want everyone to hold on a little bit. I'm going to be pushing yes for this in its entirety. All of the articles that are related to maintenance, I want to open the checkbook, let this gentleman or let this department have it, and get these buildings back up to snuff, or at least work that way. To the Finance Committee, with all due respect, I think they missed the boat on this a little bit. I think that on 2 points, the articles that you're going to see before you in the next session, maybe after lunch, the library roof, the Water Street sewer plant, the Council of Aging that Mr. Neville just referred to, the chiller at Memorial Hall, those articles alone, the dollar value, if you do it correctly, is over $10 million of lack of maintenance, lack of oversight when some of these things were constructed. We can justify this request by the the facilities manager on today's town meeting alone. Never mind going back. The second point that the Finance Committee makes is that this is not the time. Bring it up in the spring. Well, if that rationale was used for the police, we'd be talking about the police in the spring, the 9 officers. But it was important enough to talk about it now, so we did it. And that's fine. The video that Mr. Hanlon referred to, circulating around town, if you had an opportunity to see it, and I know a lot of people did, it's borderline criminal. It's embarrassing. It's irresponsible that we let the water run into our main fire station, and there's no mention of it today to fix that roof. It's not even on the priority list. Yet we're hiring people and equipment. But to make a long story short, the maintenance is being pushed under the rug on that building. And rest assured, you'll see a roof line item next meeting for an excess of $1 million. I guarantee it, for that fire station. So I would ask that in this particular article, anything to do with the facilities manager, we open up the checkbook. For full disclosure, I voted against that position. To Mr. Weber's point, I voted against that last year. I was afraid it was going to be another layer of management. We didn't give that department a budget. I was assured that there was a budget. Come to find out, the budget's under the DPW, it's minuscule. We have to give that department the tools it needs to fix these buildings and put some of this stuff behind us. We have to start now. Thank you.
Richard Caproni, followed by Betty Cavacco. Mr. Caproni.
Richard Caproni, Precinct 15. I tend to stand up here and oppose appropriation after appropriation. Earlier this morning, I opposed the addition of personnel to the Public Safety Department. I am wholeheartedly in favor of this motion, and I thank Mr. Taveras and the Board of Selectmen for bringing it forward. We have a crisis. We have a building maintenance crisis, and we need to respond. I wish we had the money to repair our buildings that the town meeting just spent for additional employees in the Public Safety Department. This money is going to need to be appropriated at the spring town meeting. A lot of work needs to be done. You know, I agree with the FinCom that Mr. Watkins really didn't bring a plan or the amount of detail that's needed. I would ask that we ask Mr. Watkins if he gets this appropriation, which I will vote yes for, okay, to spend it on planning and not spend it on personnel. But he's got to run his department as he sees fit. This is a ticking time bomb, and we need to defuse this problem before it gets worse.
Betty Cavaco, followed by Samuel Butterfield. Excuse me, was that a point of order? Are you making a motion to close debate? Thank you. Kevin Joyce moves to close debate. It is not debatable. Anyone who cares to be heard, just stand to be recognized. At this time, we will now take a voice vote on whether to close debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. I will now call for the vote. All those in favor to close debate on the motion to amend, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Chair is in doubt. We'll have an electronic vote. This is a vote to close debate. It requires 2/3. We are voting on the motion to amend, which is a motion to close debate on the motion to amend. If you have your clicker and you can begin clicking, it's to close debate. Requires a 2/3 vote of the members. We're now voting. We're completing the time of the vote, and you'll see that 116 of our 117 have voted, and we will now have the display on whether to close debate. Green is yes, red is no. 78 having voted in favor, 39 in opposition. Yes. You voted no. And does his not show on here? No, let's check first to see what we show on the screen for him. What does it show on the screen for you? Showed nothing. All right. It does not carry. It was a tie prior to that. I mean, not a tie, passed, but now it doesn't pass. Excuse me? Okay. So for several of you, I would ask that you, so let's first get to record those. If you can identify your name, yes? First person that did not record? Paul Souza, precinct 13, no. No, thank you. No. Jean Patnode Lane. Mr. Souza is a no. Jean Patnode is a no. Yes? Well, go ahead.
Polly here, precinct 14. It didn't record. I voted yes.
You voted yes. Pauline voted yes. '79 having voted in favor, 42 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. Betty Cavaco.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for this opportunity. I'd like to make a point to Mr. Neville's discussion regarding consolidation. We actually have met with the school committee. We will be moving forward with consolidation, but we cannot move forward consolidating without the proper staff to combine. I had direct conversations with Dr. Maestas. We cannot bring 34 buildings over to the school department and tax their workforce without bringing forward our own workforce as well. So I just wanted to clear up that point. I supported this article 100%, as did the board, but I just wanted to know that for purposes moving forward, we are still in talks regarding consolidation, but we have to bring forward positions along with our 34 buildings to make it successful. If we tax the school department's resources, we fail everywhere. Thank you.
Samuel Butterfield.
Sam Butterfield, Precinct 4. I agree with the urgency to address the issues that are at hand. On the other hand, I also agree with the FinCom about the need for a master plan. So I would support the motion, excuse me, but certainly would like to add a request or a condition, whatever the case may be, for the DPW to come back to town meeting in the fall with a master plan that incorporates all of these issues, staffing, contractual work that needs to be done, et cetera, so that we can make a more informed decision on this in the future. Thank you.
And before we take the next speaker, just a brief explanation on the voting on the last motion. Earlier this morning, we had a member whose vote was not recorded, and that was determined to be human error. However, at the last motion, our vendor has slides for each motion because that was brought up on town meeting floor without prior notice. They're having to create the slide. They're going to have some slides created for such motions. But if people vote before the light goes on and before the display shows that we're voting, then it may be possible that your vote would not be registered. So keep in mind that you start to vote once the light goes on and the display in the screen is shown. Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5.
If you look at page 71 in your big book, we do have a facility study, as has been addressed by, I'm so glad to have him with us, our facilities manager. I'm glad that we did hire him. And the study showed the disarray of the buildings and the need for maintenance, just like you would at your own house, and you would change your filters, et cetera. We don't need another study. We don't need another plan. People always like to do studies and plans, it seems, in our town, and then we don't implement them. So now is the time to implement so we can save money in the future and not have to be worried about our buildings and not have put in jeopardy, as I can remember as example, our library director having to try to look for somebody in an emergency because the roof is leaking. That's not the job of the library director or the fire chief. We should have staff that we can call on for day-to-day operations as well as the major operations. So I fully support the Board of Selectmen. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we will call for a vote on the motion to amend, and you have the motion to amend lines 42 and 43. It is printed in your book. We will now go and vote on the substantive motion to amend when the light appears and the display is shown. And we are coming to you live from Plymouth North High School in the first session of our morning, October 20th. We're going to be voting on the motion to amend under Article 2A4. A yes is 1, a no is 2, abstention is 3. Following the vote on this, we'll continue with discussion. You can now vote. You can now vote on Article 2A4, motion to amend. We are voting on the motion to amend. No, we will wait until the vote is concluded. We are voting on the motion to amend under Article 2A4. Upon the conclusion of the voting, I will take a point of order. We have now concluded the voting, and as the display is shown, please come forward with your point of order and identify yourself. You'll see the display of the votes on the motion to amend. Mrs. Savan.
Peter Svan, Precinct 15. After your very clear prior instructions, at least 7 votes or more were showed on the screen before the green light came on. So it's not clear in my mind whether those are actually going to be counted or not.
And this is now the opportunity for town meeting members to determine whether or not their vote was properly recorded. We're now showing precincts 7, 8, and 9. The vote currently showing 92 in favor, 28 in opposition, 0 abstentions. We've also now shown precincts 13, 14, and 15. Are there any members rising to indicate that their vote was not properly recorded? Mr. Caproni?
Yeah, it shows a blank. I voted yes.
Okay. Mr. Caproni votes yes. He indicates that the display shows him as a blank. Again, 93 in, we have another person, yes?
I voted yes, and it showed blank on the screen.
Stephen Lyden voted yes and a blank. And John, yes, all right. So again, please wait and vote once the light is on and the display is shown in order that your vote be properly recorded. 95 voting in favor, 28 in opposition. Mr. Withington.
Good morning. Just a point of order. Electronics is so wonderful that it keeps us going so quickly. Is there a way we can make sure that everything's calibrated? Or are we just going to have to go through this continually to check the vote every time we do it?
We have been throughout the meeting checking the calibration, and we're fine-tuning this, and we're now going to continue with the main motion.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If there's no further discussion on the main motion as amended, it is now for $703,939. Main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we will now call for a vote once the light is on and once the display shows the 20 seconds are ticking down. And it asks that you both wait for both of those signals as we vote on the main motion as amended. And you'll see the light is on, and we'll be waiting for the seconds to show that they are ticking down. Please vote. The vote has completed on Article 2A4 as amended. 123 having voted. We'll now see the display of your votes showing on the screen. We're beginning with the first 3 precincts, followed by next. We now have 105 voting in favor, 18 in opposition, 0 abstentions, as town meeting members are checking their own vote to see whether or not their vote was properly recorded. And we're now completing with the final 3 precincts. And I think we now have it down to being able to vote. So, no other points of order. We're going to move to 2A5. Mr. Salerno moves to ratify, validate, and confirm the vote taken under Article 7A of the April 2018 Spring Annual Town Meeting. Mr. Salerno.
This is a ratification of one item in Article 7A from the Spring 2018 meeting. The original vote for 7A in Subcommittee B was unanimous 10-0-0. This time it apparently needs a 2/3 vote from town meeting.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We now move on to Article 2B. Mr. Salerno moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7B, 7C, and 7D of the April 2018 in accordance with the spreadsheet that you have. Mr. Salerno.
In a series of unanimous votes of 12-0-0, as detailed in page 8 of the report, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 2B, which reduces the sewer, water, and solid waste funds by a total of $2,164,929, as described in page 8 of the report and recommendations. Many of the changes required to the enterprise funds are due to the discontinuation of the curbside service for trash and recycling. Others were due to changes to debt as a result of the timing of the sewer emergency borrowing.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 3, I have no motion. Hearing no motion, I declare no action. It is now 10 a.m. We will take our morning recess. We will return with Article 20. This town meeting is in recess for 15 minutes. Is performing the national anthem. Members of the chorus include Lynn Bryan, Mary Byron, Dawn Kavicki, Karen Clive, Betty Colburn, Diane Collins, Evelyn Ferrioli, Sheila Fitzpatrick, Barbara Keefe, John Kessinger, Sandy Knapp, Bob LeBanc, and Judy Pont-Bryant, Helen West, Jackie McNamara, Barbara Maloof, Jeanette McKay, and Alice Wing. We also express appreciation to Father Jack Graham for his participation in the opening ceremonies. We wish to recognize PAC TV, which is cable casting this fall town meeting. It is coming to you live on Channel 15. We'd like to thank David Antoine, Ben Alexander, Brooke Hoffman, Keith Hughes, and Paul Menard. Thank you to Joel Odell, who is the housemaster of the Performing Arts Center, and he is providing the audiovisual equipment for this session of town meeting, along with Alan McLean and Paul Bonfilio. This facility has been provided by the Plymouth School District. For our use today, we'd like to thank Judy Kendall and Jill Davin for their organization. We also thank Sean Murray, the custodial team leader, the entire custodial staff of Plymouth North High School for the setup, including Sonia Lopes, Jamie Wood, Jesse Bonsick, and Ryan Williams. Also, thank you to Lisa Stone, Brenda Crotis, Tricia Spinetti, and Denise Day, food service providers of Plymouth North High School. Thank you for providing lunch for this fall town meeting. And thank you to the Plymouth Schools Music Association for providing refreshments this morning. During the break, we spoke to our provider of the electronic voting, and we have fine-tuned the voting, and going forward, we ask that you wait until the light goes on. Once the light goes on, that will be your signal as to when to vote. We are now continuing in our warrant. You may recall that we did change the order of the articles, and we are now moving to Article 20. Article 20 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for special legislation to amend the town charter, as recommended by the Charter Review Committee in its report entitled Town of Plymouth Proposed Charter Amendments 2018 Fall Special Town Meeting, dated October 2018, on file with the town clerk, provided, however, that the General Court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill, unless the Board of Selectmen approve amendments to the bill before enactment by the General Court, and authorizing the Board of Selectmen to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition or take any other action relative thereto. That is the warrant article. That is the scope of the warrant, of the warning in the warrant article. We now have 46 motions under Article 20, and the first motion is entitled Opening Motion. Mr. Salerno moves that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to file special legislation amending the town charter consistent with the votes taken under this article, and further that the within charter amendments, if approved, may be combined with any other charter amendments approved at this meeting into a single bill to be submitted to the General Court, and in connection therewith to authorize the town clerk in consultation with the town manager to finalize the form of the special legislation for these purposes, including making any non-substantive changes made or required by the proposed amendments with respect to lettering or numbering of the sections of the town charter so amended, and to authorize the general court to make changes as to form only to any bill so filed unless approved in advance by the Board of Selectmen, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to approve such revisions as fall within the public purpose of this vote. This particular opening motion is a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
At the request of the Charter Review Committee, each of their proposed changes has been broken out into a separate motion. Thus, we have 45 separate motions for the proposed charter changes. I intend to keep my remarks short to the point of being perfunctory for most motions. I suggest you have your supplement 1, which is this again, to the report and recommendations in hand, as well as the spreadsheet, again, which is this document here. Developed with the spreadsheet, which was developed by the Charter Review Committee. I will tell you the page in which the item appears in the supplement and where it appears in the spreadsheet. I will reserve my commentary for those that the committee deemed controversial or voted not to recommend. Some of these proposals are simple, almost housekeeping items. Others are significant changes in how your government will function. Rest assured, your Finance and Advisory Committee has a recommendation for each and every one. As an overarching piece of advice, I would urge this body to remember the rule that many boards in the financial sector forgot leading up to the Great Recession. Don't vote in favor of something unless you understand it and its consequences. By their very nature, changes to the charter are fundamental changes to how town government will operate. So let's sit down, go through it. This will take some work. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to welcome and introduce Charter Review Committee, Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Charter Review Committee, with a presentation from the Charter Review Committee. Welcome, Chairman Bagley.
Thank you. Thank God today is here. It's a long time in coming. So first I'd like to start by just saying, as you see up behind me, the committee itself consisted of myself as chair, David Peck as the vice chair, Bill Abbott, Joanna Priya, Karen Buke, Sergio Harnez, Beth Siegel, Sarah Sibley, and Scott Vecchi. And we had great support from Michelle Turner that made all these documents possible for us. The recommendations being brought before you today come from a group of people that understand what works, what doesn't work, what could work better within Plymouth's government. The committee brought a rich combination of community involvement and local government experience to the charter review effort. As you can see behind me, the CRC members have served on both elected and appointed committees and boards throughout the town. They have done so for many, many years. The process. First, we were appointed by the moderator. Our first meeting was all the way back in July 6, 2017. Right away, we created a page on the town website to hold our agendas, minutes, documents. PAC TV recorded all of our meetings, and most of them were broadcast live. We took several months to gather research and interview stakeholders. As you can see, there's a whole bunch of people that we met. There was even more that we invited that just were not able to attend. After the interviews, we conducted an iterative line-by-line review of the charter over several months. We created our report of recommendations for review with stakeholders. We reviewed our recommendations against dozens of other Massachusetts charters, the Massachusetts general laws, and town meeting time. We reviewed the report with Coperman and Page law firm, Lauren Goldberg being the lead attorney. And finally, we reviewed we reviewed the report with the selectmen, the advisory and finance committees, COPC, all of the precinct caucuses, and individual boards, committees as needed to get us all here today. And now, Mr. Moderator, I ask that Bill Abbott, no moderator, be recognized to complete the presentation.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Mr. Moderator. 20 years ago, our town adopted by townwide ballot our current charter, which provided for an executive authority and a board of selectmen, a strong, non-political, professional town manager operating our government on a day-to-day basis, and a town meeting legislature, now grown to 135 representatives, still small compared to those operating in some of the other large towns like Arlington and Brookline. There's a provision in our charter that said every 5 years we review it to try to improve it, make the government work better. And every 5 years since 1999, we have done just that. We've reviewed the charter, made many improvements, one of which added the committee of precinct chairs, which I think has been very effective. Now we have just concluded another 5-year review, and for the past 15 months, our committee of 9, very diverse by experience, age, time in Plymouth, have gone over every single line in our charter, some of them many times, made changes to make the meaning more clear, and in many places made changes to make our government work better. We had 5 basic guiding principles. First was accountability, to make the town meeting and the select board more accountable to the citizens by making our government more open and transparent. Just for example, we addressed electronic roll call voting in detail, the providing of reports electronically, and we added the provision in the charter which the Committee of Precinct Chairs is adopting to include in their duties providing reports to this town meeting on past town meeting actions and how they've been implemented. The second guiding principle was efficiency, to make the operation of town meeting and our boards and committees run more smoothly and effectively, such as, for example, a simple matter of signage, where town meeting members sit to be heard, to vote, and the mechanics of preparation of warrant reports to town meeting, and whether they contain minority opinions in some cases to make their report more useful to us. We debated extensively the idea of a third town meeting every year, and whether that would make our government more efficient and responsive and nimble in dealing with issues, as some folks that came before us suggested, or whether it would not work. Though on most matters our committee reached a consensus, on this particular item we had different opinions, and we decided to put it to this town meeting to debate and decide that issue. A third principle was checks and balances. We examined how power is shared and exercised in the town, looking at positions beyond the particular person now occupying the position, because we're looking for the next 5 years out. Don't look at the person in the job now, but look at the position itself to see how the official can operate effectively, but dispersing the power a bit, where too much power in one person could lead to a problem. Another principle was modernization. We brought the charter fully into the 21st century. For example, the Board of Selectmen would become the Select Board. We added references to social media for the posting of town notices. And finally, we believe we made our government more democratic, more participatory. Citizens, for example, would have the opportunity to file a question to put it on the ballot, a non-binding referendum. So we now, I think, have fully participatory, transparent, form of government. Those are just some examples. In a couple of minutes, we will begin the motions on each charter change. But I want to make just 3 points before we start the process. First, please be assured that none of our changes were made just for the sake of change. We don't believe any of our revisions are a solution looking for a problem. In every case, we determined that there was a need for the fix, and then we debated and decided on the words to do the fix. Second, you might think that some of our provisions are getting down to the nitty-gritty too much, micromanaging of matters. But again, please be assured, we're not talking about the U.S. Constitution or a global constitution. We're talking about a charter for Plymouth. This is town and local government. It is supposed to operate close up and in our face. Where we felt there was a need, we put it in the charter rather than just let it happen by some official thinking it made sense on the fly. We put it in the charter. And finally, if you are not sure or don't understand a change, then please ask us why it's there, and then think whether it conforms and makes sense under the principles that I outlined: accountability, checks and balances, efficiency, modernization, and making it more democratic. I fully believe that if we implement these revisions to improve our government, we will have updated and fine-tuned our charter and made it a document that we can be immensely proud of as it guides our government for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes the presentation, Mr. Bigley. Thank you. And now we're going to continue on with our opening motion. And is there any debate on the opening motion? I've got that. Mr. Caproni, Richard Caproni, Precinct 15.
Mr. Moderator, I'd ask you to address the town meeting before we commence debate. Am I on the list of speakers before we commence debate? I request that.
We're debating now the opening motion, which is a preamble. Okay. You're welcome to speak.
Thank you.
Richard Caproni, Precinct 15. We are here live on October 20th. Richard Caproni.
So I guess, first of all, we all owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to the committee for the hard work and effort that they put into producing these recommendations. When the committee was formed, I was hopeful that the committee would decide that we needed to change the form of government here in Plymouth, that we needed to replace town meeting with a town council. We needed to replace the part-time $4,000 a year Board of Selectmen with some type of chief executive. And you didn't have to call him a mayor. You could call him a town administrator or a town manager, or you could call him a ham sandwich, but it would be a full-time chief executive, all right, who not only runs the town operationally, all right, but runs it strategically, and who on a daily basis can meet with the town councilors. The town councilors would meet twice a month. So the issue of 2 town meetings versus 3 meetings is no longer relevant. The town council, the legislature, would meet 24 times a year. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to have that debate here today. I'll probably can assure you that we will be having this debate throughout the town of Plymouth, in not the years to come, but in the months to come. One of the favorite things I ever read in my life was a book called Profiles in Courage. And after the first edition was published, there were many other versions of Profiles in Courage. In fact, I believe Caroline Kennedy wrote a couple of Profiles in Courage herself. The overriding theme behind the people talked about in these profiles and courage. They had the courage to put everything they had on the line for what was right for their town, their state, or their country. And I would propose, if this body is willing to put their jobs on the line and hand it over to a professional town council, it will certainly be worthy of a profile in courage. So let me get to the upcoming debate. I consider Dennis Bagley and some of the committee members certainly esteemed colleagues of mine, and some even very good friends. I testified in front of them. I said what I had to say, and they listened to me, and I thank them for that. All right. As I've seen the debate on PAC TV, at the FinCom, at the COPC, at the Board of Selectmen, an enormous amount of time has been spent on this report. And now again, we're going to spend, I don't know if it's going to be enormous, but probably a substantial amount of time on the committee's recommendation. So I'm just going to say to you, in respect for and admiration
30 seconds.
of the work that's been done here, I am going to vote yes on every motion that is proposed by the Charter Committee. Thank you.
Donald Williams, Precinct 8. We're debating Article 20. We have the opening motion. Donald Williams.
Good morning. I like this process. I like 135 filters on what's going on in the town of Plymouth because we're worth it. I like the 135 of you thinking about these things. And I was thinking about what this charter revision really means. And what the charter revision really is how do you feel about certain things? And the things that I'm passionate about in this charter revision are the changes that are being asked for you to consider about the distribution of power, because that influences robustness. We're not talking about Steve Trifletti in person. We're not talking about the selectmen in person. We're not talking about Melissa Arrighi. We're talking about the position itself and how consonant that position will be in the future with the Mayflower Compact, for which we are famous and for which we are going to have a major celebration in 2020. I'm not going to be angry at people who say, well, Steve needs to have this power, because it's really up to you, and that's the beauty of all of this. The beauty of all of this is that you decide. I happen to be in favor of limiting the power, because that's what democracy is about. One person getting too powerful is not good for democracy. So when we go through this and decide, it's really up to you. And again, that's the beauty of this process. So that's all I had to say. Thank you for being and doing what you're doing.
For the Kenneth DeVars, Chair of the Board of Selectmen, we're debating the opening motion, which is preamble language for the motions that are following.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen, we want to thank the committee and everyone that participated. It was a long, tedious task for them, but they met, they fairly listened to anyone, and probably listened to some they didn't want to hear from. But they've done a great job. The only thought that I have, and I think we need to go through this piece by piece, is that one thing with a community of 60,000 people, it's hard to fool 135,000 people. If you want to control this town, give them 15 people on a legislative body that's going to control it, and one executive at the top. So I think we need to be very careful as we go through it. But we've got a system that works. It certainly needs to be, I'm sorry that you disagree, but It does work, and I'm very concerned, as someone that's watched this government for a number of years, that the way you control this town is give it to 16 people.
Further discussion on the opening motion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for a vote. It'll first be a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We will now move to motion number 1. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to replace the charter's cover page. And you see the text here for this particular motion. It is a majority vote. And Mr. Salerno, your comments.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 20, Motion 1, which appears in Section J, page 23 and 24 in the supplement, and will apply throughout the charter. Approval of this item will improve the charter's appearance and readability. It will recreate the cover page, create a table of contents, standardize font types, and use of capitalization, update section and legal references, remove redacted text, add common definitions, and highlight our town's uniqueness by incorporating some language from the Mayflower Compact into the preamble.
Further discussion on motion 1? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion number 2, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to replace the words Board of Selectmen with the words Select Board throughout the charter. It's a majority vote. There's a supplement I, Section E, page 20. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 20, which appears in Section E, page 20 of the supplement and applies throughout the charter. Approval of this item will rebrand the Board of Selectmen to Select Board in the definitions section of the charter and as a word replacement throughout the charter.
Betty Cavaco, on behalf of the Board of Selectmen. Welcome, Betty Cavaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And once again, I stand before you because this has actually been a very difficult subject, especially for me. I mean, quite frankly, I'm not crazy about the name Select Board, but more so that the abuse that we've taken because of not wanting to change the name and keep it as an historical name is been pretty severe. So I look at different things. I've spoke to historians. The actual correct name to address a female selectman is Madam Selectman. As we see, congressmen are not congresspeople. They are not, you know, we have firemen, we have policemen. It actually saddens me that folks that think that this is such a huge issue when this board deals with so many much more serious issues on a daily basis. I personally do not like the name Select Board. Mrs. Joyce was one of the first women of recent elected, and she chose to keep the name Selectman. I also choose to keep the name Selectman. We're going into one of the most historic events that I think, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room will see, and that's the 400th anniversary. So I have never felt in my 30-year career working in a male-dominated career, or even being part of this board, to not be recognized as an equal. So I would suggest that we maintain the name of Selectmen as we go through to the Plymouth 400, and that other than that, we can maybe revisit it at the next Charter Commission. Thank you.
Beth Siegel, on behalf of the Charter Review Committee. We're debating Motion 2 under Article 20. Welcome, Beth Siegel.
Hi. So over the past year, I have had the immense pleasure and privilege of serving as a member of the Charter Review Committee. While I'm standing up here as one of the younger members of the committee and one of 4 female members to speak on a recommendation of changing the Board of Selectmen to Select Board, this is just one of the many ways that I have worked alongside my fellow committee members in order to modernize Plymouth's charter to make it relevant for years to come. It is also important to note that this recommendation was supported unanimously by our committee, which was made up of members diverse in age and gender. With this recommendation, we took into consideration Plymouth's storied history. We understand the historical nature of the current term, Board of Selectmen. The proposed name, Select Board, does provide for historical continuity, while removing portions of the current name that are not gender neutral. 1/3 of towns in Massachusetts have already made this change, and additional towns are in the process of doing so. If we choose to make the change to Select Board, we will be using language that is consistent with many communities across the Commonwealth, many of which have long histories of their own. Some questions have been raised about the cost of making this change. We believe that any associated cost should not be a barrier. Between the website, social media, and letterhead, we are confident that the town can come up with an approach that is cost-effective. Additionally, with this change, members of the board, present and future members, can choose to call themselves what they want, whether that be Select Board Member, Selectman, or Select Woman. But we believe the official name, as written in the charter, should be Select Board. Within our community's history, it is important to note that when we first established our government and elected our first Board of Selectmen, women didn't have the right to vote, let alone serve on the board, so the term selectman made sense. For years now, women have served on the board in Plymouth. So in some ways, we can say that the historic sentiment that some refer to has already changed. As a community, through our election of women to the board, we have sent the message that anyone can and should be encouraged to run for public office. It is time that our words match our actions and send the message to our children, grandchildren, and the broader community about who we are. Thanks.
Further discussion on motion number 1, Article 20, Everett Malaguti.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1. I respect the Charter Committee's decision and the lovely speech that was just given by Beth.
Number 2.
Well, I'm sorry. But the problem that I have isn't that it's changing the word and, in my opinion, losing some of the historical reference. The actual title is irrelevant to me based on the gender, age, or race of the person. The title is a significant position within the town. It shouldn't be basically dissolved in a way based on being gender neutral, because I believe the selectman is gender neutral for the person makes the title, not the title makes the person. And that is why I am voting no on this issue. Thank you.
We're on motion number 2. Yes, Ashley Shaw.
Hi, Ashley Shaw. I am a citizen or resident of Plymouth in Precinct 1. I am also on the Advisory and Finance Committee. I am speaking to you as a resident of the community and not as a member of the Advisory and Finance Committee. I just wanted to make that clear. I would have made my opinion known to the Board of Selectmen if I had thought that this was actually a debatable issue. I saw this as more of a non-issue and more of an administrative article or a motion. And I just think that the logic of it is that we now have women serving on the Board of Selectmen. So the change to Select Board was the most logical choice to me. I didn't see this as something that would cause a debate, so I didn't make my position known at the time. But I would like to make my position known to you now that I do support changing this to Select Board. I think it's the most logical decision to make, since women serve on the Board of Selectmen, that it would be the Select Board. Either that or Board of Select People, which I think sounds a little ridiculous. But Select Board, I feel, is the most logical choice, and I do encourage you to support this motion. Thank you.
Gerald Sirico, followed by Thomas Bagley.
Jerry Sirico, Precinct 3. In all due respect to the young lady that spoke from the Charter Commission, I respect what she says, but I have to agree with Select Lady Cavaco. I don't care what other towns do. I don't care what other people do. Though those of you that know me know that that's how I always feel and operate. So therefore, I'm voting selectmen.
Thomas Bagley, we're debating motion number 2, Article 20. Thomas Bagley.
Thank you. Tom Begley, Precinct 7. This is my first town meeting. And thanks. I wasn't doing that for applause, but I'm very proud that this is my first town meeting and this issue has come up and I can take a vote on this. I agree with Beth and Ashley and others who have spoken in favor of this. And I'm also proud to be the first man to speak in favor of this change to the select board. It is a historic term. There is no doubt about that. As Beth referenced, others have referenced famous people who have served in this position as John Winthrop, Thomas Hutchinson, Charles Bullfinch, several people who are luminaries in our history, especially in this state. And as Beth referenced also, that's because at that time, they were the only ones that could serve in this role. Women didn't have a voice, not only just for voting or in a political office, in some cases they couldn't even own property. We've come far from the 17th century understanding of the start of the meaning of this term, Board of Selectmen, and it's time that we as a society recognize that we have already understood that women should and be in a position of power, and we should celebrate that fact. And it's time that with this change, that we're simply recognizing as a society that we've already moved beyond. As Beth said, you are more than welcome to identify however you'd like if you serve on the Board of Selectmen, whether that's selectmen, selectwomen, whatever you choose. The name of the board, as in the charter, will be a gender-neutral select board. It doesn't, also to Everett's point, does not reduce the amount of selectiveness that the board has in the title. It is still a select board. They are the supreme executive branch of our government. So I guess with closing, I support this. I hope you all do. I hope you all join me in showing and embracing the reality that we have already established as a society, that we have already recognized that women should be in positions of power. Our government terms should reflect that as well. So thank you.
Peter Neville.
I'd like to move the question, but I'd also like to know procedurally whether or not a town meeting member, if he wants to stop the presentation, does he just stand up and say, moderator, point of order, move the question?
I'm not going to interrupt the speaker for procedural motion. However, if I have recognized a speaker, as I did in the case of Mr. Bagley after the previous speaker, you could have gotten up before he started speaking, and I would have allowed you to interrupt the flow of speakers to take a procedural motion, but I appreciate that you waited, but for further reference. So, a motion to close debate. It is not debatable. Anyone else who cares to be heard, please stand to be recognized. We don't see anyone standing, and at this time we'll take a voice vote to close debate on motion 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We've now closed debate on motion number 2. We're now going to take a vote, and it's going to be a roll call vote. It's going to be electronically voted. For those of you that might have walked in late, after the break, we did indicate that you're only going to pay attention to the light. When the light goes on, that's when you vote. We've worked it out with the vendors, so hopefully we won't have a problem with, there we go, start to vote. On motion number 2, it's a majority vote. We're debating Article 20. We're in our motions. We have multiple motions at Article 20. Town meeting members are voting. Upon the conclusion of this vote, there'll be a display on the screen, and we will continue chronologically with the motions that have been presented this morning. This completes the vote on motion number 2. 123 town meeting members have voted. We believe they've all been duly sworn. We're now showing the vote on the screen by precinct. 72 having voted in favor, 50 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion does carry. Please check your votes as displayed on the screen to make sure that they are shown accurately. And you'll see here that the votes have been shown on the screen. We're now going to proceed. Motion number 3. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert in section 2-2-3 the following new language at the end of the second sentence after the word website in the current charter, and take reasonable efforts to post to the town's social media. Majority vote, Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this change, which appears in Section A, page 5 of the supplement, and page 4 of the spreadsheet. The committee felt this was a useful housekeeping item that would improve the information for town meeting members.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 4. Mr. Peck, Precinct 4, moves the town meeting vote to insert in Section 2-2-6 the following new language after the word hall and before the word which in the current charter, designated by appropriate signage. It's a majority vote, and we will now hear from Dennis Bagley on behalf of the Charter Review Committee. Mr. Bagley.
Thank you. This change is a minor change. What we're asking to do is, as the motion says, just add the phrase designated by appropriate signage. So as you walk in, the public would know that they need to move to the top, and town meeting members would know they need to move to the bottom. It's just simple signage at the entrances. In town meeting time, there's a reference in there that says that all town meetings should have this as a rule of thumb, that as they come in, either somebody is physically at the door directing the public and the town meeting members where they should sit, or other means to keep it separate. So we just think this is just one more tool to assist the moderator in making sure everybody is where they belong so that there's no influence of the votes.
Harry Salerno.
In a vote of 4-9-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not change this section of the charter, which appears in Section A, page 5 of the supplement, and page 4 of the spreadsheet. During the presentation and discussion of this charter change, the town clerk indicated that seating at town meeting is not a problem that requires signage or charter change. In addition, the town moderator added that it is the presiding moderator's responsibility to keep town meeting members in the reserved area while in session and doesn't warrant a charter change. Advisory and Finance agreed with the town clerk and moderator, also feeling this is a matter for the bylaws to handle.
Further discussion? Anthony Provenzano on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
Morning. The Board of Selectmen went through the charter revisions as proposed, and in some instances really didn't take a position one way or another. And in those instances where the Finance Committee has failed to act, you'll see it as Mr. Peck's motion. So every time you see Mr. Peck's motion, you will know that the Finance Committee, neither the Finance Committee nor the Board of Selectmen supported that particular provision. And in some of those instances, as I say, the Board of Selectmen was somewhat neutral. But in some instances, we actually did take a vote and took a position. And on this one, we voted in opposition to this change. We think you're all big people. You know where to sit. We don't need to put signs in. The reference to town meeting time, I think, is more applicable in towns that have open town meeting where marshaling where people sit is more important. Of course, we would like you to sit in your proper designated place, but we don't really think that the town clerk ought to be charged with the responsibility for signage.
Further discussion? Yes. Peter Neville, town meeting member. We're debating Article 20. We are now on motion number 4. Peter Neville.
The only reason I would consider this language is that there are times when I'm sitting in the town meeting section and voice votes are called for, and I'm not always sure that the intensity or the volume of the vote is only town meeting members, because I'm just not sure who's sitting around me. So the designation of space might help clarify that only town meeting members are voting on a voice vote.
Donna Curtin. Welcome.
Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think this is a simple courtesy. It's wayfinding. I think it is important. I think we're operating under the assumption that all of a sudden you become a town meeting member and you know exactly where to sit. Well, you don't. There isn't anybody greeting you at the door when you come in to identify these things. I know my first day as a town meeting member, I sat in the wrong section and had to be corrected by the moderator from the front of the room while we were in session to get into the right place. I know there are some new town meeting members today. How did you find your orientation and entry into this building? Putting an 8 by 11.5 sign on the end of certain sections is going to cost you probably less than 15 cents. It's a courtesy both to the members of the public that attend and to our own members of town meeting. And I think this is just a simple thing, but because we haven't been doing it and we haven't anyone assigned to do it, I think it's appropriate to include it, as the Charter Review has suggested. I'm voting yes.
Further discussion on motion number 4? Lawrence Pizer, Town Clerk.
In this town meeting, at the suggestion of the town manager, we've added the assistant town manager to come to the meeting. And between the two of us, we have been able to observe town meeting members, gently reminding them where they are to sit. We can do this sort of thing. We can add all sorts of things, make a lot more effort for town meeting. We'd have to make sure that the finance committee sits with the finance committee. It's not one sign, it would be about 5 or 6 of them. Can be done, but not necessary.
Further discussion? This is on motion number 4. Hearing none, we're going to do an electronic vote on motion number 4. When the light goes on, you can cast your vote. It's a majority vote. Thank you. The voting has been completed. You'll now see the display that's being shown in connection with this. And we have 49 having voted in favor, 74 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion does not carry. And we now move on to motion number 5, but we'll complete the display to make sure that your votes are correctly shown. I'm pleased that it seems that we're calibrated now with the light going on and people voting. So, motion number 5, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert in section 2-2-7 the following new language after the word provide and before the word notice in the current charter, written or electronic. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in Section A on page 1 of the supplement and page 4 of the spreadsheet. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. It'll be a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 6, Mr. Salerno moves the town vote to insert the following new section in 2-2-8 into the charter. After the final adjournment of every town meeting, the town clerk shall post a complete attendance record on the bulletin board at Town Hall, in the town's libraries, or on the town's website and on the town's social media. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in Section A, page 5 of the supplement, and page 4 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 7, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert the following new section, 2-2-9 in the charter. The town clerk shall publish the contact information provided by all town meeting members, including address, phone number, email address, and whether or not the town meeting member wants to receive a printed copy of the Advisory and Finance Committee report during the term of office, provided statutory authority for withholding any of the information shall not be affected by this section. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a vote of 8-4-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in Section A, page 6 of the supplement, and page 4 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Yes, please come forward. We're debating Article 20. We're on motion number 7. We're in the morning session. This is coming to you live on October 20th from Plymouth North High School. John Hammond on motion number 7. Welcome, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you. John Hammond, Precinct 4. I just have a question. It says, there's a part in there that refers about town meeting members having to indicate if they want a paper copy of the large book that we worked from today. I think that should be the default position, that we do get it, and if we don't want it, we can say that.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Any further discussion on this? Yes, Michael Withington, in connection with motion number 7 under article number 20.
Good morning. Thank you to the hard work and great efforts. I do also believe this should be a default because I don't think everybody wants to use your own printer to print all of the copies and addendums that you would receive. So I would, if that can be worded into the language, that's the default, I'll go for it. If not, I won't.
Mr. Withington, are you making a motion to amend?
Yes.
And would you put that in writing?
If town council would help me, sure.
Town council is right over here.
I'm
And
dyslexic,
continuing on,
so-
Betsy Hall, thank you.
If I read this correctly, it says that the town clerk must publish whether or not the town meeting member wants to receive a printed copy. Is that what that says?
Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Charter Review Committee, responding to Betsy
Yes.
Hall.
Yes, today, he currently publishes a spreadsheet on the town website. This is just, it's.
So you want it on the town website, Betsy Hall, BH2746, my phone number, and whether or not I want a printed copy?
Yeah, if you don't,
That's
if
what
you
it
don't
says.
want your information posted, you'll notice at the end it says, provided statutory authority for withholding, any of the information shall not be affected by this section. So if you feel that it's an invasion in some way of your privacy, you can do that. As
I'm
elected
just-
officials, it's pretty standard. That spreadsheet's out there now.
I've always, 20 years I've had my information on there, but it's never said whether or not I want a printed copy of the advisory and finance report.
Correct, 'cause-
Why do you want that published, whether or not I want a printed copy? I mean, I'm not sure why that is helpful.
Well, it's just a part of the same means to collect the information. In other words, they'd have to keep a separate spreadsheet somewhere just to keep the indicator. So it's just a status to say whether or not you want the hard copy or the electronic copy. You'll see later when we start actually talking about the FinCom report, where we're trying to suggest moving towards electronic so we can start to save some money on the cost of having a town meeting.
Okay,
It's the
thank you
biggest
very much.
cost.
Okay.
Further discussion on motion number 7 of article number 20. This is yes, please come forward to the microphone. This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to Plymouth North High School. Amy Hine, welcome.
Thank you. Precinct 14, I actually don't know if this is an accurate point of order, but are we going to be voting on the new language that was just suggested be amended?
We're currently waiting to receive a written motion from Michael Withington. I believe it is on its way up to the podium as we speak. And Mr. Withington moves that the main motion be amended after the word email address, and it would read, and town meeting members shall receive a printed copy of the Advisory and Finance Committee report during their term of office unless the member indicates otherwise, provided statutory authority for withholding and so on. So that's the motion to amend. I've accepted it. We're now debating the motion to amend. It's a majority vote. Mr. Withington, do you care to be heard on your motion to amend?
I do.
And this is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Michael Withington, Precinct 5, on his motion to amend.
Thank you, town meeting members. I believe that anybody who has been through this process, you have enough information that comes to you. You need it printed and you need it in hand, unless you're younger and very good at scrolling through several screens which you don't have in front of you. So I would highly recommend that you vote in favor of this motion. It will save you a lot of printing costs, and it also will have a written record that cannot be altered.
So
Not
I'd
that
like
I don't trust government, but I'm in it.
And I would like just to comment in general about accepting Mr. Withington's motion, because we've talked about not writing bylaws or charters on town meeting floor, but this is a good example of something that is warned in the article, it is within the scope, and it's also something that clearly town meeting members can understand, since we're really flipping the language that's contained in the main motion. So I'm accepting it. We'll have any further debate on the motion to amend, and if not, I will read it one more time before we take a vote. And here is the language. The language is, Mr. Salerno, the new main motion, if amended, would say, the town clerk shall publish the contact information provided all town meeting members, including address, phone number, email address, and here's the change, and town meeting members shall receive a printed copy of the Advisory and Finance Committee report during their term of office unless the members indicate otherwise, and provided statutory authority for withholding any of the information shall not be affected by this section. That's the motion to amend. Any further discussion? Yes. Please come forward to the microphone. We're still debating the motion to amend under Article 20, Motion 7. Mr. Siegel.
Thank you. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. I just want to clarify, Mr. Moderator. So the part you just read is going in, and the section coming out is what Ms. Hall was speaking about. Whether or not that person wants to receive the printed copy would no longer be published, correct?
So
it would
now,
be replaced by the language you just read.
now people will receive a copy unless they indicate otherwise.
And it will not be published, their choice between printed or electronic.
It is correct. They can indicate whether if they want electronic, they would have to indicate.
Sorry, and that choice would not be published on the website.
Again, I'll read the language, because it says, members shall receive a printed copy of the Advisory and Finance Committee report during their term of office unless the members indicate otherwise. It will publish, yes. It will, the town clerk will publish that choice. Yes, Mr. Landers,
yeah,
welcome.
just a clarification, a point of order. I believe we have to vote on just the amendment that he brought up to you first, and then we'll vote on the inclusion of that.
That is correct. We're
Okay.
debating everything, but when we move to vote, we'll first vote on the motion to amend. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to be voting on Mr. Withington's motion to amend Article 20, Motion 7. We'll now take a vote electronically on the motion to amend. The light is on. You can now vote. This is on the motion to amend Article 20, Motion 7. And town meeting members are now voting. The light is on. At the end of the vote, there'll be a display. We now have 123 town meeting members who are voting. And following the vote, we will call the vote, and then we would move to the main motion. And so the display will show the precincts. We have 116 voting in favor, 8 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion to amend carries. We now continue the discussion on motion number 7 as amended. Any further discussion on motion number 7 as amended? If not, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. I'll call for the voice vote one more time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to motion number 8. Mr. Salerno moves that the town meeting vote to insert in section 2-3-4 the following. Okay. If we could just have the last 3 precincts shown on the last vote before we move on to the next motion, motion number 8. This is Plymouth's annual town meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on October 20th. We are here in the Center for Performing Arts, and Plymouth North High School is located on Aubrey Street in Plymouth. We're currently reviewing Article 20. We have a total of 46 motions. We have completed the opening motion and 7 individual motions. We will be moving on to motion number 8 as we continue with our discussion. And we're waiting for town meeting members to be able to see the display of the last vote for precincts 13, 14, and 15. Following Article 20, we will return back to the warrant We have, again, I believe that, Mr. Feet, we understand that we're waiting for that display. We're waiting for you to display precincts 13, 14, and 15 on the vote under motion 7, Article 20. Would it be possible to show that again on the screen? We have support from the electronic voting vendor. They are here this morning to be helping us with the display of the votes. Also, during the break, it's possible to get a more complete record of the votes of the various motions. You'll see again that for this particular vote, it was 116 in favor, 8 in opposition, 0 abstentions. We're going through the precincts one more time. We're at precincts 10, 11, and 12. This is for motion number 7. It's the final main motion as amended. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 are now shown on the screen. And with that, we will continue with motion number 8. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert in section 2-3-4 the following new language in the first sentence after the word rules and before the word and in the current charter, the status of past town meeting actions. Majority, Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in section B on page 8 of the supplement and page 5 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion number 9, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert the following new section 2-3-5 into the charter. The precinct chairpersons shall meet together within 30 days following each town election and shall organize as a committee of precinct chairs, electing a chairperson, vice chairperson, and clerk. Majority, Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this change, which appears in section B, page 8 of the supplement and page 5 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Hold off, yes. Mr. Hammond, do you have a question? You wish to speak? Yes, I do. Well, please come forward. And in the future, you're also welcome to come forward to a microphone as the Advisory and Finance Committee is presenting. John Hammond, welcome.
I think there's a little confusion on this too, because there's a requirement that the Committee of Precinct Chairs reorganize within 30 days, and later, or somewhere else, there's another requirement that each caucus shall reorganize within 30 days. So if the caucus reorganized on the 30th day, the Committee of Precinct Chairs could not reorganize adequately because it would be missing a member, or more than one member possibly. Thank you.
Further discussion? We're debating motion number 9 under Article 20. I'll now again call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. It does pass by a majority. We'll now move to motion number 10. Mr. Peck moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in the first paragraph of section 2-4-1 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. The town meeting shall meet at least 3 times in each calendar year. And you have the rest of the text shown, and Mr. Peck is moving. Dennis Bagley will speak on behalf of the motion.
During its review, the CRC wrestled with how to make town meeting more responsive. Issues with cost and staff support were discussed and weighed against the loss of opportunities to the town. We decided to bring it before you and let you decide if this is an approach you wish to use in order to achieve better overall responsiveness of town meeting. Remember, we are also recommending clarifying the sections in the charter pertaining to referendums, citizen petitions, and special town meetings in order to improve responsiveness, and we feel this recommendation complements those.
Harry Salerno, Advisory and Finance.
In a unanimous vote of 0-11-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve Article 20, Item F, which appears in Section F, page 20 of the supplement, and page 5 of the spreadsheet. This item would add a required third town meeting each year. This is completely unnecessary, as the Board of Selectmen may call a special town meeting whenever it is needed. An additional required town meeting would place a burden on boards, committees, and staff. Being in perpetual town meeting cycle is not sustainable, and the managing of the town will suffer as a result. The calendar would be out of balance, squeezing the third town meeting between spring and fall and into the summer, when many are busy and traveling and may not be available for weekly meetings. The presentation focused on a need for it due to town meeting being rushed and providing the ability to better load balance the warrants. Discussion covered the fact that there are adjourned sessions scheduled every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday following a Saturday town meeting, so there is no need to rush. And it is the town meeting members themselves that determine the pace of the meeting. It was also pointed out that there is no way to load balance the town meeting warrants because all articles received by the deadline must be included in the warrant. In fact, adding a third required town meeting may expand the total number of articles and even dilute the quality of articles. Think about the spending articles you vote on today. Another town meeting is another spending opportunity for the powers that be. This proposed change failed by a resounding unanimous vote.
Thank you. Before I call on the next speaker, I would just like to make one comment, and that is, as we go through these charter votes, as we know, they do not become a final vote of this town meeting until this town meeting dissolves. It's always possible things can be reconsidered. And further, even if we dissolve, certain things then have to go through another process in order to be enacted. I may decide to start changing the way the meeting is run based on some of your votes, but I'm still going to continue to call Tony Provenzano Vice Chair of the Board of Selectmen until we dissolve this town meeting. I will then change it at the next town meeting if we have dissolved. Mr. Provenzano.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, the Board of Selectmen, in fact, did not support the thought of going to a third town meeting. We have the ability to call a town meeting if necessary, and I think Mr. Salerno very adequately handled all of the issues involved. I would just say that I believe that you're kidding yourself if you think you're going to load balance by having a third town meeting. Once you open a warrant, the warrant articles will come, and as Mr. Salerno suggested, the town meeting will be a perpetual motion machine, which will put, quite frankly, a greater strain on the management of the town, who spend an enormous amount of time as it is preparing for the town meeting. We have our managers sitting over here seemingly silently, but they're all there waiting, having spent hours to prepare if they're called upon to speak at this town meeting, and have gone to precinct meetings along the way. So thank you for your consideration.
Further discussion on this motion number 10. Hearing none, we're going to vote. Yes, please come forward. Richard Caproni, Precinct 15. We're debating Article 20, motion number 10. It's a majority vote. We're coming live on October 20th. Richard Caproni.
Requesting Chairman Begley speak to this motion, please.
Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Charter Review Committee.
Yeah, so the load balancing that's being referred to, excuse me, through bylaw, you can establish what you want to have this meeting for. As it says in here, bylaws can be used to set the date and timing of the third meeting. Could also be used to limit what that town meeting is used for. So a certain type of articles would be for that emergency. And that way you get some load balancing across the entire year.
Further discussion under motion number 10. If not, I'm going to call for an electronic vote on motion number 10. So get ready to vote electronically. It's a majority vote. You have the motion before you, Article 20, motion 10, in your book of motions. The light is on. You can now vote. You'll have 20 seconds in which to vote. Town meeting members are voting electronically. A yes will show as green, a no as red, an abstention will show as yellow. We have 121 town meeting members, now 123, who are voting as we count down on the vote. It will then be displayed by precincts 3 grouped together. As we see the vote, we're voting on whether to have motion 10 pass. And you'll see here, as we show on the screen, that town meeting has voted 13 in favor, 110 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. We'll continue to show on the screen your votes. We're pleased that it appears that the votes are all now being recorded. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 conclude the display. Now, motion 11. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete from section 2-4-1 the following language in the current charter, or may be reopened by an affirmative vote of a majority of the members of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in section B, page 8 of the supplement, and page 5 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing yes, please come forward. We're debating Article 20, Motion 11. This is Plymouth Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on October 20th. And Andrea Nedley, welcome to Plymouth Town Meeting.
Thank you, Andrea Nedley, Precinct 9. So as our previous vote, we had voted to change it to Select Board, so should this not be Select Board?
So as I said in my earlier comments the last time, we have not yet dissolved the meeting, so it's possible this meeting could change its previous vote. Thereafter, it does have to go through a certain legislative process before it's enacted. Okay. So at least for purposes of this meeting, I believe we're continuing on. And Mr. Bagley, I don't know if you want to comment further in terms of the language and the way it's been presented in the motions regarding selectmen, no comment. Yes. Lawrence Pizer, Town Clerk.
Should we proceed with the all of the motions? It invests the town clerk and the town manager with the opportunity to make necessary non-substantive changes. If there was a proposal that carried, which there is right now, to change it to Select Board, as we went through the process, I would automatically make those changes. So if this is voted, I'm not assuming that you're voting to keep the one name once it's already been voted somewhere else to change it.
Okay, thank you.
And we'd further note that this is a deletion of the language anyway. Further discussion on motion number 11. It's a majority vote. I'll now call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries by a majority. Motion number 12. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert in section 2-4-1 of the charter a new third paragraph as follows. As provided by General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 10I, the Select Board may, at any time upon at least 14 days prior notice, call a special town meeting, and the Select Board shall call a special town meeting upon the request in writing of 200 registered voters. Such meeting to be held not later than 45 days after receipt of such request, and the Select Board shall insert in the warrant, therefore, all subjects, the insertion of which shall be requested by said petition. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in section B, page 8 of the supplement, and page 5 of the spreadsheet.
Yes, Peter Neville, motion number 12.
My question is the request in writing of 200 registered voters. Should there be any allusion here to a form that's required, that's available, so that just in the odd chance I started this today and it took me 18 months to get 200 signatures, would I be found to have taken too long? What is the form, and is it alluded to someplace here?
Anyone care to respond? Lawrence Pizer, Town Clerk.
This is simply taking state law and putting it into our charter. But this right already exists. It was explained to me by the Charter Committee that they wanted to make what was a right of the public clear and obvious, and therefore They're simply repeating what exists in Chapter 39 of Massachusetts General Laws in the town charter. There is not a form required, and it's not necessary to have a specific form. Forms are available, but they're not required.
Further discussion on this motion? It is motion number 12. Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion passes by a majority. Motion number 13, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete from section 2-4-2 of the charter the second sentence. Therein, insert in its place thereof the following sentence: a majority of those present may adjourn any meeting forthwith to a stated date, time, and place, but no town meeting shall adjourn over the date of an election of town meeting members. The majority, Mr. Salerno.
In a vote of 11-0-1, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in Section A, page 6 of the supplement, and page 6 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion number 14, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 2-4-6 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows: an electronic roll call vote shall be required for all main motions on every warrant article and on any matters with respect to the following subjects: adoption or amendment of zoning bylaws, adoption or amendment of general bylaws, and fiscal matters which are defined as any appropriation, borrowing, fund transfer, or the creation or reauthorization of such enterprise or revolving funds as may be authorized by state law, provided, however, that in the event of a vote which the moderator reasonably believes is likely to be near unanimous, the moderator may elect to take a verbal roll call of only those voting in the minority. In the event that the electronic voting system is unavailable or determined in the moderator's sole discretion to be malfunctioning, the moderator may provide for a manual roll call vote in place of an electronic roll call. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in Section A, page 6 of the supplement, and page 6 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries by a majority. Next, motion 15. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 2-4-7 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows: an electronic roll call vote shall be required for all motions to close debate, provided, however, that in the event of a vote which the moderator reasonably believes is likely to be near unanimous, the moderator may elect to take a verbal roll call vote of only those voting in the minority. In the event that the electronic voting system is unavailable or determined in the moderator's sole discretion to be malfunctioning, the moderator may provide for a manual roll call vote in place of an electronic roll call. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which appears in Section A, page 7 of the supplement, and page 6 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 16, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting to vote to delete from section 2-5-2 the following language from the end of the first sentence in the current charter: and the moderator shall take roll on at least one occasion after commencement of the session and a quorum has been reached. A majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this change, which is found in Section A, page 7 of the supplement, and page 7 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 17, Mr. Peck moves town meeting vote to insert as section 2-6-4 in the new charter the language as follows: following the raising of a point of order at any town meeting, a motion to appeal the ruling on such point of order shall be allowed by the moderator and shall be decided by a 2/3 vote of town meeting. It's a majority vote. Mr. Bagley, on behalf of the Charter Review Committee.
This one, we lined up with the town meeting time. It recommends different ways of doing it, the way we currently do it. It also offers the ability to appeal. In town meeting time, it says where an appeal is allowed, it must be preceded by a point of order as the foundation for the appeal. The moderator is entitled to have his or her attention directed to the question and make an express ruling on it before an appeal is taken. The appeal must be seconded and must be taken at the time the decision is made. If the appeal is allowed, the moderator puts the question, shall the decision of the moderator be reversed? It goes on further. What we're looking to accomplish here is that rare occurrence where there may be disagreement with the ruling of a moderator's decision. The town meeting time says that it just needs to be a minority, a majority result, thank you, I was stuck there, result on the vote, but we made it tougher by making it 2/3 because we don't want frivolous action happening on town meeting floor. So that's the reason why we put this in, to make it a little more responsive.
Harry Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 0-12-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this change, which is found in Section B, page 9 of the supplement, and page 7 of the spreadsheet. It is the moderator's primary responsibility to facilitate town meeting. He has the legal knowledge and knowledge of precedents to make informed rulings. Adding an appeal process to his rulings would harm and delay town meeting. Someone has to make the difficult calls. He is elected by the entire town to do this job and needs the support to do it. If there is a problem with any moderator's decisions, the ballot box is the place to correct it.
Tony Provenzano, Vice Chair, Board of Selectmen.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, again. The Board of Selectmen, again, aligned with the Advisory and Finance Committee position on this, and believes that if the instances are rare, that the moderator's rulings would ever be challenged. If there was a mechanism to override it, those objections would be far more and would be overly cumbersome on this body.
Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5.
I have a question. I think it's probably for town council on the legality of the moderator's authority on this issue, with regards, I think, to town meeting time. Thank you.
Mark Rich, Town Council, Copman and Page.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate the opportunity to address the meeting. I know we just heard a discussion about appeals and as they appear under town meeting time. First, I would want to address the authority of the moderator, which is derived from the provisions of Chapter 39, Section 15, in addition to your charter. And Chapter 39, Section 15, with respect to the authority of the moderator, states in pertinent part, the moderator shall preside and regulate the proceedings, decide all questions of order, and make public declarations of all votes. So that gives very broad authority to the moderator. And in fact, that language is interpreted by statute to determine that the moderator is not held to the same standards as a court, that the moderator essentially has broad discretion in terms of addressing questions, may in fact present his or her own view on those questions, and that there's the remedy for those determinations is at the ballot box when the moderator is elected, because the moderator is chosen by the meeting. With respect to town meeting time, it's interesting that the provision that we just heard discussed is one mechanism that applies with respect to appeals, but the general Massachusetts rule is to not have an appeal process. That again, the language in Chapter 39, Section 15 makes clear and does not provide for an appeal process. I know I personally attend dozens, if not hundreds, of town meetings. My firm, we represent roughly a third of the Massachusetts municipalities, and one of my distinct pleasures is to attend town meetings throughout the state. And at all of those meetings, not a single one that I attend has a provision that specifically references an appeal process for the moderator. The statute does provide, and your charter provides for a specific process to appeal the count of a vote. So if 7 members should rise and question the count, that is available. But again, the intent is to allow a moderator to make determinations on rules of order and the procedure of the meeting so that the meeting can move smoothly, and to avoid the possibility that either special interests or specific groups would be able to and I hate to use the word manipulate the meeting, but would be able to use the meeting for very specific purposes. And instead, you have, and in your case, a very learned moderator, and you're lucky in that regard, who can guide the meeting in an impartial manner rather than having that meeting essentially taken over by specific groups with specific interests. Not suggesting that that's a circumstance in Plymouth, but I think that's the intent, is to again charge the moderator who has the training and expertise to undertake this. And again, it's my experience that the Massachusetts rule as embodied in Chapter 39, Section 15 is the general rule throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr.
Richard
Moderator.
Caproni.
Richard Caproni, Precinct 15. I'm on record about 30 or 40 minutes ago, vote yes on every one of these motions. So I'm voting yes on this motion, and I'm concerned that it's kind of misunderstood. I'm concerned that it's being personalized around our current moderator, Mr. Trifletti. It's not, all right? This is about the position of moderator, not Mr. Trifletti. And I would request another member of the committee, in addition to Mr. Begley, to get up here and speak to your rationale behind making this motion.
I believe he did speak in the beginning. I will be happy to call upon him again if he wishes to speak. Peter Neville?
My question rises to the, I guess, the precedence of the charter. Will the charter providing this restriction, which is greater than what the Massachusetts General Laws provides for, so when we get downstream and there's a question as to whether or not this particular language now, which is more restrictive, will be upheld? Because I think later in this meeting we're going to find that our charter falls second to the Massachusetts general laws, and I always thought it came first. That's why we have home rule. So maybe the learned attorney could speak to whether or not passing this will actually put some teeth into our charter or not. Thank you.
I could answer, but Mark Rich, Town Council, responding to Peter Neville's question.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. And I apologize if it appeared that I was in any way personalizing this. That wasn't the intent. But with respect to this language, and I did just have a conversation with the Charter Committee Chairman, there is no prohibition in state law for inserting this more restrictive language, and if this language was inserted, this would be the guiding language, notwithstanding the language in Chapter 39, Section 15 that reserves the authority to the moderator. Your charter, after this process proceeds, as you know from the opening motion, this charter would then proceed to the legislature and would be passed as a special act amendment to your charter, and that would effectively overrule or supplant the language in Chapter 39, Section 15, specifically for the town of Plymouth. So this language would be the governing language at your town meeting.
Karen Bukes.
Karen Bukes, Precinct 7. Since you are the town moderator at this time, Mr. Trifletti, and I would like to ask you your thoughts on this subject. I'm sure they're not making it personal, but you are the town moderator at this time. Would you please give me your thoughts?
So first of all, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier at the meeting, which is Section 6 of town meeting time does talk about the moderator speaking in the debate if the moderator alone is in possession of relevant and significant information that ought to be imparted to the town meeting. I would first begin by saying that I believe that the presentation initially made by the Charter Review Committee was taken out of context with respect to town meeting time. For those of you that have a copy, Section 48 on pages 111 refers to taking an appeal in references specifically other jurisdictions, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. And that's really that to which they were referring, because it does go on to say that the better rule is in Massachusetts is that the statute puts the burden on the moderator and it cannot be avoided by letting the meeting decide. So that's what town meeting time says, and that's consistent with the Massachusetts statute. I would just tell you that there are a lot of rulings that are made prior to town meeting. For this particular town meeting, I had many people contact me about competing procedural motions, things like whether we have this discussion this morning, whether we have it Monday night at 7 o'clock. I had substantive motions coming up on Article 23. There were a couple motions to include a buffer, include a setback, things that were not within the warrant article, within the warning. I ruled them out of order. In the past, I've gotten requests to have resolutions at town meeting. You could think of how town meeting could get out of hand if, unlike some other town meetings that might allow resolutions, we've stuck to keeping things that are on the warrant. So I would just say to you that where there are 135 of you, that I think that for purposes of our representative town meeting, which I think now we're the largest community in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that still has representative town meeting, I think that certainly you need someone who's going to be able to preside and maintain order, and I think that the way things have happened up until now have done well. It also was the observation, you certainly can get up and question the vote, and as you've seen throughout the morning, there are opportunities to have a point of order in order to get questions answered. So I certainly, that would be my experience. Further questions, discussion? If not, yes, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me just explain a bit. We didn't take this out of context. I can give you, first of all, town meeting time says that Massachusetts state statute does not govern this point, and that's why they have the two alternative schools of handling appeals. You can do it either way. Either way is legal, as town council has said. The reason we put it in the charter was to address situations, and I can give you three examples. One was before the current moderator was elected with a previous moderator. During town meeting, a proposition was presented at the state level that Plymouth was on a very short list of 3 or 4 communities to be cited with a second major Logan Airport-size airport. A second major airport, like Logan, in South Plymouth. It happened during that town meeting run-up. We couldn't put an article in, so at the end of the town meeting, I presented a resolution to this body. A resolution to put Plymouth on record that we did not want a second major airport in Plymouth. The vote passed. The moderator allowed it. It passed. I presented it at the state level, and very quickly Plymouth was dropped from the list. We said the town of Plymouth has spoken, and for these reasons we didn't want a second major airport. The current moderator then ran for moderator and was elected. He took the position that no resolutions like that would be allowed at town meeting unless they were in the warrant. And of course, the warrant is months ahead of time, so you can't add something at the last minute. 2 situations presented itself since then. One had to do with the nuclear power plant. There was the major, I can't remember whether it was 3 Mile Island or Fukushima, but we wanted to put a resolution to the town meeting about safety at Pilgrim 1 so that we could take that resolution and present it to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I tried to do it on a Saturday morning. The resolution was ruled out of order. I rose and said I appeal a ruling of the chair, because I thought this was really important, and I was not allowed to speak any further. Basically, it was shut down. So that resolution never got presented, never got voted on. The third situation happened at the very last town meeting, when one of our own town meeting members, Randy Parker, wanted to speak to the issue of town hall hours. And the town meeting appeared to be wanting to talk about the issue of town hall hours and put the town meeting on record with respect to town management. That was shut down. And I think if we had this provision in our charter, we would have appealed that ruling, we would have had that debate, and I think we would have been better for it. So that's the reason why we put it in the charter to address what I thought was an undemocratic, a lack of openness, a lack of transparency. These kind of issues need to be debated. Now, a point of order on a ruling of law cannot be subject to appeal. It says so right in town meeting time. If it's a matter of law, we can't change that. You can't appeal a ruling of law. Law is law. And that the moderator is in charge there. But town meeting time says you can either have the moderator as the servant of the meeting when it comes to this stuff, and the town meeting is supreme, or the moderator is supreme. Frankly, I think power, absolute power, isn't democratic, and I think that's why we want this ability to town meeting to basically overrule that particular ruling. And we took a conservative approach. The town meeting time says that the motion to overrule is can be by majority vote. We wrote it in the charter by 2/3 vote to make it a higher bar. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. We'll take a vote electronically. We are voting on Article 20, Motion 17. When the light goes on, you can cast your vote. It's a majority vote. We're here live at Plymouth North High School. You can now vote on Article 20. Town meeting is voting. We have 123 that are voting. We're now completing the voting. It'll be shown by precinct. It'll be displayed behind you, according to precinct. This on motion number 17. First precincts 1, 2, and 3 are displayed. 66 having voted in favor, 57 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. We'll now continue with the display. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. And we conclude with precincts 13, 14, and 15. And we now move on to motion number 18, which is Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete section 2-6-4 in the current charter in its entirety and insert a new section 2-6-5 as follows. 2-6-5, promptly following the annual town election, the moderator shall appoint an assistant moderator for a term commencing at the first town meeting following such annual election or at such time as a vacancy occurs and ending on the date of the annual town election the following year. Such appointment shall be subject to the approval of such town meeting. The assistant moderator shall substitute for the moderator in the event that the moderator is absent from a town meeting session or at the discretion and request of the moderator, and shall carry out the duties of the moderator, excluding any exercise of appointing authority. In the event that the moderator cannot carry out the duties of his office by reason of death or disability, then the assistant moderator shall carry out all the duties of the office of moderator. The assistant moderator position shall be uncompensated. It's a majority vote, and Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section B, page 9 of the supplement, and page 8 of the spreadsheet. The motion includes the amendment made by the Advisory and Finance Committee to add the words, or at such time as a vacancy occurs. However, it does not include the amendment that will be offered by the Board of Selectmen, which we did not vote on. Thank you.
Mr. Tavares moves to amend Mr. Salerno's motion by inserting the following language to the end of the last sentence, except in the event of the death or disability of the moderator. Anthony Provenzano on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
Good morning again, through you, Mr. Moderator. We added the language, except in the death or the disability of the moderator. The original provision says that the assistant moderator shall be uncompensated, and although the moderator's compensation is not exactly a lordly sum, we thought it'd be inequitable if that person had to take over all of the duties by reason of death or disability of the moderator and remain uncompensated. It's just a matter of equity.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. We'll first be voting on that. I will first call for a vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We now have a main motion as amended under Article 20, Motion 18. Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion number 19, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert as section 2-6-6 the new charter language as follows. 2-6-6, the town manager shall provide support personnel to assist the moderator in carrying out the moderator's assigned duties. It's a majority. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section B, page 9 of the supplement, and page 8 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion number 20, Mr. Salerno moves town meeting vote to insert in section 2-7-1 of the charter new language at the end of the first sentence in the current charter as follows, subject to such procedural rules as the moderator may impose. Mr. Salerno.
In a vote of 12-0-1, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section A, page 7 of the supplement, and page 8 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 21. Mr. Salerno moves town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 2-10-3 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. Town meeting members must complete a conflict of interest law online training program provided by the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission. Newly elected members must complete this training within 30 days of the beginning of their term of office. Town meeting members shall not be required to receive such training more than once unless they are otherwise required to do so as a special municipal employee under the provision of the General Laws, Chapter 268A. Majority vote, Mr. Salerno.
In a vote of 6-5-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 13 of the supplement, and page 9 of the spreadsheet.
Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Charter Review Committee.
This training, just so everybody is aware, is the exact same training that is on the ethics page in your town meeting handbook. So when you get elected, you get handed the handbook. It's available online. And we're not recommending doing anything different here. Brookline, Arlington, and many other towns in Massachusetts have similar passages where they direct people to the state training on ethics. So we're just recommending elevating it because as we were going around town, we were finding that a lot of people didn't even know it was in the town meeting handbook. So, and they thought we were proposing something new and excessive, but it's the exact same training that is already in your town meeting handbook.
Dale Weber, Precinct 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. I've written to most of you. I've included to you opinions from the State Ethics Commission, the board that you've been asked now that if this motion passes, to take an exam through that board. I find it ironic that the makers of this motion are asking us to take an exam through the very board that has stated publicly to us that there is no conflict of interest in this body. The bottom line is that we're all elected town meeting members, and we all leave our titles at the door. I also find it ironic that initially the Charter Review Committee was asking for us to state our occupations, and that was removed prior to this body by the other committees that oversaw this. But the issue is, I believe that the Charter Committee, through this amendment, is instituting an artificial criteria to become a town meeting member that is non-enforceable. If you choose to take a test, I personally, you've seen the email that I sent to the Ethics Commission. I stated that I've been a town meeting member for 25 plus years. I've been a town employee for 38 years, now retired. My sentence is over. But the bottom line is we're here now to take action on a motion that is non-enforceable by the very body that is giving the exam. And even more ironically is as a past town employee and having taken this exam numerous times, there is not a single question that pertains to town meeting on this exam. And you know what? If you want to bamboozle yourself or the regulatory agencies, you can cruise through that exam just by clicking the key until you get the right answer. There is no failing of this test. So it's really, I believe, as I've stated to Mr. Abbott and members of the committee in my presentation to them, I believe it's a nefarious attempt to keep whittling away at a conflict of interest that does not exist at this forum by law. And in anticipation of maybe Mr. Neville, or I see Mr. Cirque standing up there, I did want to state that in 1966, Article 2 of the amendments of the Constitution was replaced by Article 9. And there's been some discussion on this prior to me speaking today. That's why I want to run through it now. The new article is the constitutional source for home rule in the Commonwealth. Obviously, if we pass this motion today, this will be part of a home rule. So, Section 1 of Article 89 grants to the people of every city and town the right of self-government in local matters, subject to the provisions of this article and to such standards and requirements as the general court may establish. There are two limitations, however, within this general grant of power set out in Section 1. First, the right extends only to local matters, and moreover, and this is the important part of my presentation, moreover, no exercise of this right may be inconsistent with the Constitution or with the general laws as may have been or may be enacted by the general court. So obviously, Chapter 268A, the conflict of interest laws, applies in this matter. There is no conflict of interest in this body. Thank you, and I urge a no vote on this.
Richard Cirque, followed by Betsy Hall.
Opposing this proposal would be like adulterers boycotting a chastity convention.
Betsy Hall, we're debating Article 20 and motion 21.
I want to assure you I have never committed adultery, just in case you're wondering. And I'll take a test on that anytime. However, I do disagree with Mr. Begley that putting this in the charter is the same thing as putting it in the town meeting handbook. The town meeting handbook, I recommend to all of my newcomers, as the chairman of my precinct, that they read that town meeting handbook. And I think it behooves all of us as chairman of our precincts to ask them to read that town meeting handbook and to answer any questions that they might have on that. But it's not the same thing. We are now going from a town meeting handbook suggestion to a charter must. The word must, you see, is here. And I personally am very much against this for a number of reasons. One, I do not think that we need to question the ethics of our town meeting members. Two, there is no accountability listed here. If you don't do it, it's a must that has no accountability. Third, we are suggesting through this that town meeting members are special people who need to be constantly reminded about their ethics. They do not. All of the people who come for town meeting as town meeting representatives are saying, I care about my community. And I don't think we need to legislate their ethics, personally. I do have a serious concern about the law on the books of the state of Massachusetts that all members of every committee, appointed or elected in this town, must complete a conflict of interest training. When I went to the town hall to find out where are all these certificates stored, nobody knew. I have not seen the conflict of interest training that had to be completed, for example, by Advisory and Finance, by the Charter Review Committee, by the Planning Board. I don't know where all of these committees, the Energy Committee, the Open Space Committee, I know where they are because I have them in my hand. As the chairman of the Open Space Committee, I hounded all of my committee people. So I think that's one thing that we need to be much more clear on as selectmen and as administrators. Where are all the conflict of interest certificates for the Conservation Commission, for all of these many, many committees that we have. I don't know where they're housed. I don't know whose job it is to collect them. Have all the committees in the town of Plymouth completed a conflict of interest training? By state law, they have to. However, by state law, town members do not. So I think that this is just bringing forward a problem that doesn't exist among town meeting members. But I do think that we need to have a place that any resident in town can go to town hall and say, I would like to review the certificates of conflict of training for the Conservation Commission, or any other committee in town. So I'm asking for the selectmen to please make that happen. Thank you.
Lawrence Pizer, Town Clerk.
I have at least two concerns with this. I think that the question of enforceability is important. It's not enforceable. You people are elected. Not going to unelect you because you do or don't take this test. The only way of unelecting you is already written into the charter. It's recall. That's it. What does concern me about this is that we're opening up ourselves to liability unnecessarily. Okay, you do or don't take the test. Someone out there says, aha, this is absolutely unnecessary as far as I can see. Secondly, the question of, is this valuable? You all have the ability to go online. We get, as people who are required to take the test, we get emails with the place to go to take the test. Well, I decided, since I didn't have to take the test right now, to see where I could go. And I went to the website of the Mass Ethics Commission, and there it is. Anybody want to take the test? Go take the test. Have a good time. It is not that much of a good time, actually, but that's okay. The other part that's important is it really does not apply to town meeting members. The superintendent of schools is offered a trip to a convention. Is he able to pay for taking that trip? That's the sort of question that is brought up in the test. If you want to know whether he's able to take the test, fine. What else should you know? Well, I think all town meeting members would be well advised to have a Master of Public Administration. They would be very well advised to have a Master of Business Administration, because these are useful things to have as a town meeting member. I would never put those in as a requirement for town meeting members. And as far as other towns are concerned, oh, for heaven's sakes, we're Plymouth. Just because somebody else doesn't do something the correct way doesn't mean that we have to follow. This is a piece that is not going to be useful as a charter place. It can be an advice, but it does not belong in the charter. Thank you.
Michael Landers, followed by Peter Neville.
Mike Landers, Precinct 13. I move the question.
Motion to close debate. It's not debatable. Anyone who cares to be heard, please stand to be recognized. Thank you. We'll now take a voice vote on whether to close debate. Requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries by 2/3. And now we will take a vote on motion number 21. It'll be by electronic vote. When the light goes on, you can vote on motion number 21. Conflict of Interest Online Training Program is the subject matter of motion number 21. And when the light goes on, you can now vote. Vote on motion number 21. We're continuing with the fall annual town meeting session. We'll be recessing shortly for our lunch recess. We previously voted that it would be 45 minutes in duration. We returned this morning at 10:15. We'll be recessing shortly. You'll see that the voting is concluded, and we have 122 voting on motion 21 on Article 20. We'll now have a display. You can see how your precinct, how you voted. Please check to make sure your vote is correct. 30 in favor, 92 in opposition, 0 abstentions. the motion does not pass, it does not carry, and when we see the display of the remaining 3 precincts, we will then be moving on to motion number 22. And that motion is that Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert as section 2-10-4 the new charter language as follows. At the beginning of every town meeting, the moderator will provide a brief review of the charter's conflict of interest section. It's a majority, Mr. Salerno.
In a vote of 6-5-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in section C, page 13 of the supplement, and page 9 of the spreadsheet. And by the way, the details of this vote is one of the ones that were corrected in the orange handout that you received when you got here. The total was right, but the detail was a little bit off. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Michael Hanlon, followed by Dale Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I respect Mr. Weber's opinion. You may recall several years ago, I was the chair of the so-called Conflict of Interest Subcommittee. What was crystal clear to that subcommittee, and we made crystal clear to you, when Mr. Weber points out that state law exempts town meeting members from the Conflict of Interest statute, he's correct. What he doesn't say is that towns can impose a higher standard by that same standard, or by that same legislation. We have a higher standard in our charter. There are no enforcement provisions. We went over that in great gory detail. Nobody wanted enforcement provisions. But the charter still stands, the language of the charter relative to conflict of interest. It's an important issue. And I would suggest to you, it's really the honor system. We're all holding each other to that honor system that we're going to abide by our charter and its conflict of interest provision. It's important. We need to remember that going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. For the same reasons I spoke on the prior article, I speak again on this. I don't need to repeat them. I would like, though, to seek some clarification as this article, this amendment, applies directly to the town moderator and how he will address this issue through his role. And as he is the incumbent town meeting moderator, I would ask for his opinion on this.
Thank you. I would just remind town meeting members that at every town meeting, I do give a statement that we do have a chapter and section in our charter that relates to conflict of interest. And I indicate that we're to give the town clerk notice in writing if you have a financial. Beyond that, I would just say that in listening to both the proposed changes of the charter as well as some of your votes, what strikes me is that you have a choice. You have a charter, you have bylaws, you have rules. And the question really becomes whether you reduce things to writing in a charter, or whether you have a bylaw, whether you have a rule. I think that previously town meeting, in its wisdom, declined to put in the charter legislative language about signs in the auditorium here. I think that was a sense from town meeting that you decided that that wasn't the kind of thing that should go in the charter. And I wonder whether or not you want to tell this moderator or future moderators what to say at the start of a town meeting. What is brief? What is a review? How would that be done? And does that then open the door for precedent for, in the future, putting other things in the charter, ordering, in this case, the moderator, what to say at town meeting? So I think that, from my point of view, it's in the charter, and I would ask you to think about whether or not you want to take something that's already in the charter and now have it be further legislation that you're all going to be reminded at every town meeting what's in your charter. Mr. Costello.
Yes, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I think this conflict of interest is, if not the most important, it's the key principle guiding this body. And we have some provisions in the charter presently They're not enforceable, but they are on the honor system, like Mr. Hanlon said. I think asking the moderator, any moderator, future moderator, to briefly, and if you read the present language, it's less than 2 minutes to read it in its entirety. We talked about signage, like he suggests. We have some new town meeting members at every meeting. We have some current members that are always bringing up town conflict of interest. It's not asking a great deal, in my opinion, to reinforce this guiding principle of this body to spend 1 minute and 37 seconds prior to every meeting and speak of the conflict of interest provision. Thank you.
Richard Sorkey.
How sad it is that some people would stand up and urge this body to reject aspirational language.
Peter Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm just looking to be educated here. Earlier, we passed $400,000 for overtime for the fire department. And that vote has a particular interest, I believe, to anyone that works in the fire department. I don't know if there's any town meeting members that are fire department, on the fire department. I don't know. I don't really care. But what I do care, because I did take the conflict of interest ethics test, I didn't find it just a matter of punching buttons. I found it to be very instructional because it offered a moral compass that I assumed was somewhat uniform and standard because it's a state form. Anyway, I think that to review what the conflict of interest is for this body, and perhaps anecdotally to suggest that if we're going to vote on a $400,000 override for overtime to the fire department, that there may or may not be an occasion to consider whether or not there's a conflict of interest if you are a fireman and a town meeting member. That's all. I may be wrong, but I'd like clarification on that.
Belinda Brewster.
Belinda Brewster, Precinct 5. At the beginning of this town meeting, the town clerk, Larry Pizer, issued the oath. And part of that oath was to uphold the charter. The charter is very clear of the conflict of interest. No town meeting member shall vote on an issue where they or their immediate family member if they receive a direct financial benefit from that vote. So every time a town meeting member does that, regardless of occupation, regardless of what they do outside the doors here, they are breaking their oath to the charter and their oath as town meeting members. I think at the beginning of town meeting, it is incumbent upon the moderator to remind people of this very simple guiding principle of which we do not enforce, but would expect that all town meeting members would do the honest and moral thing and uphold the town charter. Thank you.
Tricia McCarthy, Precinct 5.
The town charter also says that that person can vote on the budget as a whole. It's the line item, and we're reminded at the beginning of town meeting that there is the conflict of interest section in the charter, and it's our responsibility to read that, and if we have a question about it, to seek interpretation from the proper person. It's not up, I don't think, to the moderator to give a review and have his interpretation be what he's giving us. So we read that section of our current charter, we know what it says, and we go forward on that. Thank you.
Ken Howe.
Ken Howell, Precinct 11. I move the question.
It's a motion to close debate. I'd ask anyone who still wishes to speak to stand to be recognized. Thank you. We'll now have a voice vote on whether to close debate. Requires a 2/3 vote. We'll now take the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion carries by 2/3. We will now have a vote on motion number 22, and this will be done by electronic voting.
And as soon as the light goes on, you can vote on Article 20, Motion 22. When the light goes on, this will be the, thank you. We're now voting. This will be the last vote prior to our lunch recess. You are voting on Article 20, Motion 22. Town meeting members have been debating Article 20. When we return from lunch, we'll continue with the motions under Article 20. Town meeting members are completing their vote. It'll be a 45-minute recess. We are now going to be displaying the results of the vote on the screen. Please check to make sure there's a proper record of your vote. We're voting by precinct, and you'll see it recorded 60 voting in favor, 63 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. We'll continue to show on the screen the votes of town meeting members. We're now at the last precincts. This town meeting stands in lunch recess at 12:20. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome all of you back to this afternoon session of Plymouth Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on October 20th. We're here on Ober Street in the Center for Performing Arts. We are in Article 20. We are about halfway through, and we're going to continue with motion number 23. Section 2-11-2, Mr. Peck, Precinct 4, moves the town meeting vote to insert in Section 2-11-2 the new charter language after the first sentence in the current charter as follows. The lead article petitioner shall be notified by the chairman of the committee precinct chairs of the dates of the caucus meetings and be allowed to speak on their articles if they or their representatives so desire. It's a majority vote. Dennis Bagley on behalf of the Charter Review Committee. Mr. Bagley.
Okay, on this one, we were trying to standardize the presentations or the appearance of the lead petitioners as they work their way through all these caucuses. So right now, it can, the way that you handle the article that you're petitioning varies greatly from caucus to caucus. It depends on style. It varies greatly. What we wanted to have is the ability for anyone that's the lead petitioner to have an opportunity to just say something to make sure that their article is understood before it went further at a caucus meeting. As far as the length of the presentation, that can be set by practice by each chairman and the various members of the precinct. So we weren't, it could be, you could say 15-minute presentation or a 5-minute presentation. You could say no PowerPoints, only verbal. In other words, you can set the style via your own practice and rules. So this one is important, we think, to try to get some sort of standardization. If you've ever gone through this, bringing an article to town meeting, especially one like the one we're doing today, that's obviously very complex and large, it's easier if there's a standardization in the way that you can appeal in front of a caucus, the way that you can put your argument in front of a caucus, and not just be just questions. In other words, just set it up and make sure everybody's got the same level playing field before we start into questions and answers.
Harry Salerno, Chair of the Advisory Finance Committee.
In a vote of 5-7-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 13 of the supplement, and page 9 of the spreadsheet. The committee felt the agenda and list of invited speakers for precincts caucus should be up to the precinct chair. Some precincts use a caucus to discuss articles and how they affect their precincts. Others want presentations. This change would turn the precinct caucuses into mini town meetings with little time for discussion about precinct impact. Let each precinct caucus decide for itself.
Further
Thank you.
discussion. Michael Hanlon, good afternoon.
Thank you. Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. I absolutely agree with what Mr. Salerno just said. The control of the agenda at the precinct caucus should be up to the precinct caucus. This does not belong in the charter. For example, in Precinct 15, we do not support or allow presentations. That's what the presentation forum is about. So we have presentations if they're requested by town meeting members, but not by the petitioner. And it works well. So I support the FinCom's recommendation. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we're going to do an electronic vote on this because I want to make sure that we're all working well after the break. So make sure you've turned on your equipment to be ready to do the vote once the light goes on. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we will now do an electronic vote when the light goes on. It is on. Please vote on motion number 23 in Article 20. For those of you watching, this is Plymouth Fall Annual Town Meeting. It is coming to you live on October 20th. We are at Plymouth North High School. We have a warrant. We are currently debating Article 20, motion number 23 on Article 20 in the warrant. We have additional motions under Article 20. We've now completed the vote on motion number 23. We'll now display the vote of the town meeting members by precinct, 3 at a time. We're beginning with precincts 1, 2, and 3. We'll go up to precinct 15. We have 26 voting in favor, 86 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion does not carry. And once we complete the display, we will move on to motion number 24. We're now completing the display ending with precinct 15. And so motion 24 is from Mr. Peck, precinct 4, and moving the town meeting vote to delete current language contained in the first paragraph of section 2-12-1 of the charter in its entirety and insert new language. And here it is. An advisory and finance committee of 15 members shall be appointed by an appointing committee for 3-year overlapping terms. There shall be no more than 3 members from each precinct of the town, provided, however, that in the event that the number of incumbent members from a particular precinct increases due to redistricting or the change in residency of that member or another, no incumbent member need be removed and members may serve out their respective terms. The Advisory and Finance Committee shall choose from its members a chairperson and fill the other offices it may create. The 3-member appointing committee shall consist of the moderator, who will serve as the chairman, 1 member of the Committee of Precinct Chairs, and 1 member of the Advisory and Finance Committee. The appointing committee may fill any vacancy by appointment, and the term of that appointment shall be for the remainder of the unexpired term of the person causing the vacancy. It's a majority vote. Dennis Bagley on behalf of the Charter Review Committee.
Okay, this one we thought is very important, and that's why we want to continue to fight for it, even though it wasn't approved by the Finance Committee. If you think about how important the Finance Committee is in the process, in our town meeting process, it's important that the selection of the members that sit on the Finance Committee goes through an open meeting process in the way that we look at this. Right now, the moderator appoints every member of the Finance Committee, and it doesn't have the opportunity of being in an open meeting process where people can see who's being vetted, who's even applying for the positions. The other night, I was at the Selectmen's meeting, and there was 2 very good candidates that were approved for 2 different positions in town. And I had the opportunity, even though I didn't know them, I had the opportunity to see who was applying for the positions, hearing their resumes, and seeing the selectmen have a discussion with them in a back and forth. We don't have that in the current process, and what we're looking to do here is to establish this appointing committee that would now make it an open meeting process. Everything would be out in the open, and people can get to view the candidates and hear their resumes and move it along better. And this is another one, I know it was been mentioned a few times that people don't care what other towns do and stuff, but it is precedent. And since most of our systems are established based on precedent, there are quite a few towns, Brookline being another one, Arlington, where this is the way in which they do, not Brookline, Arlington, this is the way in which they've been doing it for 2 decades at least. So it's established in quite a few towns, Ipswich, Carver, Bedford, there's quite a few.
Harry Salerno.
In a vote of 2-8-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this change, found in Section G, page 21 of the supplement, and page 10 of the spreadsheet. This change would create a committee to appoint the Advisory and Finance Committee members. Most of the committee felt the current system, with the moderator making the appointments, is working well and is responsive. The moderator is elected by the entire town every 3 years to act as the head of the legislative branch, and by design has the appointing authority for that branch. The town can vote the moderator out of office or even hold a recall if they feel he is not doing a good job. The appointees work very publicly so everyone can witness the job that they do. This, by design, is a system of transparency and checks and balances. Adding an advisory and finance committee member to an appointing committee would open the door to the potential for abuse by giving them the ability to appoint someone whom they feel will vote like them. The Advisory and Finance Committee is independent and deliberates and advises without bringing in politics, or at least minimizing it. If the appointments become political, then there is the potential for abuse. Adding a committee would harm responsiveness as well. Last winter, there were 4 members that resigned, with 2 on one day, and the moderator was able to quickly appoint replacements before budget meetings began in January. The committee would have struggled to reach a quorum and fill its budget subcommittees if those positions had not been filled quickly. The committee felt very strongly that it was important to stick with what works, considering all the potential for problems that the proposed change would introduce. Those in favor of the change felt there was no guarantee that a future moderator would have the same experience, judgment, or ethics as the current moderator, and this addition would put a preemptive system of checks and balances in place. They also liked the idea of stakeholders, the A&F committee and the committee of precinct chairs having input into the appointments. The current system works, but does have the potential for abuse. The replacement may or may not work and has its own potential for abuse.
Anthony Provenzano, Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Board of Selectmen opposed this change and also opposed the change that will be proposed in the next motion. And I think it's important that we take them together, at least conceptually. The board believes that if you adopt this change to the appointing authority of the Finance Committee and open up the Finance Committee to have members who were sitting town meeting members, that you will be looking at the last unelected members of the Finance Committee that will ever exist in the town. That after each one of these fine people who are relatively free from politics leave their position, they will be replaced by a 3-member committee, one of whom will be a town meeting member, one will be the moderator, one will be an existing Finance Committee member. Inevitably, you will have a fundamentally different Finance Committee that would have a much more political taint to it.
Continuing on with the debate, Gerald Sirico.
Yeah, Jerry Sirico, Precinct 3. Since the resignation as precinct chair by my friend Mr. Sirki, I'm the longest serving precinct chair there. I don't believe this is within our purview. I agree with the Finance Committee on their recommendation. This was talked about a couple years ago or whatever among the precinct chairs, and I was against it then, and I'm against it now. Thank you.
Peter Neville, followed by Amy Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. I'm in favor of this change, more because it creates some redundancy in leadership and spreads out the load of finding decision makers who have a broader, perhaps a broader, interest in the general good of the town of Plymouth. And so that's my position on this. But in terms of this motion, I just want to bring a couple points to everyone's attention and appreciation that the recommendations that we hear from the chair of the Administration and Finance is something that are coming out of his interest in providing information clearly. And he's not cutting and pasting this off of a website. So for every single one of these articles, we're seeing a recommendation from Chairman Salerno that basically is his language and ideas and reflects the Administration and Finance Committee. Also, I want to point out that whoever put this document together with the cross-references from the supplement to the different warrant articles, congratulations. I mean, talk about no mean feat. Thank you for its clarity.
Amy Hine, followed by Rich Caproni.
Hi, Precinct 14. So I'm just curious, Mr. Moderator, how do you, thank you, how do you take into consideration when you choose the Advisory and Finance Committee members, like what precinct they come from? Like what is the makeup now? How much do you take that into account? And then I guess I'm not clear on how it would make it more political if it were the if it were a three-person committee choosing them. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that.
So I think the first question only is directed to me, and since I'm currently serving, I'm probably the person in that position to be able to answer that. So I receive either letters of interest or phone calls or recommendations, and I certainly look at a number of factors, not the least of which is the precinct distribution. And we try as much as possible to have one per precinct, but we don't always have people volunteering from every precinct. So that's the geography a part of it. I would also say that the one thing that happens when you have the moderator appointing is the moderator is the person throughout the year who is working on planning town meeting and then later reviewing town meeting with department heads. So, for example, prior to this town meeting, there was quite a bit of time spent going over all of the articles, and it revealed to me as moderator the skill sets that might be helpful in advising town meeting. And I will just use this article as an example. Throughout the hearings, and I attended all of the selectmen hearings and the Finance Committee hearings that related to the charter, and what stood out was that because we were drafting legislation, Selectman Provenzano did stand out at the Board of Selectmen, and he's been speaking on behalf of that, and Vice Chair Kevin Canty of the Advisory and Finance Committee did stand out because they're both lawyers by training, and for this particular article, their input was helpful. There are other members on the Advisory and Finance Committee, not to go through all of them, but as I look over here and I see Beth, who is involved in real estate, and so she has a particular skill set when it comes to real estate matters and zoning matters. So certainly as moderator, as I receive inquiries from town meeting members and department heads about the issues facing town meeting, I come to know what skill sets might be helpful to have on the Advisory and Finance Committee in order to make those appointments. I don't know if that's helpful, but I would just also reiterate what Mr. Salerno said is one thing you would lose is you would lose the ability to be able to respond quickly when there are resignations. And the Advisory and Finance Committee, unlike any other one that I know, because there are 15 members, because many of them serve multiple years, and because of the workload, there are always resignations throughout the year. And last year, when there were two, not only in the same day, and one or two others during town meeting time, Mr. Salerno did say to me that he was particularly appreciative because he thought that if I had not appointed people quickly, he may not have had a quorum in order to be able to have them do their business. So certainly with a committee, you would have to post, you would have to follow other types of requirements which would delay that. So for you to be aware of that. Mr. Caproni.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm voting yes on all of the proposed motions by the committee. And this one is included in that positive vote. It's difficult. I'm sure the last thing you want to hear is a representative of Precinct 15 up here whining to you about some of the things that are going on in government. But I will say to you that Pine Hills is generating for the town currently $22 million worth of tax revenue, okay, which is a little more than 10%. Yet we only represent about 5% of the population. Additionally, there's nobody from Precinct 15 or Pine Hills, excepting Mr. Salerno, who moved there, okay, but there's nobody from our precinct represented on the Finance and Advisory Commission. And I think it's a travesty. The people who live in the Pine Hills have thousands of years of business experience, probably hundreds of finance degrees. I would challenge the current FinCom to tell me how many people of the 15 members have a finance degree. I think the answer is 0, but at best it's probably 1 or 2. It's the Finance Committee. We need finance people on the Finance Committee, and we do not have them, okay? This would be a slight step, maybe, towards improving that situation. And again, I'm voting yes for this motion.
Karen Bukes, and again, just so there's no misunderstanding, there are 15 precincts, there are 15 members, and Precinct 15 does have a representative on the Advisory and Finance Committee. Karen Bukes.
Karen Bukes, Precinct 7. There is no one precinct better than the other. I've watched you over the years, Mr. Trifletti. You've done an amazing job. My vote comes down with the Finance Committee and the Selectmen. I have seen this work. I have no faith. How quickly, Mr. Trifletti, could a moderator, nothing personal, could a moderator appoint with a committee to appoint to this board? What if you can't gather them together? What happens then? Do you have to wait for all 3? And by the way, who appoints the committee?
Thank you. Continuing on, Nathan.
Thank you. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I should just acknowledge in the spirit of transparency that I'm a direct family member of someone on the Charter Committee, since we're talking about transparency, but I do think I can engage in my own independent thought most of the time. So in conflict of interest trainings, we are taught that the appearance of a conflict is to be avoided as much as an actual conflict. I understand there are many factors at play here, but I believe the appointing process for both FinCom and the Charter Committee, which we'll get to later, should be brought into open meetings. I appreciate the current moderator's approach of trying to balance men and women, giving newcomers a shot and other considerations. But the fact remains that because this power is held by a single person and takes place behind closed doors, it gives people the opportunity to say the process is rigged, it's not fair, which is the appearance of a conflict, whether that's accurate or not. Now, you may dismiss these comments as just bitterness, and I do really appreciate and agree with many of the appointments. So, I might actually not agree with appointments that would be the result of this change that could come back to bite me. However, I don't think that this bitterness or disappointment can be just brushed aside. That bitterness can be a very destructive force. It causes people to either get frustrated, throw up their hands, and stop participating, which we don't want and we can't afford in this town, or it causes people to try and tear down the whole system because they feel they haven't been treated fairly and the system is broken. I think that what this Charter Committee has done is taken a hard look at the system we have, decided to keep it, which is town meeting, but recognized that there are adjustments and improvements and evolutions that we can make without tearing down the whole system. I believe we as citizens have a right to hear discussion about the applicants, to have some visibility about who applied, to hear their qualifications in an open setting, and to understand why someone was or was not chosen. And the applicants themselves have a right to know that their application was given proper consideration. I understand that timing can be a factor, as has been mentioned. However, the FinCom is an extremely influential body, and we don't want to rush through appointing people to that committee. I can very easily see a scenario during this three-person appointing committee where they can discuss who their alternate might be. If someone is a strong candidate but they didn't make the cut on that time, this committee could tell them, stay on board, we might have an opening, and if so, we'll meet quickly and we'll look very favorable upon appointing you to replace someone in the event of a resignation. So for those reasons and more, I will be supporting this as a necessary evolution. Thank you.
Brenda Bradley, Precinct 11. We're debating Article 20, motion number 24.
Bradley, Precinct 11. I disagree with the gentleman from Precinct 15. At one point in time, there were 3 members from Precinct 15 on Advisory and Finance, and that was voted to be too many. Then the precinct lines were changed, and a very valuable and intelligent person was lost to that change. Also, my father was moderator in Duxbury for 16 years, and he had your job of picking someone. I live in Precinct 11. I would not know what to do if I were assigned someone to find someone qualified in, say, Precinct 8. So I think the moderator, and especially you, Mr. Trifletti, is the best man for the job.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we will go for a vote. This will be electronic vote, and we are voting on Article 20, Motion 24. When the light goes on, we'll begin the voting, and we'll continue until the light goes off, and it is on. You can now vote Article 20, Motion 24. It's a majority vote. We will then move on to Article 20, Motion 25. This is Plymouth Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on October 20th. We are in the Center for Performing Arts. We will continue until 3 o'clock. And at this time, the voting has concluded. And you will now see displayed on the monitor the votes for motion number 24, beginning with precincts 1, 2, and 3. The vote is 45 in favor, 76 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. We'll continue to display the precincts on the monitor. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 are now shown, and we will now continue to motion 25. Mr. Peck, Precinct 4, moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in the second paragraph of Section 2-12-1 of the Charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. No town officer except for town meeting members or anyone who is not a registered voter of the town shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the Advisory and Finance Committee. It's a majority vote. Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, on behalf of Mr. Peck.
On this one, we went back to the wording that's closer in the bylaws. So in the current charter, it excludes town employees. And the bylaw was never updated. The bylaw is closer to this wording with the exception of the town meeting members. So this is allowing town meeting members and employees to serve now on the committee. We see that as important because you're eliminating 2 extremely large talent pools within your community. As we just heard, trying to find someone that's in a precinct that for a position that you may not be familiar with people in a certain precinct. It makes it more difficult. This increases the talent pool for the Finance Committee significantly.
Harry Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 0-10-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this change, which is found in Section G, page 22 of the supplement and page 10 of the spreadsheet. This change would allow town employees and town meeting members to serve on the Advisory and Finance Committee. Advisory and Finance is an independent body which gives advice to town meeting. To populate this committee with town meeting members and town employees who will give advice to town meeting will impair the independence or the perceived independence of the Advisory and Finance Committee. This committee must be neutral, independent, and not in the pocket of town meeting or town employees. There was a concern that town meeting members serving on Advisory and Finance Committee may feel that their first responsibility is to their precinct and their second to the town as a whole. They would in effect get 2 votes on each article. They would influence town meeting members separately from how Advisory and Finance currently influences town meeting members. Town employees may be unable to separate their personal interest from that of the town. The conflict of interest, or the potential for conflict of interest, is clear. The committee wanted to stick with what works and not introduce these potential problems to the charter. One of the speakers earlier alluded to the appearance standard. This would clearly violate the appearance standard, even if there was no actual violation of conflict of interest.
Anthony Provenzano on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, followed by Karen Bukes, Precinct 7.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. The Board of Selectmen, again, advised that you not adopt this change to the charter. In conjunction with the prior, it would have been immeasurably more dangerous, but even alone, we believe that this is a town of 60,000 people, and although you will deprive the moderator from dipping into the pool of your talent and that of town employees, we believe that there's enough talent out there to have a good and effective finance committee that does not bear any the politics that go with running for town meeting or the apparent conflict that goes with being a town employee.
Karen Bukes.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, my original request was to break this question up, but that would be a motion. As far as I know, that would have to be a motion.
We did talk about this at the motions meeting, and I think the concern was that the way this was currently drafted, it did not include a manner in which to do that, but I can certainly receive, if you want to talk to town council and see whether there's a way in which to craft a motion to amend.
Well,
And would you like to speak in support of that? Speak in support of your concern about dividing, the reason why you
Yes.
want to divide the motion.
Yes. Whereas I'm not in favor of a town meeting member, I would love to be on the Finance Committee, but have you ever seen how much work they do? We do so much work as town meeting members. They do triple the work, maybe quadruple the work. I am not so opposed to an outside employee, not a town meeting member, on the Finance Committee, if you so well wish to vote that way. Some people want to vote it both down, both suggestions down, but that would give them a choice in which to, how to vote.
Karen Bukes, if I can accept a motion to amend, it's not really drafted in such a way to make it subject to being divided. So you could move to amend to allow what you'd like or omit what you'd
Okay,
like.
I move to amend to allow town meeting members to vote on either town meeting members to be allowed to be on the Finance Committee or outside employees to be allowed on the Finance Committee that are not town meeting members. Is that confusing? I'm confused too. So vote no on both.
Thank you. Further discussion? Betsy Hall, we're debating motion 25.
I think that 25 is hard to read. I've read it several times before I figured out what it meant. So I just want to make an amendment to have it be a little clearer. Might be the English teacher in me. No town officer except for town meeting members shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the AFF committee. And only registered, so it would be 2 sentences instead of 1. Only registered voters of the town shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the ANF committee. Because I just think the sentence is awkward and difficult to read.
I can certainly accept that
I
amendment.
wrote that down.
I can accept that amendment. Further, you have it. Thank you. Discussion on the motion to amend?
Betsy, could you clarify?
Betsy, would you like to be heard on your motion to amend?
I just think it's difficult to read because of the words "except for town meeting members" are followed by "and or nor" or whatever it is. I just think it should be divided into two sentences so it's extremely clear what it means.
Further discussion.
What it means is simply that well, it's what it says, except that it's unclear. What I would prefer to say, no town officer except for town meeting members shall be eligible. And then secondly, anyone who's not registered to vote will be not eligible, rather than have it all one long, very sort of run-on, confusing sentence. Does everybody get what I mean?
I'll read it into the record again. Rich Caproni, we're debating motion 25, and we have a motion to amend on the floor.
I'm going to try and clarify this motion as it's being discussed. Ms. Bukes. We've heard of double dipping. I think you view this as triple dipping. There are people sitting in the audience who are town meeting members, and they're town employees. Now they can be on the FinCom. Is that what the article says?
Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Charter Review Committee,
What do you
to
want?
talk about the
Yes,
legislative intent.
That's exactly what it's saying, that those two groups would be available for appointment to the Finance Committee. It's important for people that are concerned about politicizing the Finance Committee to understand that many of the members of the Select Board, present and past, come from the Finance Committee or have a background on the Finance Committee. Many would argue that it's probably already the most politicized board in town. So allowing the town meeting members and the employees to join, I don't think is increasing politics any more than it's already there.
Mr. Trifletti.
I'm going to come first to.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Joseph Curley, Precinct 15. I think I can clarify what Betsy's trying to do, and I've reduced it to writing. And the words should be, no town officer nor town meeting member shall be eligible for appointment to the Advisory and Finance Committee.
That's not the motion that I have before me. Mr. Curley, do you care to continue to speak in support?
I will withdraw.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend from Betsy Hall. Betsy?
I just want to be clear that I am not supporting or opposing this at all. I'm just saying the wording is confusing. So I'm not recommending you vote for it. I'm not recommending you vote against it. I'm just asking for clearer wording.
And I'll read the words one more time before we take a vote. No town officer except for town meeting members shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the Advisory and Finance Committee, period. Only registered voters of the town shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the Advisory and Finance Committee, period. Further discussion on the motion to amend. Hearing not, I'll call for a vote on the motion to amend the main motion. It'll be oral. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion carries. It's a majority vote. Now we continue with the main motion as amended. Further discussion. Hearing none, we'll now vote electronically on the main motion under Article 25. Motion 25 as amended. Article 20, Motion 25 as amended. Yes, Mr. Conroy, please come forward. So you're now voting on a new main motion as amended, which was by substitution. So, for example, if you look at what you have in your packet, it begins with Mr. Peck, Precinct 4, moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in the second paragraph of Section 2-12-1 of the Charter in its entirety and insert in its place thereof the new language as follows. So therefore, we are substituting in its entirety new language, and the new language that you just voted was the motion to amend from Betsy Hall. So the new language is, no town officer, except for town meeting members, shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the Advisory and Finance Committee. Only registered voters of the town shall be eligible for appointment to or service on the Advisory and Finance Committee. Karen Bukes.
Which actually states town meeting members and employees that are town meeting members can be on the Finance Committee, correct?
I will tell you that it does say no town officer except for town meeting members shall be eligible. That's the language. That's the language. And did you have any further comments, Karen Bukes?
To me, what it says is if you're a town meeting member, whether you're an employee or not, you can be on the Finance Committee. That's, yeah.
Michael Landers, we're debating motion 25 on Article 20.
I just wanted to clarify, under the current ruling, if a town meeting member decides to go on the Finance Committee, they basically have to step away from their town meeting position. Is this article, is this saying that they actually could remain in both positions? Is that what you're saying?
Dennis Bagley, Chairman of the Charter Review Committee.
Yes, it would be a lot of your town meeting members hold 2 or 3 hats. The Charter Review Committee today, several members are town meeting members also. So yes, it would be a dual role.
Well, that's a kind of a different thing, though. I would agree with the Finance Committee that the conflict is amplified by having that thing. I think right now we know that if we want to serve on that committee, we'll step away. So that's my personal opinion. I would say vote no.
Virginia Davis. I'm sorry, we have a point of order before she speaks? Please.
This is
All right.
just for clarity.
It's a motion to close debate.
This isn't debate. I want clarity. It says deletion. I mean, we're discussing what's going to be the change, but it's a
We're
deletion.
deleting the language that's in the charter currently, if you vote yes, and you're substituting this new language as the new charter language.
But if you vote no, it stays the same,
It stays the way it is.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion to close debate. Is there anyone else who cares to rise to be recognized as wanting to be a speaker? If not, I'm going to take an oral vote as to whether to close debate. All those in favor of closing debate say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. We are now going to vote on the motion as amended for Article 20, Motion 25. It will be by electronic voting. A question, please come forward. This will be a point of order since we've already closed debate. There's no more discussion on the motion.
Thanks. Just a, point of order. There's 7 votes recorded. Is it possible to clear those off so that it can be reset before the...
The light has not gone on, and I'm going to assume, therefore, that we have not commenced the voting. And the request is that the screen be cleared in order to have accuracy on the voting. So, again, Article 20, Motion 25, as amended. And when the light goes on, please vote. And you'll be voting electronically under Article 20, Motion 25, as we continue with Article 20 and the motions that we have before us. And the light did not go on. It is on now. The voting has completed. We will now have the vote. 120 town meeting members have voted of the 135 that are elected. And as you can see, if for any reason your vote is not registered when it's displayed at the end of the display, please rise to indicate whether you've been shown in the display. Currently, we're showing 23 yes, 95 no, with 3 abstentions. The motion does not carry. We'll continue with the displays. Is there anyone whose vote was not recorded? Thank you. We'll continue now with motion number 26. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 2-12-2 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. The Advisory and Finance Committee shall conduct one or more public hearings, and you'll see it's a fairly lengthy text contained in your motion. It's a majority vote. Harry Salerno, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, will speak to the text of the motion. Mr. Salerno.
In a vote of 7-6-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 14 of the supplement, and page 11 of the spreadsheet.
Michael Withington, Precinct 5.
Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it, but I'm just trying to make it so that the mailing of said articles would be the default. So being as skilled as I am at writing articles, on motion 26, section 2-12-2, on line 5, I would strike those. And so that would read, town meeting's website and mailed to the by U.S. mail to town meeting members, and then strike requesting a mailed copy. So I believe that it is, as town meeting members, everyone takes an oath and you offer your services for no pay to do the best for your town and your family and your community. I believe that these pamphlets that you receive, you should not have to go look up on the town website or have it emailed to you. You should have the workbook in hand. If you don't want it, then you can opt out. That would be my suggestion. I would hope whether you vote, if you vote in favor for this article, that you vote in favor for the amendment. Thank you.
I have to first accept the amendment, Mr. Withington, and I do accept it. Because,
thank you, Steve. You're very benevolent.
yes, you are deleting language, so even though, again, we're drafting law on town meeting floor, this is an appropriate motion to amend. I do accept it. Further discussion on the motion to amend. Betsy Hall, please come forward. So he's proposing that we delete the words those on the line, those town meeting members, and delete requesting a mail copy. Betsy Hall.
Well, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Moderator, but is this the time for me to ask that this be divided, this motion be divided into A, B, C, and D, as I consider them all very different from each other? So I would like to have us vote for A separately from B, separately from C, separately from D, because they're all quite different.
I'm going to hold that
Okay.
procedural motion for a moment, and I'm going to have Dennis Bagley, Chair of the Charter Review Committee, speak to us.
On this
Mr.
one,
Bagley.
we didn't change much more beyond, that's why it's highlighted in black, what we changed. We didn't change much more beyond that. The reason why you see it in the, if you look at the current charter column compared to your proposed charter column, the reason why you see them combined here is our town council suggested that it made it more complete and distinct to have them together like this and flow. But there isn't changes made to the bottom half. It's the changes are up in the top half that Mr. Withington was referring to.
Therefore, Betsy Hall, unlike Mr. Withington's motion, I'm not going to accept it on town meeting floor without further review by town council, who is sitting here if you'd like to talk to him as we continue the debate. But there's no additional motion to amend on the floor at this time. Richard Caproni.
Just a point of clarity, Dennis. Public hearings by the FinCom are called for in this motion, correct?
Yeah.
Would those public hearings be any different or in addition to the normal FinCom meetings every other Monday or whenever they have them? Are these additional opportunities for the citizens of Plymouth, all right, to hear the deliberations and the thought processes of the members of the Finance and Advisory Committee?
No, there'd be no restriction at all. In fact, we added more, a little further down, we added more where we moved language like that was sitting in bylaw and not in the charter. We moved it into the charter so that it would give them more authority.
Further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for first a vote on the motion to amend from Mr. Withington, which is to delete the words those and then requesting a mail copy. It's a motion to amend. It's a majority vote. I'll call for an oral vote All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We now have Article 20, Motion 26, now amended. Any further discussion? If not, we'll vote as amended. I'm first going to take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. And now we move on to Motion 27. Mr. Peck, Precinct 4, moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in Section 2-12-3 of the Charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. The Advisory and Finance Committee shall present its written recommendations on the warrant to the town meeting in the event that the committee believes that there are substantial differences of opinion among the members of the Advisory and Finance Committee on any warrant article. Such written report in the judgment of the chairman may also include a statement of the minority opinion regarding such warrant article. It's a majority vote. Dennis Bagley on behalf of the Charter Review Committee.
During the interview process that we conducted, several people said they wanted to know a little more detail about the minority report and what people wanted on many major topics, what the minority opinion was. And then in discussions and meetings with the Finance Committee, we tried to react to their pushback a little bit in that we think it should be up to the judgment of the chairman to decide if the issue raised was big enough to warrant the minority report. And that's why we modified that last sentence, but it was before they could revisit that one. So.
Harry Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 0-11-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this change to the charter, which is found in Section C on page 14 of the supplement and page 11 of the spreadsheet. The committee felt that this charter change would create an unnecessary burden on the committee. The Advisory and Finance Committee meetings are telecast live, available on YouTube on demand, and minutes are available online, so opinions of members on each article are no secret. The committee also works hard, in the case of close votes, to include the opinions of those voting in the minority in its recommendations already. I also would note that the Advisory and Finance Committee received the revised language, which added the discretion of the chairman, but voted not to reconsider this section. Thus, the original vote on the original language remains. So that our vote was to not recommend this. It seems an additional burden without any benefit, since all the information is already available. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Chair is in doubt. We'll now vote electronically on Motion 27 in Article 20. When the light goes on, you can vote electronically. It's a majority vote under Article 20, Motion 27. We're waiting for the light to go on. You can now vote. This is Plymouth's Fall Annual Town Meeting, coming to you live on October 20th. We are at Plymouth North High School, located on Aubrey Street, in the Center for Performing Arts. We are continuing to debate Article 20. We're on Motion 27 of the 45 motions under Article 20. Town meeting members are completing their votes, and now displayed on the screen, town meeting members will be able to see if their vote is recorded correctly. We're beginning with the first three precincts. As you see us go through the remaining precincts, 42 in favor, 79 in opposition, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry for 27. When we complete the display, we will then move on to 28, and you'll see the final three precincts. We're now going to move to Motion 28. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert as Section 2-12-5 the new charter language as follows. The Advisory and Finance Committee may appoint such subcommittees as it deems advisable. Majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 15 of the supplement, and page 11 of the spreadsheet.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 29, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting Vote to insert as section 2-12-6 the proposed new charter language as follows. 2-12-6, the Advisory and Finance Committee shall have the authority at any time to investigate the town's accounts and management, and the books, records, and accounts of all departments of the town shall be open to the inspection of the Advisory and Finance Committee or any of its authorized subcommittees and any person employed by it. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 15 of the supplement, and page 11 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 30, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert in section 3-2-5 the new charter language to the end of the first sentence thereof as follows. And may designate one select person to participate in the negotiating of collective bargaining agreements. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section D of page 17 of the supplement and page 12 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Anthony Provenzano, Vice Chair, Plymouth Board of Selectmen.
Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Moderator. The Board of Selectmen voted 4-1 not to support this change. We believe that the town manager can always employ the good offices of any member of the board to assist management in collective bargaining agreements, but that shouldn't be something that is addressed in the charter.
Further discussion on motion 30? If not, we'll take that by electronic voting on motion 30. Please be ready to vote electronically. It is the motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee. When the light goes on, you can vote on motion number 30. Please vote. This is Plymouth Fall Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on October 20th from Plymouth North High School. We'll be continuing with the remaining 15 motions under Article 20 as we move through our warrant this afternoon. Thereafter, we will pick up in our warrant articles. Currently, we're voting on motion 30. It'll be displayed on the screen, and you can check for whether or not your vote is recorded properly. The precincts are being displayed. We have 78 voting in favor, 41 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion passes. We are now continuing with the precincts, and you will see displayed the remaining precincts, 13, 14, and 15, and therefore move on to motion 31. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 3-2-8 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. The select board shall meet jointly with the school committee, planning board, and all other elected boards of the town for the purpose of sharing information. The select board shall schedule the joint meetings, which shall be held no less than twice a year. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section D, page 17 of the supplement, and page 13 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take an oral vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 32, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 3-5-1D of the charter and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. Establish, reorganize, consolidate, or abolish any department or position under the town manager's direction and supervision with the approval of the select board. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section D, page 17 of the supplement, and page 14 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for an oral vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We now move on to motion 33. Mr. Tavares moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 3-5-1N of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. Have full jurisdiction over the lease, rental, disposal, and use of all town property except schools after consultation with the select board and shall be responsible for the maintenance repair of all town property. It's a majority vote. And we'll have first the Board of Selectmen, Anthony Provenzano, Vice Chair.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. So the Board of Selectmen did in fact approve the addition of the language after consultation with the Select Board, although quite frankly, God help the town manager that disposes of town property without consulting with the Select Board. In some ways, the language is superfluous, but we didn't think there was any harm in putting that in there.
Harry Salerno, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In a vote of 190, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this proposed change, which is found in Section D, page 17 of the supplement, and page 15 of the spreadsheet. The committee felt that the town manager should be allowed to make decisions about one-time rentals of a property for an event without the need to consult with the Board of Selectmen. While we appreciate the language having been changed to after consultation, after consultation with the selectmen, ultimately, the committee felt that disposal of property is a responsibility of town meeting and should remain that way.
Further discussion? Yes, please come forward. Alan Costello, town meeting member, Precinct 10, speaking on Article 20, Motion 33. Mr. Costello.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. To that point, can consultation be amended to approval? I mean, what's the definition of consultation if it could have a negative response or a positive?
So you're moving to amend the word
Consultation
substitute
to
the word
approval.
approval with consultation. You want to substitute that word, is that right?
If it's within my right to, within my time to do it on the floor,
So
I'd
instead
like
of
to do that.
consultation with, it's approval by? Okay. Accept that. Further discussion on Mr. Costello's motion to amend. Do you want to speak in support of it? Mr. Costello?
I would just feel very confident if the Board of Selectmen approved such a move. Consultation, in my opinion, leaves it a little wide open. They could go to the meeting and not have a favorable response and yet move forward on the disposal of property. I just want to guard against that if that's a possibility.
Further discussion? Mr. Salerno?
Our committee would rather have had the language with the approval of, which was part of the commentary within our discussion.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, I'll first call for a voice vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. We now have a new main motion as amended. Amy Hine on Article 20, Motion 33 as amended.
Okay, Precinct 14. So I guess my question is, as of now, town meeting decides whether we dispose of a property. Does that mean if we sell it? So can you clarify that? Because at the end of the FinCom recommendation, it says that the committee felt the disposal of property is the responsibility of town meeting. So are you saying that transitions to the town manager?
Mr. Salerno, do you care to respond?
I'm just confused about that.
Did you want to?
I have Melissa Arrighi, Town Manager, further responding.
Even if you make this change to the charter that would require the disposal of property to be approved by the Board of Selectmen, it still requires town meeting action prior to that.
Further discussion, Betsy Hall. We're debating Motion 33, Article 20.
My understanding of the disposal of property is that if the town owns tax title property, then it can go to auction without coming to town meeting, but it cannot go to the Conservation Commission or affordable housing without coming to town meeting. That's what I was told, or I understood I was told, that the selectmen can put town-owned property up for auction at any time without coming to town meeting.
Is that a statement, or would you like confirmation?
I'd like confirmation, yes.
Thank you. Would someone care to respond to the inquiry from Betsy Hall, town meeting member, and I believe Mark Rich, town council, is going to come forward and respond. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, once again. Tax title property is different than property that's held generally by the town. Tax title property is held by the tax title custodian and is subject to a specific auction process for tax title property. So that would not be part of what we're discussing under this section.
So are you saying that, for example, a building owned by the town has to come to town meeting to be sold, but tax title property doesn't?
Tax
Mr.
title
Rich.
property does not
different.
come, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. Tax title property does not go through the town meeting process.
But a building does?
A building held by the town under Chapter 40, Section 15 would be, and under Chapter 40, Section 3, property of the town is held by the town. Chapter 40, Section 15 requires a vote of town meeting. This simply creates another layer of process.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote on the main motion under 33 as amended. This is Article 20, Motion 33 as amended. It is going to be a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries by a majority. We'll now move to motion number 34. Mr. Peck moves the town meeting vote to insert in section 3-12-1 of the charter the new language as the second sentence therein as follows. When reasonably possible, the committee shall have among its members one attorney, one registered professional engineer, architect, one person employed in the construction industry or related trade or occupation, and one active proponent of the environment, and one other residence. Majority vote. Dennis Bagley on behalf of the Charter Review Committee.
On this one, if you look at your, the current charter wording and the new proposed wording, you'll notice that the current charter says the Board of Selectmen shall appoint a zoning board of appeals of 5 members and 2 associate members and 3 overlapping terms. What we've tried to do is break that out so that it's clearer to try to get the correct mix of talents on the board. So just like with the building committee, this is consistent in other locations in our existing charter. The building committee and other locations, they already specify different positions. This one would add, so now it's saying for one attorney, one registered professional engineer, architect, one person employed in the construction industry or a related trade or occupation, one active proponent of the environment, and one other resident. This makes the wording very similar. If you thumb through to look at the building committee and other committees, it is making itself consistent with that type of wording that we already have in the charter.
Harry Salerno, Chair, Advisory and Finance Committee.
In a vote of 5-6-0, with the chair voting to break the tie, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve change, which is found in Section D, page 18 of the supplement, and page 19 of the spreadsheet. There was the sense that this language would somewhat bind the selectmen with their appointments. It is exclusionary, so that some residents who may be good candidates would be excluded or would have to wait too long for an other resident position to open up. Some were uncomfortable with the ambiguity in the phrase proponent of the environment. Other members felt that this change to the charter would be positive, that it would articulate the ideal of a balanced zoning board of appeals, which benefits the town. This language more properly belongs in the bylaws, where it may be overridden by a 2/3 vote of the select board in the event an ideal slate of candidates does not present itself.
Further discussion, Edward Conroy. Oh, excuse me, Anthony Provenzano, Vice Chair, Board of Selectmen.
Do you have our motion to amend on that?
I do not have that in the book, so I'd be happy to receive it. Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Provenzano?
Yeah.
The Board of Selectmen have a motion to amend. We'll read it into the record momentarily when we have it. But in the meantime, Mr. Provenzano, you can speak to it.
Sure.
And then if someone from the Board of Selectmen can provide us with a motion to amend, we'll put it into the record.
In substance, Mr. Moderator, and through you, we wished to make a change to drop the designation of an active proponent of the environment and to add an at-large position. So rather than be attorney, registered professional engineer, person employed in the construction industry, active proponent of the environment, and one other resident, it would be attorney, professional engineer or architect, person employed in the construction industry, and 2 other residents to provide the board with more flexibility, and also because there is some inherent ambiguity in the term active proponent of the environment. I know what an attorney is. An attorney has a license to practice law. I know what a registered professional engineer or architect is. I know what a person employed in the construction industry is. And although I have some sense of what an active proponent of the environment is, that is something that is essentially a self-designation. So in combination of the fact that we would like more flexibility, if we are to be constrained in this matter, we would like to move to amend in that regard.
And I don't need that in writing. We can understand that you want to delete active proponent of the environment, and you wish to change and substitute 2 for the number 1. Edward Conroy. We're debating motion 34.
Hello all, I'm the attorney on the Zoning Board of Appeals. I've been on the board since 2009. Before that, I was on the Building Construction Committee and on the Finance Committee since 2003. I do find I'd like to vote against both the amendment and what's written. Basically, it's exclusionary. I think it's going to be too binding, say, in relation to the attorney designation. If you, 95% of the attorneys out there are not going to understand zoning. If you go to the Plymouth District Bar Association, which meets once a month and I'm a member of, 99% of those attorneys don't have an idea about zoning. So, you're going to put some attorney on that just does divorces or criminals and trying to figure out the bylaw on dealing with solars or sand and gravel removal. We should not bind the selectmen on this. Say in relation to the idea, I agree with the idea of how you're going to find proponent, but say my secretary or Richard Serkey's secretary that understands zoning. I think that secretary, who'd be a person at large, would be wholly more qualified than an attorney to do that. This is totally binding, exclusionary. I think it's short-sighted. Thank you.
Yes, further discussion.
Chris Hool, Precinct 14. I'd just like some clarification as to what would happen in the event that you have an applicant that qualifies for a number of these categories, and how would that be assigned? How would that person be assigned, and would they fulfill multiple of those categories or just one?
Yes. Dennis Bagley, Charter Review.
So that would be handled by bylaw, how they wanted to, you would most likely ask the person volunteering which category they want to come in, because which seat is open. So they might have the seat for the attorney is open. If they're also meet some other, they're also an architect or an engineer or something, they would pick which seat that they were filling if they were both available at the same time. You're talking about the seats being available at the same time.
Yep, exactly.
Christopher Hool.
And then a follow-up question is, so would you, if you had somebody that was qualified in multiple areas, would they then be not considered qualified in the areas that of the seat that they're not fulfilling? For example, if you have an engineer and somebody who's an engineer and an attorney, but they're sitting in the engineer seat, would they then not be able to be qualified to speak at the attorney level?
No, that's not in there.
Okay.
This is to fill the spot. So it's just what seat are they filling? What position are they filling? And remember, it says when reasonably possible. So we know that you're not going to have attorneys volunteering. You're not going to have architects and engineers volunteering all the time, or not volunteering when you need them to volunteer if that position is open. So that's why it says when reasonably possible. It doesn't lock you into this structure. It's the same way the other committees work as well. It's a suggested combination, but it's when reasonably possible.
Before we have the next speaker, again, a reminder, this morning Town Clerk Lawrence Pizer swore in town meeting members that have not been sworn in since the election in May, as well as those who may have taken on an office after that. If you have arrived after that swearing in and you have not been sworn in, please see the town clerk now in order to assure that your votes are valid as a sworn-in town meeting member. David Peck.
Just wanted to reinforce what Dennis said. I was going to say the same thing. When reasonably possible, I've been on both building and zoning. Our building committee, by charter, has specific positions, and people need to apply sort of under that position. This is a suggestion for a mix that over the last 13 years that I've been on zoning has worked. We've had an architect, we've had an attorney. So right now we have 2 attorneys, but a reminder, we have 2 associate positions as well, so there's flexibility in the appointment. but ultimately it's a guideline. If you don't have an architect apply, then certainly other people, the seat doesn't go vacant in this case. It's not that much of an exclusionary. It's sort of a hiring guideline to create a balanced board, and it has worked in the past.
Stephen Leiden, followed by Karen Bukes.
Steve Leiden, Precinct 12. I have to agree with Mr. Conroy. This is exclusionary. When volunteers are asked for, people volunteer, and when you put down that you have to be an architect or a lawyer or this, other people aren't going to volunteer. And I'll have to say one thing about the Zoning Board of Appeals. They have 2 alternates, and they start out, a lot of them not knowing much about the zoning and sand and gravel, but by the time they sit on the board and being mentored by their own members, they do gain that knowledge. So I think this is exclusionary. I don't think it's a good thing. I think it keeps volunteers from volunteering. So thank you.
Karen Bukes, followed by Michael Babini.
Yes, I too agree with Mr. Conroy. I find that the selectmen over the years have been very reasonable in their appointments. They get the resumes of these people coming before them, they go over them, and their appointments are very thoughtful. So I see no need in confusing this.
Michael Babini.
Mike Babini, Precinct 15. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a couple of points. I agree with removing active proponent of the environment because there's no way to really define that. I think many of us are active proponents of the environment. And I would like to add, probably as a clarification after attorney, attorney with zoning experience.
Ms. Babini.
I already spoke, Mrs. Morris.
Kenneth
Asking you a
Tavares,
question.
Chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
I asked you a question, Mr. Morris.
And I'm letting Mr. Tavares answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you responding to my question?
Did you want us to respond, Mr. Tavares?
I'm sorry. I thought.
Oh, okay. All right. Repeat the question.
I said that to clarify after attorney, we should probably add the language with zoning experience. That way the issue of whether or not the attorney
I'm not
has
going to take that yet,
Thank
but
you,
I would be
Mr.
happy to accept it as a motion after we vote this motion, just for clarity.
Okay.
I have at times taken multiple motions and layered them. I think it might be too
That's fine.
confusing.
Yes.
But I will hold that
I'm
in my
holding-
pocket.
I got it right.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on the current motion to amend to delete active proponent of the environment and add
Yes.
2 other residents? Yes, please come forward.
Karen Edwards, Precinct 1. I think that we have to make sure we highlight when reasonably possible, as Mr. Peck noted and Mr. Bagley noted. And I also do not agree to delete active proponent of the environment because, as we know, more and more of us are becoming more environmentally concerned, but we also have members in our town that really have many different kinds of degrees regarding environmental degrees. And when you get those letters of request, that you really need to also make sure you note that on their resumes or their letters. And yes, an environmental person may know something about zoning, but so an attorney may know something about zoning. But when you're looking over the volunteer applications, I think that you really need to keep that inclusive because Plymouth has more green space than any other place in the country. In the state. And I think that Mr. Bagley did a good job by adding that. Thank you very much.
Karen Edwards, Precinct 1. Now Kevin Joyce.
I move the question.
Motion to close debate on the motion to amend. And that was the motion to amend, deleting active proponent of the environment and substituting 2 for 1 other resident. Anyone else care to rise to be recognized as wanting to speak on the motion to amend? Seeing none, I'll now call for a voice vote. It's a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of closing debate on the motion to amend, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion carries. We are now going to vote on the motion to amend, which was to delete active proponent of the environment and to substitute 2 for 1 other resident. I will now take a voice vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. Chair is in doubt. We will now vote electronically on the motion to amend under Article 20, Motion 34. This is a motion to amend from the Board of Selectmen. Kenneth Tavares, Chair of the Board of Selectmen, moves. You can now vote on this motion to amend. You're voting as to whether or not to delete the language active proponent of the environment and whether to substitute 2 for the number 1, other resident. Ken Tavares, Board of Selectmen, yes. We've now completed the voting on the motion to amend, and 54 having voted in favor, 63 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion does not carry. We will now watch as we scroll through the precincts to make sure that your vote is correctly recorded. Mr. Babini, if you can come forward with your motion to amend. We have a motion to amend from Michael Babini, moving to amend motion number 34, Article 20, regarding the language attorney. Mr. Babini will finish with the scrolling. We've now finished with the 3 precincts. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. I simply wanted to clarify the attorney by adding with zoning experience.
Discussion, do you wish to speak in support of that? Mr. Babini, did you care to speak in support of your motion? We're now debating the motion to amend. Motion, yes, Mr. Babini.
Yes, I think the idea of having an attorney on the board committee who has experience in zoning is an asset to the makeup of the board. Thank you.
Yes, we're continuing to debate this. Nathan Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. I like the spirit of the suggestion, and I also appreciate, I think it was Mr. Conroy's comments about lawyers that, maybe a divorce lawyer or something like that, but I do think that, first of all, it's just a guiding suggestion for appointment, and I would hope that the appointing people would ask what type of law or engineering experience this person might have, and if it's something completely unrelated, they would consider that versus, the other applicants. So because the language is not a requirement, it's when reasonably possible, I don't think that further clarification is necessary. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend to add the words with zoning experience after the word attorney. Any further discussion? If not, I will first call for a voice vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor of Ms. Babini's motion to amend say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The motion does not carry. Further discussion on the main motion. We're debating Article 20, Motion 34 from Mr. Peck and Samuel Butterfield, Precinct 4.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate the spirit of the article, but I wonder if it would help to make it a little more general rather than more specific, and such as to say, and I don't know if this is the best language, but when reasonably possible, the committee shall have among its members persons who, by experience or education, are qualified in the areas of zoning law, architecture, planning, engineering, and/or environmental sciences. So it's the same thing, but it doesn't specify that you have to be a registered professional engineer, for example. I know plenty of people who are not registered engineers, but have spent their entire lives in that business. For example, Randy Parker.
Can I ask you first, before you argue in support of your motion to amend, could you first deliver it to Town Council? I'm inclined to accept it, but I'd like Town Council to read the written text of your motion to amend, because this is legislation, so we want to be careful. And once he reads it, and if he agrees with me that I'm inclined to approve it, I will then read it into the record and entertain your arguments in support of it.
I'm not sure town council will be able to read my scrawling on the page.
Okay, well, I'm sure we can help you with that. So we are debating Article 20, motion number 34. We are currently dealing with the main motion, and you've heard the general idea of Mr. Butterfield's motion to amend. Would anyone care to speak in support or in opposition of the motion to amend proposed by Mr. Butterfield? Kenneth Tavares, Chair of the Board of Selectmen.
Mr. Butterfield's motion makes it much easier for any board that's going to do the appointing. It simplifies it, and I think that's the direction we need to stay in. Just keep this simple, and his motion does do that.
Further discussion on the motion to amend being proposed by Mr. Butterfield. I will accept it. I'd like the motion, if you could bring it up to me. Again, these are good reasons why, if you know in advance you're going to be presenting a motion, it's helpful to receive it so we can give it to town meeting members. Mr. Butterfield, if you can go back to the microphone and speak in favor of your motion. Okay. I'll read that he indicates that he would like to change the text. When reasonably possible, the committee shall have among its members persons who by experience or education are qualified in the areas of zoning law, architecture, planning, engineering, or environmental sciences. That's the text. After he speaks in favor of this, you will give the text to town clerk and sit with him to make sure that we have an accurate record of it. Mr. Butterfield, in support of your motion.
Yeah, as I said, I'm in support of the idea of codifying this, that we continue to the past practice of having these qualifications on the board. On the other hand, trying to make it too specific, I think is, as Ed Conroy said, kind of exclusionary. This is just to address that and make it general and allow more people to be on the board who are qualified other than by experience, other than by education or, degrees or registrations.
Thank you. Mr. Butterfield, I'm now sending you to the corner. If you could please take your seat. Michael Landers.
Okay. Interesting observation on this, where we've kind of taken it out to this definite, finite area where we're going to determine everybody's qualifications and experience and so forth. But every counter proposal has brought it closer and closer back to where we were originally. Personally, I think that all of these things are being taken into consideration in the selection process as it sits now, and I think I would vote no on this. I think we're all set right where we are.
Further discussion on the motion to amend from Samuel Butterfield, Gerald Serco.
Yeah, as a side note, Mr. Moderator, I'm willing to take bets that Sam Butterfield never amends another motion.
Further discussion, Donna Curtin. We're debating Article 20, Motion 34. We have a motion to amend.
Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. I just want to point out, in trying to get to something more general and maybe easier for us all to digest, we're actually losing a part of what I think might have been the intent of this change, which is in identifying a specific individual from a specific professional background or other area of expertise. We are creating balance. So the proponent of environmental protection is there to balance against the development side and construction. And if you make that more general and you don't put a number to it, you've lost that equation. I think this is a problematic process for us today, and I agree with Mr. Landers, and I'm going to vote no on the amendment and take it from there.
Further discussion on the motion to amend that has been offered by Samuel Butterfield as we debate Article 20. Yes, Jean, please come forward. We are debating Article 20, Motion 34. Yes.
This is the first time to say anything.
Welcome.
Here, and I just want to support what
Identify
Sam
yourself,
Butterfield,
please,
Mr.
for the
Butterfield
record.
said, The amendment does cover the environment, which is one of my big concerns and something I've been educating myself on and working on for the last 20 or 25 years. But I don't know that I have a badge to say that. When you take out some of these things, like one of the people over there said, it's so important to have balance. Donna said balance. I mean, I think the balance on this committee is important. If we amend it, it becomes more like the way it used to be. But I like the amendment, so I will vote yes for the amendment. And if it doesn't pass, I'll vote no.
That previous speaker was Jean Patnode Lane. Thank you. And we're now going to read into the record the motion to amend by substituting after members, quote, who by experience or education are qualified in the areas of zoning law, architecture, planning, engineering, and/or environmental sciences. That is your motion to amend. Further discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, I will call first for a voice vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. Chair is in doubt. I think it does not pass, but we'll vote electronically. So there'll be accountability and you'll have a record. When the light goes on, we'll be voting on a motion to amend, and it's under motion 34, and I just read into the record. Please vote. The light is on. At the conclusion of the vote, we will then continue to vote on the main motion, either as amended or not. We are currently on Article 20. We are in motion 34. We will continue to approximately 3 or 3:05. We've completed the voting, and at this time, it'll display that 55 have voted in favor, 62 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion does not carry. We're back to the main motion. Further discussion on the main motion. Anyone care to be heard before we take a vote on the main motion? If not, I'll first take an oral vote on the main motion. It's a majority vote. And this is the main motion under Article 20, Motion 34. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I will now take an electronic vote, even though it's a majority, and I don't think it passed, but nevertheless, we'll take a vote. When the light goes on, you'll be voting on the main motion of Article 20, Motion 34. Please vote. If we do not conclude Article 20 before our adjournment, we will stop since we have 46 individual main motions, and therefore we will stop at the end of a main motion. We're continuing to debate the articles and the motions presented at our fall annual town meeting on October 20th. We are coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We've just completed voting on Article 20, Motion 34. We are now going to show and display to town meeting members their record of votes. We are showing in groups of 3 the precincts, 36 having voted in favor, 80 in opposition, 1 abstention. The motion does not carry. When we complete the display, we will move on to motion number 35. And you'll see that all the precincts are now shown. Motion 35, Mr. Salerno moves that a town meeting vote to delete from section 3-14-7 of the charter the language contained in the first sentence thereof as follows: a land use and acquisition committee. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in section D, page 18 of the supplement, and page 21 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for an oral vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 36, Mr. Salerno moves town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 3-14-8 of the charter in its entirety. Insert in place thereof the new language as follows: an open space committee comprised of 9 persons. And you have the text with the delineation as to the membership. It's a majority vote, and Mr. Salerno will speak and further explain the motion. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section D, page 18 of the supplement, and page 21 of the spreadsheet.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We now move to motion number 37. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert as section 3-14-9 the new charter language as follows: Land Use and Acquisition Committee comprised of 7 members. You have the text. It's a majority vote, and Mr. Salerno will speak to the composition. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section D, page 19 of the supplement, and page 21 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries by a majority. We'll now move to motion 38. Mr. Salerno moves town meeting vote to insert as section 4-3-1 through 4-3-3 the new charter language as follows. And you'll see the text relative to the school committee and the powers. It's a fairly lengthy text contained in your motion packets. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno will speak to the text. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 15 of the supplement, and pages 24 and 25 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. And we now move to motion 39. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert as section 5-3-2 the new charter language as follows. Elected town meeting members shall present themselves within 30 days of election to the office of the town clerk for the administering of the oath of office or make alternate arrangements with the town clerk. Failure to comply with the previous sentence shall result in a vacancy. An elected official cannot act in any capacity until the oath of office is taken. It's a majority vote.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 16 of the supplement, and page 26 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion? Yes. Betsy Hall. We're debating motion 39 and Article 20.
So as a chairperson of Precinct 12, if somebody didn't take an oath and then there's a vacancy, how does that play out? I mean, does someone next person get voted in, or
I
the
defer to
person who
Mr.
got the
Baker.
next most votes? How does that
Town Clerk
vacancy
Lawrence
work?
Pizer responding.
We already have in the charter a process for a vacant office.
So that we would just follow that vacancy
It
policy
would-
we have already?
It would move to the next, under that process, it would move to the next highest vote getter in that election. And were there to be a tie, which makes it a failure to elect, it would become the responsibility of the caucus. I have to say that it does give me a little bit of pause. There are times when people present their names for office and leave for a vacation, and we will have eliminated those people as town meeting members.
Thank you.
Betsy Hall. Yeah, and I would just observe, my reading of this would be that all the people who were sworn in this morning, other than Nicole Manfredi, would not be sitting here today as town meeting members since they failed to be sworn in within 30 days. Rich Caproni.
I was going to ask Mr. Pizer to speak to that. And how many people were unsworn when we started the meeting today?
Mr. Pizer, can you respond to that question?
I believe the number was 11.
Okay. And what is the current regulation? This is not spoken to in the charter?
Well, the current The current regulation is actually state law. State law says that no one for any appointed or elected office is to serve until that person takes the oath. But that's not a town, it's not stated in town law, it's stated in state law.
Thank you.
John Hammond.
Well, I really have questions. I want to clarify. If this passes, would that mean that if someone was not sworn in within 30 days, that they would lose that office?
That is
They couldn't
correct.
come in on the 31st
Yes,
day?
that is correct.
Okay. Now, it does say, or makes other arrangements. So I presume that somebody who was going on vacation and running for office could come in and tell Mr. Pizer that they were making another arrangement, which could be to be sworn in on the 31st day. Is that correct?
Mr. Pizer.
I don't know what makes other arrangements means.
Me either. Thank you.
Thomas Bagley.
Tom Begley, Precinct 7. Actually, it was sort of on that same sort of line of questioning, the make other arrangements. I would sort of assume that if someone got elected and they were going to take a 30-day vacation, good on them, first, for having a 30-day vacation. And, but second, that they would then also be able to inform Mr. Pizer just through an email. Like if you were going to be absent at today's meeting, you would have informed Mr. Pizer that you would not be able to make today's meeting via email. So therefore, if there would be enough warning that Mr. Pizer would know that someone maybe, for whatever reason, medical vacation is not able to get to him within 30 days of their election, perhaps he can then maybe go to them or in some way figure out how they can get sworn in. I think there's enough room in here for the winner of the election and Mr. Pizer to figure out an arrangement here on how to get sworn in easy enough.
I would just like to make an observation because I think this is important for town meeting members. I happened to attend a Precinct 1 and 2 meeting reviewing the charter. And at the start of that meeting, there was a vote of the members, and they voted to approve a prior meeting or agenda. 3 people in Precinct 2 were not sworn in till this morning. So if they were people who voted at that meeting, their actions are not valid. So again, for town meeting members, for those of you that were not sworn in until today, you had no right to be taking any votes or action in your precinct until this morning. Yes, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That was going to be my question, that when you go to your caucuses, all those discussions and meetings and votes that you took were really legally not valid because you weren't sworn in. So I really think that 30 days is plenty of time to stop by and get sworn in, which takes about 15 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Patricia McCarthy, Precinct 5.
I'm really glad that this has been brought up so we can solidify this, because it's gone on for years, even to the point as in precinct chairs meetings, that when I was precinct chair, and then following that, some of those members got sworn in here, and they were functioning in that capacity. So usually, most people who are running for election are in the town of Plymouth the day they run, and all they have to do is go to town clerk's office that night and get sworn in. It's real simple. And if you're in the hospital or, there's a car accident or something happens, I think that might be special circumstances. People shouldn't run for office if they don't want to participate and be valid. Thank you.
Richard Caproni, Precinct 15.
Dennis, I have to tell you, I can't vote for this. This is bad. This is bad. Okay? People have busy lives. The people who are newly elected to town meeting, they're not familiar with the nuances and the brutal details of the town charter. Okay? This is an unrealistic requirement, and it's discouraging that someone would become a new town meeting member and they would be jettisoned on the 31st day after their election and not allowed to serve. This doesn't work for me at all.
Further discussion on Motion 39 under Article 20. Does anyone care to be heard? Yes, please come forward.
Polly Hare, Precinct 14.
Pauline, yes.
I am a fairly new town meeting representative, and when I was elected by write-in, and I did not know that I would have had to have been sworn in, but I received a very nice letter from Mr. Pizer saying that I should come in and be sworn in. Are those letters still sent out to every newly elected person?
Anyone care to respond
That
to
helps
whether
clarify for me.
a letter? Town Clerk Lawrence Pizer says yes. Thank you. Further discussion on Article 20, Motion 39. I understand in the debate we have some division, so I'll be taking this electronically. Any further discussion? If not, we will now take a vote under Article 20, Motion 39. When the light goes on, please vote. We are voting electronically. We are continuing with Article 20. You are now voting. I expect that this will conclude our business today when we complete. No, we are voting on Article 20, Motion 39. You can raise your point of order following the vote. We are in the middle of voting, and we have town meeting members voting. It's a majority vote, and we have now concluded the vote, and we will now have the precincts read and displayed. Mr. Brewster, you can come to a microphone, and I'll take your point of order as town meeting members watch the display of their votes. We are just completed the vote on Motion 39. Mr. Brewster.
Yeah, Wrestling Brewster, Chair of Precinct 5. I'd like to request a extension from 3 o'clock so we can at least get through the articles that we're working on. The motion.
I have already a motion to adjourn. You can speak in opposition to that when
I'd like to speak in
I have the
opposition.
motion, and I'm not entertaining that motion yet.
Okay.
We're in the middle of voting Article 20, Motion 39. We've completed the display. 88 yes, 31 no, 0 abstentions. And we will now continue to Motion 40. Motion 40, Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to insert in Section 5-4-1 the following new language at the end of the first sentence, or in accordance with the requirements of general laws, Chapter 43A, Section 6, to the extent applicable. It's a majority vote. Mr. Salerno.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section C, page 16 of the supplement, and page 26 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion on motion number 40? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 41. Mr. Salerno moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in Section 5-6-2 of the Charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. And it begins, if within 10 days of an affirmative vote of final passage by the town meeting, a referendum petition is filed with the town clerk, signed by not less than 3% of the registered voters in the town as of the date of the most recent annual town meeting election, asking that any question involved in such vote be submitted to the voters of the town at an election, then the town shall hold a referendum election for such purposes. There's added language in the text, in the motion book that has been presented to you, and Mr. Salerno will speak in connection with that.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section B, page 10 of the supplement, and page 27 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion, it's a majority vote. Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 42, Mr. Salerno moves town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in Sections 5-6-3 and 5-6-4 of the Charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. A non-binding public opinion advisory question may be placed on the ballot at an annual or special town election by vote of the Select Board with no less than 35 days written notice to the town clerk of the form of the question. There is additional text contained in your motion packet, and Mr. Salerno will speak to that. It's a majority vote.
In a unanimous vote of 10-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section B, page 10 of the supplement, and page 27 of the spreadsheet.
Further discussion on motion 42? If not, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries by a majority. And now we move to motion 43. Mr. Salerno moves that the town meeting vote to amend the language contained in sections 5-7-1 through 5-7-11 of the charter as follows. And then you'll see in your motion packet the text for inserting words in some of the sections. Beginning with 5-7-1, you're going to be inserting the word town-wide after the word elected and before the word office holder in the first sentence thereof. And you continue to see the other changes that are being made. Mr. Salerno, on your motion for motion 43.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this change, which is found in Section B, pages 11 to 12 of the supplement, and pages 27 to 29 in the spreadsheet.
Further discussion on motion 43. You'll see that it's fairly lengthy. It's a majority vote. If I don't hear any discussion, I'm going to call for an oral vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Motion 44. Mr. Tavares moves that the town meeting vote to delete from section 6-2-2 of the charter the word shall and insert in place thereof the language, and such attendance record has been duly certified to the town clerk by a majority vote of such board or committee shall upon certification. It's a majority vote, and on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, Anthony Provenzano, Vice Chair.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, we believe that this additional language clarifies the procedure whereby a committee vacancy is recognized by the town clerk and therefore creates more certainty in the event that were to happen.
Harry Salerno, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In a unanimous vote of 0-11-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends that town meeting members not make this change, which is found in Section B, page 12 of the supplement, and page 30 of the spreadsheet. Attendance is noted in the meeting minutes, so an additional attendance record is not necessary. The Advisory and Finance Committee has a policy regarding attendance, and other committees may also have their own policies. It is better that the details of this issue be handled on a committee-by-committee basis. In a case where a committee, through absenteeism, cannot form a quorum, it cannot certify its attendance and therefore cannot correct the problem. This provision was added specifically to address such a problem, which had happened at the county level years ago. This change defeats the very purpose of the section.
Further discussion on the Article 20, Motion 44. If not, I will call and have an electronic vote, since we have a difference of opinion between the Board of Selectmen and the Advisory and Finance Committee. When the light goes on, you'll be voting on Article 20, Motion 44. Please vote. The light is on, and they will continue and conclude with Article 20, Motion 45, absent any other procedural motions. And you'll see that Plymouth Town Meeting continues to deliberate on October 20th from Plymouth North High School. We've completed the vote on Motion 44. We will now show the display of the town meeting members for Motion 44. We're beginning with the first three precincts and continuing 63 voting in favor, 55 in opposition. The motion does carry, and when we complete the display of the precincts, we'll be moving to motion 45. We've completed the precincts. Motion 45. Mr. Tavares moves the town meeting vote to delete the current language contained in section 7-6-1 of the charter in its entirety and insert in place thereof the new language as follows. At least once every 5 years, a charter review committee shall review this charter and make a report with recommendations to the town meeting concerning any proposed amendments which the committee, motion 1, Mr. Salerno moves that the town meeting vote to replace the charter's cover page, add a table of contents, standardized font type and style. I'm not sure if my copy is correct here. So let me go to the packet that was given out today. Again, I'm going to go to motion 45, and I'm going to read it one more time. At least once every 5 years, the Charter Review Committee shall review this charter and make a report with recommendations to the town meeting concerning any proposed amendments which the committee may determine to be necessary or desirable. The members of the Charter Review Committee shall be appointed by a special committee consisting of the moderator, who will serve as chairman, one member of the select board, and one member of the committee of precinct chairs. It's a majority vote. Anthony Provenzano on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
One last time, and since this is the last time, let me again extend the thanks to the Charter Commission Committee and the hard work that they did. It was So in 5 years, when we do this again, this proposal is to change the appointing authority, the appointing mechanism for the creation of the future charter committees. And we believe this change is helpful, unlike the change that was proposed with the Finance Committee, where speed may be an issue. In this case, there is no problem on that score, and we believe that having the executive authority weigh in on who might sit on this committee in the future would be helpful.
Harry Salerno.
In a vote of 4-6-0, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting not approve this change, which is found in section H, page 22, not page 12 as the supplement indicates, and page 31 of the spreadsheet. This change would create a committee to appoint Charter Review Committee members. The majority of the committee felt that the current system with the moderator making the appointments is working well. The moderator is elected by the entire town every 3 years to act as the head of the legislative branch, and by design has the appointing authority for that branch. The town can vote the moderator out of office or even hold a recall if they feel he is not doing a good job. The appointees work very publicly, so everyone can witness the job that they do. This, by design, is a system of transparency and checks and balances. They felt the proposed composition of the committee was problematic because it would be less likely to ever see a proposal for a change to the form of government. They also felt that giving the executive branch authority over the legislative branch was not a good idea. The committee wanted to stick with what works for reasons cited in earlier proposals. Those in favor of the change felt there was no guarantee that a future moderator would have the same experience, judgment, or ethics as the current moderator, and this addition would put a preemptive system of checks and balances in place. They also felt that the selectmen should have a voice in the future government of the town. Thank you.
William Abbott. You ready to come forward, Mr. Abbott? I've recognized you. This is on Article 20, Motion 45.
This change in the charter, I think, is one of the most critical, maybe one of the two most critical changes in the charter. Because if you want a change of government, if you want to go to a council and a mayor, there's a statute, state level, you get an elected commission, they go out and get signatures, 9 members are elected townwide, and they work on a charter. The provision in our own charter is not such a provision, although it's been interpreted that a charter review committee could also come up with an entire new form of government. It was tried twice in the last 15 years. So to have one person make all of the appointments to the charter review committee, all 9 of them, with an agenda, what kind of government that one person wants, he could basically change our form of government. So three heads are better than one. We need three people to make these appointments, not just one person. Who knows who the moderator might be in the future? And to wait till he's been turned out of office on the ballot, that's 2 years later, the government will already change by then. We'll be operating under a totally different form of government. So that's not the answer. I think the only way we can address this is to diversify that opinion, have three members appointed. One is a selectman, because this is the executive branch that's going to be affected just like the rest of us, just like the legislature. So it's a selectman, a member of the precinct chairs will be a town meeting member, and the moderator, who will be the chairman. And I think that avoids what could be a really, really serious problem that could happen to us and change our total form of government. Thank you.
Further discussion on motion 45 under Article 20. I did say at the outset that I would speak on those in which there is information that I have as moderator. I first want to thank the Charter Review Committee for its hard work. They've done a terrific job, and I'm very proud of all the people that I appointed. I would also note that earlier, Beth Siegel, when she spoke, did talk about the diversity on the committee, people who are younger, people who are older, some with experience, some without experience, diversity of gender and other things. I would like to clarify one comment that was made earlier from Mr. Provenzano, and that is, although there have been no resignations from this Charter Review Committee, there have been resignations in the past, which I, as moderator, have filled quickly in order to fully constitute the Charter Review Committee. But the last thing that I would say as the presiding officer of the legislative branch is that, in my opinion, a Charter Review Committee is appropriate to be something that comes from town meeting. We have, just as we have the Advisory and Finance Committee advising town meeting, this is a legislative function in proposing new law to the town, and specifically its constitution. And therefore, while we certainly have in the past consistently included people with executive experience, it has been the presiding officer of the legislature and not a third of a committee, including the executive branch, deciding this legislative function. And so for those reasons, I would ask a town meeting to consider those factors when voting under Article 20, Motion 45. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for a roll call vote, and we'll do it electronically. When the light goes on, please vote. Article 20, Motion 45. We are now voting. For those of you watching, this is Plymouth Fall Annual Town Meeting. It is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are concluding the motions under Article 20, motion number 45. We have 117 town meeting members who are now, we have 120 voting. We will now see the display of the vote. We're beginning with precincts 1, 2, and 3, and we'll continue with all the precincts voting. 79 voting in favor, 37 no, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. That concludes Article 20. And as we continue with the display showing precincts 13, 14, and 15, Mr. Salerno moves to adjourn this session of town meeting. Mr. Salerno, do you care to speak in favor of your motion to adjourn?
We've covered a lot today. There's still a lot to be covered, all of which deserves a thorough and refreshed hearing.
Mr. Brewster, did you care to be heard in opposition? Thank you. If there's no further discussion, we'll now take an oral vote. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. This town meeting stands adjourned at 3:08 p.m. Thank you. We will reconvene on Monday at 7 p.m.